As soon as Meng Hao suppressed the resurrection lily, the exotic heart devil flower suddenly had no effect on him whatsoever. Perhaps this had something to do with the resurrection lily itself, although it was impossible to say for sure. The instant Meng Hao opened his eyes, his neo-demons all let out powerful roars. The eyes of the 3 dragoners narrowed, and the hearts of the surrounding 3,000 enemy cultivators trembled. However, they continued to attack as relentlessly as before. Meng Hao looked around thoughtfully. He saw the thousands of corpses of the 5 tribes members, and also noted that the shield was about to collapse. Of his original group of 30,000 neo-demons, more than half were dead. Although he had witnessed the desperate war in Holy Snow City, seeing this scene caused his heart to fill with the same grief as the rest of the 5 tribes. Considering that the battle has reached this point, I should really leave, he murmured softly. However, I have no desire to do any fleeing today. He lifted his right hand and pushed down onto the ground. Demonic Qi, art of righteous bestowal. Immediately, endless amounts of demonic Qi erupted up in all directions. He waved his hand, causing the invisible Qi to immediately fuse with the more than 10,000 neo-demons of his that remained. The neo-demons' bodies all began to tremble. The demonsquitos swelled to several times their original size and emitted a shocking aura. In addition to emanating demonic Qi, an aura of transmogrification suddenly appeared. Under the power of this aura, the demonsquitos suddenly grew an extra pair of wings. In addition, the tails of the mosquitoes sprouted green spikes. The sight of it was incredibly fearsome. As for the black crows, they trembled and then emitted fierce cries. They glowed with a black light, and the fierceness of their auras grew exponentially. Not only did their bodies grow larger, but ghost images sprang up around the demon crows, forming what looked like mirror images behind each one. This ghost image was a result of the transmogrification, a sort of evolution. With the ghost image there, it was like each crow had 2 life forces. Big Harry howled into the sky as his body grew to 300 meters in size. He already had demonic Qi within him, but this addition didn't just cause him to grow larger. His blood began to pump harder, and the image of a floating moon appeared above his head. Beneath the light of this moon, his coat of white fur suddenly turned silver. He was now a silver wolf. As for the spiders, they let out fierce cries as their bodies grew more powerful and their appearances even more savage. On their rear torsos, the images of human faces could suddenly be seen. Their fangs grew even longer until they looked like giant pincers. The red crocodile scales grew bigger, and its head began to change shape to look more like a dragon. The flesh on its back began to bulge out, and then suddenly, 2 wings appeared. It flew into the air, no longer a crocodile, but rather something like a red flying rain dragon. Although it didn't form the spitting image of a flying rain dragon, its aura was extremely similar. Roaring, the lizard's body grew until it was the size of a small mountain. Black smoke poured out from its mouth, as though fire burned in its belly, just ready to be shot out. It now looked completely different than it had before. Its aura was vastly more powerful. The wild giant let out an intense roar as its body grew even bullier. It lifted its hand into the air, and shockingly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As the wild giant grabbed it, it transformed into a lightning whip, shocking to the extreme. All of the neo-demons experienced transmogrification. Such changes were things that since ancient times had happened only occasionally in the Western Desert. To see all of these transmogrifications occurring simultaneously was unprecedented. The scene immediately caused the neo-demons of the 3 dragoners to be shaken. Looks of fear appeared in their eyes, and they didn't dare to move forward. The 3,000 spider branch cultivators' minds were filled with a buzzing sound. To suddenly see more than 10,000 neo-demons experience transmogrifications that turned them into a mutated horde filled them with incredible fear. Zhao Yolan's eyes were wide and filled with a bright glow. Meng Hao's sudden explosion of power left her shocked. It wasn't just her. The Spider Branch High Priest and Grand Elders, who were currently attacking the shield, suddenly looked back. When they saw Meng Hao and his neo-demons, their hearts and minds trembled. The faces of the Spider Branch's 3 dragoners filled with disbelief, and they began to pant. Shock completely filled their hearts, and they gave out hoarse cries of alarm. Grand Dragoner. He's a Grand Dragoner. Only Grand Dragoners could wield such a fearsome secret Dragoner art. Suddenly, Meng Hao's eyes swept over them, and their faces went deathly pale. Scalps numb, they retreated at top speed. Even as they began to fall back, Meng Hao's neo-demons let out shocking roars, and then fell upon the cultivators and neo-demons who surrounded them. Amidst the thunderous roaring, Meng Hao also moved forward with incredible speed, using a blood-burst flash. His body seemed to disappear. As it did, all of the neo-demons and cultivators between him and the nearest of the three Dragoners suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood and flesh. Meng Hao reappeared directly in front of the Dragoner. The speed with which this happened was incredibly shocking. It wasn't a minor teleportation, but rather an explosive burst of speed over a short distance, leaving behind a path of destruction and death. You! The Dragoner's face fell, and his mind filled with a buzzing sound. He was just about to shoot back when Meng Hao's hand snapped out and latched onto his throat. A cracking sound rang out as Meng Hao, his face completely expressionless, crushed the man's neck. When he dropped the Dragoner, a thorn-covered vine suddenly snaked out from the wild giant. In one giant gulp, it swallowed the body of the Dragoner. The ferocious vine then began to spin around Meng Hao, turning into what looked like a gigantic sphere of thorns that swept about in all directions. This single kill instantly shook the entire battlefield. The faces of two of the Spider Branch nascent soul elders who were attacking the shield flickered. Without hesitation, they performed minor teleportations to suddenly reappear near Meng Hao. The instant they reappeared, a group of demonsquitos screamed through the air to defend Meng Hao. The two nascent soul elders combined forces to attack, which instantly defeated the demonsquitos. However, by this time, a bloody glow had appeared around Meng Hao, and he once again bloodburst flashed. This time, he appeared next to the second fleeing Dragoner. He waved his hand, causing a golden light to surge forward. The man screamed as the golden light completely surrounded his body. After the space of a few breaths passed, the light faded, revealing that the man had been completely turned into gold. He slowly fell down out of the sky. The last Dragoner was an old man who was currently scared witless by Meng Hao's unprecedented ferocity. He immediately began to tremble violently. "Save me!" he cried, shooting as fast as he could toward Zhao Yulan. "What incredible guts!" cried one of the two nascent soul cultivators. The fact that Meng Hao had killed another rank 9 Dragoner right in front of them filled them with fury. Their bodies flickered as they once again shot toward Meng Hao, their killing intent billowing out. Even before they neared him, divine abilities were magically appearing. "My guts are actually pretty ordinary," said Meng Hao lightly. As the nascent soul elders neared, he lifted his right hand and pointed toward the two. The 8th demon sealing hex was immediately unleashed. Invisible strands of demonic chi shot toward the two men, instantly binding them. The two nascent soul experts' faces fell. Although it wouldn't take long for the explosive power of their cultivation bases to free them, their brief moment of shock allowed Meng Hao to once again use the bloodburst flash. A bloody glow surrounded him as he shot toward the final Dragoner. "How dare you!" cried another of the nascent soul elders. He immediately teleported away from the shield to appear next to the old Dragoner. Roaring, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing a colorful glow to spread out toward Meng Hao. "No one can save someone that I want to kill," said Meng Hao calmly. Without a scrap of hesitation, he clenched his right hand into a fist and struck out toward the nascent soul expert. A boom filled the air. Meng Hao's body trembled and he fell back 3 paces. The nascent soul expert's face fell and blood sprayed from his mouth. He fell back 7 or 8 paces, disbelief shining in his eyes. He watched in shock as Meng Hao approached the Dragoner. Before the Dragoner could do anything at all, Meng Hao grabbed his neck and crushed it. Completely surrounded by an army of thousands, Meng Hao slaughtered 3 Dragoners. Not even 3 nascent soul elders could do a thing to stop him. In fact, one of the Dragoners had been slain directly in front of one of the nascent soul elders. This scene caused everyone to be filled with shock, not just the spider branch cultivators, but also the members of the 5 tribes within the shield. All of a sudden their blood began to boil as their despair turned into hope. "Grandmaster Meng! Grandmaster Meng!" Cries rang out from within the shield, carrying with them the hope and excitement of the surviving members of the 5 tribes. Zhao Yulan was panting as she looked at Meng Hao. His actions completely exceeded her anticipations, and as of now, he was turning into a critical factor in the battle. Grand Dragoner. One who can directly shake a nascent soul cultivator. This man has to die. Even as killing intent sprang into her eyes, her heart trembled and a feeling of grave danger filled her. That was because she had just seen Meng Hao's eyes. In this moment, Meng Hao's gaze passed over the battlefield, soaring over the vast gulf created between him and her by the 3,000 cultivators. His gaze was filled with killing intent, and it was directed at her. He wants to kill me? Those 3 Dragoners were too close to him, making them easy targets. He's much too far away from me. Plus, there are 3,000 cultivators between us. I have more than 10 bodyguards, plus the high priest and the elders. How exactly does he plan to kill me? This chapter was sponsored by Frank Contreras. There's no need to even think about it, continued Zhao Yulan. With a barrier of 3,000 cultivators, he'll get tangled up before he can even get close to me. Unless he can perform minor teleportation, it won't do him any good. Even relying on that blood chi art won't get him across such a distance. If he flew, it would require incredible speed to break through 3,000 cultivators. Having seen his speed just now, I can tell it's not sufficient. It was at this point in her train of thought that Zhao Yulan saw Meng Hao lift his head up and let out a long cry. In response to the cry, the wild giant came running. It roared as its muscles swelled and its body grew to the height of 300 meters. The muscles on its right arm began to writhe, as if all the blood in its entire body was being collected there. The arm continued to grow in a bizarre and exaggerated way. Soon it comprised more than half of the wild giant's entire body. The arm was completely out of proportion to the rest of its body. Blue veins popped up all over the surface of the arm, and it looked like it was almost about to explode. There appeared to be terrifying physical power filling the arm. The sight of it was completely shocking. The wild giant snatched up Meng Hao with its arm and hurled him into the air in the direction of Zhao Yulan. All of the fearsome power contained in the body of the wild giant was now transferred to Meng Hao, causing him to shoot through the air like a lightning bolt. As he sped through the air, the power of the wild giant bolstered his innate speed, causing his figure to rip through the air like a blazing sun. At the same time, a cloud of demonsquitos circled around him, transforming into a vortex. Black crows also approached, turning into a mist. The red crocodile also approached, becoming a giant wing. The enormous lizard transformed into a body, and the black bat became another wing. Meng Hao's speed once again increased explosively as the Neo-Demon horde pushed him forward. A shocking drone spread out in all directions as Meng Hao shot through the sky surrounded by his vast Neo-Demon horde. He sailed over the 3,000 cultivators, who stared up, their minds spinning, too shocked to react. It was at this time that Meng Hao's Neo-Demon horde transformed into a long, sharp arrow, with Meng Hao as the arrowhead. They shot forward, filled with the desire to kill and emanating fierce killing intent. It was with explosive speed that they shot through the sky toward Zhao Yulan, seemingly capable of ripping open the heavens. In this moment, the members of the 5 tribes within the shield couldn't even breathe. The Crow Soldier Tribe Great Father, now recovered from his injuries, stared with wide, bloodshot eyes. The other 7 nascent soul cultivators next to him were panting. In this moment, 3,000 spider branch cultivators watched on with red eyes that were filled with shock. In this moment, the expressions of the nascent soul elders outside of the shield, as well as of the high priest, completely changed. Zhao Yulan's phoenix-like eyes went wide and she began to pant as she stared at Meng Hao. In this moment, Meng Hao's figure could be seen reflected in her eyes as it was burned deeply into her mind and heart. A figure leaping, sailing over 3,000 cultivators. A demonic arrow, shooting directly toward Zhao Yulan. The incredible speed made the over 1,000-meter distance between the two of them suddenly less than 300. The cultivators with the green tattoos who surrounded Zhao Yulan braced themselves to contend with this formidable foe. Killing intent could be seen in their eyes. Zhao Yulan held the exotic heart devil flower up above her head. As she stared at Meng Hao, her expression grew calm, and her eyes filled with coldness. At the moment, she couldn't move. If she did, it would cause the power of the exotic heart devil flower to dissipate. Once that happened, the remaining 5 tribes cultivators within the shield would charge out. Including the Crow Soldier tribe Greatfather, that would be 8 nascent soul cultivators, more than enough to entangle the spider branch elders. Such a circumstance would put them in truly grave danger. I bet he won't make it, thought Zhao Yulan, her heart filling with decisiveness. The rest of the spider branch elders now abandoned their attempts to destroy the shield and exterminate the 5 tribes. More important to them was their branch's holy daughter. 3 of the 9 elders immediately teleported toward Meng Hao, their bodies exploding with power. The other 6 began to fly forward without hesitation. The 3 elders suddenly appeared next to Meng Hao's shocking figure. They immediately began to perform incantation gestures, causing totemic light to spring out from their bodies. It transformed into a massive, elusive figure which shot toward Meng Hao. "Back off, you!" The growling roar of the 3 nascent soul cultivators was like thunder. "Screw off," replied Meng Hao, accompanied by a howl that sounded like the combination of the howling of all the neo-demons that surrounded him. The sound of it shook heaven and earth and pressed down onto the 3 nascent soul cultivators. Suddenly, the flock of black crows, the cloud of demonsquitos, as well as the red crocodile all changed direction and shot toward the 3. Amidst the thunderous roaring, Meng Hao continued onward, not pausing even a tiny bit. The neo-demon horde obstructed the path of the 3 nascent soul cultivators, allowing Meng Hao to pass by them unhindered. He was now only about 200 meters from Zhao Yulan. Furious roars could now be heard as the other 6 nascent soul elders appeared near Meng Hao. They employed the full power of their cultivation bases, causing totemic divine abilities to manifest. Roaring filled the air as the power of these 6 men combined to create an enormous golden bell that shot toward Meng Hao, preparing to crush him. As the golden bell flew forward, massive pressure filled the air, along with an ear-splitting rumble. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he suddenly waved out with both hands. Big Harry and the gigantic lizard, as well as all of the other neo-demons, shot through the air toward the incoming golden bell. From a distance, Meng Hao's neo-demon horde appeared to transform into something like a black wind that swept out from his body. Now Meng Hao was completely visible there in mid-air. Without hesitation, he lifted his right hand up, within which appeared a blood-colored mask. He slipped it onto his face, and a rumbling sound could be heard as a shapeless blood chi exploded out from his body. It shot out in all directions, completely shocking all the onlookers. The blood chi billowed out, transforming into an enormous red vortex with Meng Hao in the middle, flashing an incantation gesture. Suddenly, the rapidly spinning vortex changed into the image of a face. The face shot out from behind the neo-demon horde, directly toward the golden bell and the 6 nascent soul cultivators. A massive, shocking boom shook everything. The neo-demon horde scattered and the golden bell shattered. The faces of 6 men immediately turned pale with astonishment as they retreated backward. Meng Hao spat some blood out of his mouth. His speed now increased as he bloodburst flashed away from the 6 nascent soul cultivators to appear only 100 meters away from Zhao Yulan. The 2 of them could see each other very clearly, even down to the threads in their clothing. Zhao Yulan's expression was the same as ever, and her eyes were filled with coldness. Even Meng Hao had to admire such a mental state. However, his killing intent grew even thicker as he flickered toward her through the air. The more than 10 cultivators with green totem tattoos immediately shot forward, transforming into a green light that charged toward Meng Hao. Zhao Yulan's expression didn't change in the least as she looked at Meng Hao approaching her. She saw his mask, his green robe rippling in the wind, and his white hair whipping in the wind. But her eyes were like deep, still waters, filled with coldness. Surrounded by an army of thousands, he had come alone. 9 nascent soul elders were incapable of hindering him in the slightest. The image of a person like this would forever be imprinted in Zhao Yulan's heart. You could say that in terms of this great battle between tribes, Zhao Yulan had calculated all possibilities. The only thing she hadn't calculated was Meng Hao. Meng Hao raised a fist and slammed it into the chest of one of the green-faced cultivators. The man's cultivation base was immediately suppressed. His body didn't explode immediately. Instead, he was thrown backward, where he slammed into the person behind him, and they both exploded into a cloud of blood and gore. Meng Hao's body flickered, and he reappeared behind another of the cultivators. He didn't strike out. Instead, he flashed an incantation gesture, and sounds rang out like the crunching of bones. A golden light appeared, and 3 of the people were instantly transformed into statues of gold. Efficient, clean extermination, without any messiness. Having accomplished this, Meng Hao took a deep breath and increased his speed, passing through the surviving 5 cultivators as he closed in on Zhao Yulan. The surviving green-faced cultivators let out successive roars, their eyes filling with determination as they opted to self-detonate. Booms filled the air as 5 cultivators of the Great Circle of Core Formation exploded. Such power would cause even Meng Hao to be shocked if it hit him. However, his expression didn't change in the least bit. Even as the power of the self-detonation swept toward him, layers of silk threads appeared around him. This was eyeless larva silk. The silk whistled through the air as it surrounded Meng Hao. The silk was indestructible, therefore, Meng Hao sustained no injuries. He shot onward like lightning, bursting out from within the self-detonation explosions. He was now only 30 meters away from Zhao Yulan. By this point, everyone in the area was completely astonished. It was at this moment that a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Something like a green boulder and a black wooden branch seemed to step out from the void. A wand pointed toward Meng Hao. "Be gone!" The voice was archaic and booming, and belonged to none other than the high priest of the spider branch. He glared at Meng Hao, gripping a wand in his hand that contained power seemingly sufficient to crush mountains. Meng Hao was incapable of dodging, and the power of the wand slammed into the silk of the eyeless larva. His eyes flickered as the 9 nascent soul elders behind him managed to shake off the neo-demon hordes and close in on him with murder in their eyes. When Zhao Yulan saw the high priest appear, she heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that Meng Hao had made it within 30 meters of her had filled her with an unprecedented sense of crisis. A boom filled the air and Meng Hao's body trembled as the silk of the eyeless larva continuously fought back against the explosive power of the mid-nascent soul cultivation base power from the high priest. Blood seeped out of the corners of Meng Hao's mouth and he was forced to retreat several paces. However, that was the extent of it. A bit of blood seeping out and a retreat of a few steps. This was all that happened in the face of an onslaught from the full power of a mid-nascent soul stage attack. The spider branch high priest's pupils constricted. Just what magical item is that? Well, it doesn't matter how powerful your magical item is. If you think you can get past me, you're dreaming. Mid-nascent soul stage, thought Meng Hao, his eyes narrowing. Of the cultivators he had personally battled with, the highest cultivation base he had faced was that of eccentric Li Tian. Even Li Tian had only been at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. There was a vast difference between that and the mid-nascent soul stage. The difference between the various levels of the nascent soul stage was far greater than the difference of the various levels of the foundation establishment or core formation stage. Meng Hao possessed 2 totems and was wearing the blood-colored mask, which enabled him to slay early nascent soul stage cultivators. However, battling the mid-nascent soul stage would be very difficult. However, considering that he had chosen to attack Zhao Yulan, how could he not have been on guard against the spider branch's high priest? At the same time that he backed up, both hands flickered in an incantation gesture, and then he pointed forward. Eyeless larva, he said coldly. Immediately, the eyeless larva silk surrounding him opened up, and the eyeless larva itself appeared in front of Meng Hao. It flickered, then shot toward the high priest. As it did, massive amounts of silk appeared, wrapping around the high priest, entangling him. You're right, I can't beat the mid-nascent soul stage, said Meng Hao coolly. But that doesn't mean I can't tie you up. The high priest frowned, and he prepared to perform a minor teleportation. But then Meng Hao waved his hand. Eighth demon sealing hex, he cried. Immediately, demonic chi covered over everything, rumbling as it shot toward the high priest. The high priest's face fell. Although he could shake off the effects of the eighth demon sealing hex rather quickly, the slight delay was all the time the eyeless larva needed to wrap him up in layer after layer of silk. Soon, he was almost completely covered. Booming sounds could be heard as the high priest employed divine abilities. However, the eyeless larva was incredibly powerful, and its silk was indestructible. The silk whipped around faster and faster, completely covering the high priest. Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was the power of the eighth demon sealing hex backfiring on him because of exceeding the limits of his cultivation base. However, Meng Hao ignored it, shooting past the high priest even as the 9 other nascent soul elders closed in on him from behind. He was now directly approaching Zhao Yulan. Zhao Yulan's face finally flickered, and she began to breath heavily. Now that Meng Hao was almost upon her, she finally moved, shooting backward. She continued to hold the exotic heart devil flower above her head so that it could emit the power of its blooming. She was well aware that she could not allow the glow of the flower to fade. If that happened, she would truly be on the path to death. Her current situation seemed dangerous, but she knew that all she had to do was hold out for the space of a few breaths. Once the 9 nascent soul elders caught up, the situation would be resolved. As she retreated, she began to speak the words of some bizarre spell. The spell caused the air in front of her to distort and turn into ripples that spread out in all directions. These ripples suddenly caused a dozen or so different images of her to appear in front of Meng Hao. It was almost impossible to tell the difference between any of them. Meng Hao gave a cold snort. Not pausing for even a moment, he lifted his right hand. At the same time, golden light erupted out from the metal-type tattoo on his chest, which caused his entire right hand to turn into the color of gold. He pointed toward the ripples, sending out a will of gold which infected the ripples, dyeing them the color of gold. The golden color rapidly spread out to the dozen or so retreating images of Zhao Yulan. Each time the gold completely covered a figure, it would shatter. In the blink of an eye, the figures disappeared. Then, the distorted ripples popped like a bubble, revealing a shocked Zhao Yulan. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meng Hao's body flickered as he shot forward. He was now about 10 meters away from Zhao Yulan. The incredible pressure and feeling of imminent death felt by Zhao Yulan was greater than any she had experienced in her life. Her face was pale and her lips quivered. Suddenly, a white glow emanated out from her, transforming into a protective shield that began to surround her. Meng Hao snorted coldly, pulled his right arm back, and then unleashed a punch. A massive boom filled the air as the white shield collapsed into fragments. Some of the pieces shot backward, slashing across Zhao Yulan's body and leaving behind bloody cuts. When the shield shattered, more blood sprayed out of Zhao Yulan's mouth. However, she continued to hold up the exotic heart devil flower. As Meng Hao closed in, she flickered an incantation with her right hand. Then, her phoenix-like eyes flickered with killing intent as the white spider totem tattoo on her forehead began to emit a white glow. As the glow emanated out, a spider magically appeared. It imitated a shrill call which transformed into a raging wind that swept across everything. Meng Hao's body trembled, and it felt like his soul was about to be ripped out of his body by the wind. However, it only took a moment for Meng Hao to suppress the feeling. He was capable of suppressing the resurrection lily, so some trifling soul extermination wind was like nothing. Had Meng Hao not dealt with suppressing the resurrection lily in the past, or if the wind was created by someone with a higher cultivation base, it might have been a different story. his soul would immediately have been absorbed, and he would have been left in a trance. However, because of the various factors in play, this totemic divine ability, which only a holy daughter of the spider branch could gain enlightenment of, was incapable of shaking Meng Hao in the least. He flicked his wide sleeve, causing wood-type totemic power to manifest. A green glow shot toward the white spider, slamming into it. The white spider let out a miserable shriek and then turned into a white beam of light that returned to Zhao Yulan's forehead. Once again, Zhao Yulan coughed up some blood. For the first time, despair appeared in her eyes. Quickly vanished, though. She bit the tip of her tongue to spit out a glob of blood. The blood instantly began to emanate a thick odor of gore. Zhao Yulan suddenly looked older than before. She watched listlessly as a bloody aura rose up into the sky. Meng Hao suddenly felt an intense feeling of crisis. Behind him, the 9 nascent soul elders were howling as they began to teleport toward him. Then they stopped all of a sudden, shocking Meng Hao. However, it was at this time that, up in the sky, a huge roar could be heard from the area where the totemic sacred ancients of the 5 tribes were locked in battle with the holy spider. In concurrence with the roar, an enormous black shadow suddenly appeared as something began to descend from the sky toward the area Meng Hao was in. If you looked closely, you could see that it was nothing other than a spider leg. It moved with incredible speed as it approached. Meng Hao sensed grave danger and could feel everything shaking. An aura of death filled the area 1,500 meters in every direction. It was at this same moment that Zhao Yulan took her chance. Utilizing the power of the blood she had spit out, she rapidly increased her speed as she retreated. Considering how fast she was moving, she would be able to escape the danger zone in the blink of an eye. Her body began to grow blurry, as if she were being stretched out. Meng Hao now had 2 choices. The first choice was to abandon his pursuit and dodge the attack of the fearsome holy spider. The other choice was to continue to try to kill her. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to sit around thinking. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with coldness, and he suddenly shot forward. He lifted his hand and grabbed onto Zhao Yulan's slender arm, the one that held aloft the exotic heart devil flower. Her arm was as graceful and smooth, but also so ice-cold that touching her was shocking. Nonetheless, killing intent glittered in Meng Hao's eyes. "Get back here," he said, wrenching her arm violently, and at the same time flooding it with power so strong it could crush cultivation bases. Up above, the sky seemed to fill with dark clouds as the leg of the holy spider descended like a gigantic sickle. It moved with incredible speed, and seemed as if it were cutting open the very air. Zhao Yulan's face flickered in surprise. However, this was a critical moment, and her eyes filled with vicious determination. She suddenly lifted her left hand, within which appeared a flying sword. She knew that she was no match for Meng Hao, so when she chopped down, she did not target him, but rather her own arm, which he was holding. It was already numb, and filled with terrifying power that threatened her entire being. The sword fell and blood sprayed everywhere. The instant the exterminating power from Meng Hao appeared, Zhao Yulan had made the difficult decision to sever her own right arm. Her body suddenly shot away at incredible speed. Soon, she was 1,500 meters away, where she coughed up 8 mouthfuls of blood. Her face was pale, and the flesh and blood contracted around the stump of her severed arm. Her aura was weak and her cultivation base in decline. This was the most severe injury she had ever received in her entire life. She had narrowly escaped death. Her hair was in disarray, her entire person in extremely poor straits. Her beauty was now twisted because of the pain of having her arm severed. It was almost enough to render her unconscious. She lifted her head and glared at Meng Hao, her entire body shaking. "I will pay you back 10 times over for this." The 9 nascent soul elders teleported into being next to her to protect her as she retreated. All of them were staring at Meng Hao with intense killing intent in their eyes. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He knew that, as of this moment, it was highly unlikely that he would be able to kill her. Her determination made an intense impression on him. From the time he had begun to practice cultivation until now, he had not run into many people who could show such decisiveness at a key moment. If she had hesitated for even a moment longer, or reacted slightly slower, then the only thing she would have found was death. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed as he gestured with his right arm, causing Zhao Yulan's severed arm to fly over. She obviously had a very high position in the Five Poisons tribe. Perhaps he would be able to benefit from studying the totemic power contained within the arm. Now that enmity existed between the two of them, he would no doubt need to figure out how to kill not just her, but her entire tribe. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevails. When fighting against heaven and earth, when forcing one's will upon the masses, soft-heartedness gets you nowhere. It was without hesitation that, in addition to the severed arm, Meng Hao also collected up the box containing the exotic heart devil flower. He immediately closed it, causing the glow of the flower to cease. This instantly affected the entire battlefield. Without hesitation, he put the destructive precious treasure into his bag of holding. Precious treasures like that were not frequently seen in the world. As a grandmaster of the Tao of alchemy, Meng Hao would no doubt make significant progress by studying it. Perhaps he could even concoct medicinal pills with similar properties. There was no way he would pass up such an opportunity. Meng Hao looked up at the gigantic black shadow descending toward him and at the same time pointed toward the bound-up high priest. The eyeless larva silk suddenly dissipated, revealing the shocked high priest. He had used virtually every method he could think of but had been astonished to find that he wasn't able to even make a mark on the silk. The silk rapidly shot back toward Meng Hao and began to wrap around him. He stood there, his hands clasped behind his back as the black shadow loomed over him. He flicked his sleeve, and his eyes filled with coldness. My eyeless larva can stand up to tribulation lightning. I don't care how profound your demon spider's cultivation base is. Do you really think it can measure up to tribulation lightning? Up above, the sky looked like it was filled with black clouds as an enormous spider leg descended upon this 1,500-meter area. The ground trembled as massive pressure bore down in all directions. All life forms within the 1,500-meter area were completely incapable of evasion. Everything was crushed into nothing more than ash beneath the shocking power. He'll die for sure, thought Zhao Yulan. She was surrounded by the 9 nascent soul elders, but her face was completely white. Suddenly, she frowned. Her frown was because of the pain of her severed arm. The pain not only caused her face to pale, but affected her mentally. It took all the effort she could muster to ignore the pain of her lost arm and focus on analyzing Meng Hao. That silk of his can bind up even the high priest, which shows how powerful it is. All of his hope rests on that silk, and he probably knows exactly how powerful it is. Therefore, he's actually most likely not going to die. His cultivation base is profound. He's as clever as a fox, and is extremely decisive too. He's the type of person who is calculating and vicious. As a Grand Dragoner, any tribe should be wary of provoking him. Zhao Yulan sighed lightly. Had she known that the 5 tribes of the Crow Divinity had the backing of someone as powerful as Grandmaster Meng, then she would have adjusted her plans. Actually, it doesn't really matter if he lives or dies. The blood I spat out just now will notify the tribe that my trial by fire has failed. The main forces from the tribe will be arriving soon. Even as she mused regarding these things, the spider leg arrived at Meng Hao, slamming into the tightly sealed silk cocoon surrounding him. From a distance, the leg looked like an enormous black sickle. However, when it was about 10 meters away from Meng Hao, it was suddenly obstructed by the eyeless larva silk. A massive boom echoed out, transforming into a shockwave which swept out across everything. A massive wind kicked up, battering into the surrounding cultivators and forcing them backward. Meng Hao's body trembled and he coughed up blood. The black sickle pushed down from the 10-meter position, slowly nearing Meng Hao. Despite its slowness, it still emanated intense, destructive pressure that pushed down onto Meng Hao. His body trembled as the sickle reached the 5-meter mark. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Meng Hao looked up at the sickle as it approached, his eyes radiating coldness. Although his body shook as he gazed up, when you compared this pressure with that of heavenly tribulation, it was simply too weak, said Meng Hao coolly. The sickle was now only 3 inches away from the top of his head. That 3-inch gap was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was an unbridgeable gap. The eyeless larva silk was wrapped too tightly. Nothing in heaven or earth could destroy it. No matter how the sickle tried to break it, it couldn't. Soon the sickle began to tremble. In the blink of an eye, all of its power was gone, and it transformed into ash, right there 3 inches away from Meng Hao. A howl drifted down from up above in the sky. Everything grew dim and the clouds seethed as a gigantic spider with legs like sickles magically appeared up above. It seemed to rip itself out from the void, followed by the roaring totemic sacred ancients of the 5 tribes, who were pestering it in a way that made it impossible for the thing to descend any further. The instant that the black sickle disappeared, the members of the 5 tribes within the shield let out powerful roars. There were 7 nascent soul cultivators, as well as all the other surviving tribe members. The archaic Crow soldier tribe Greatfather, who had the combined desire for revenge of more than 10 fellow nascent soul tribe members imprinted on his heart, lifted his head up, his eyes bloodshot, and roared, "Revenge!" All of the members of the 5 tribes who charged into battle screamed with rage and sadness. "Revenge! Revenge!" Led by the Greatfather, the rest of the tribe members charged out of from behind the shield. Their world was now a world ruled by revenge as they charged toward the 3,000 spider branch cultivators. Their bodies exploded with a madness that made it clear they would bring the spider branch to ruin even if it meant they died in the process. A moment later, the close-quarter fighting began. Unfortunately, the deaths of the 3 dragoners had been quite a blow to the morale of the spider branch. Meng Hao's intrepidness had also left a deep impression on their hearts. He had slaughtered his way through thousands, then soared overhead above the crowds to pursue the holy daughter. 9 nascent soul cultivators were incapable of stopping him, and even the high priest had been captured. People could only watch on wide-eyed, as their lofty, sacred holy daughter's face filled with despair and her arm was severed, after which she fled in a panic. All of it had been a huge blow to the spider branch cultivators. Meng Hao was now not simply burned into their mind, but indelibly fused there. If that was all there was to it, it wouldn't be a very big deal. However, even the fearsome attack of the holy spider, which they assumed would surely destroy Meng Hao, did nothing. They had seen with their own eyes that the holy spider was incapable of exterminating him. As of now, Meng Hao was like a nightmare to them. An unbeatable, invincible nightmare. Now, just when their confidence and morale was lowest, the members of the 5 tribes fought back with full force. Their hatred and killing intent boiled up to the sky. Earlier, they had watched with wide eyes as their fellow tribe members were slaughtered. The dead included children, parents, and other relatives. Right now, the eyes of the surviving tribe members were bloodshot, and they seemed on the verge of weeping. Within the redness of their eyes, living fury could be seen. That was because the time for revenge had arrived. When the 2 sides slammed into each other, there was no leadership, nor any tricks. It was mutual slaughter. A boom suddenly filled the air. One of the 5 tribes' members slaughtered one of the enemy, but was mortally wounded in the process. Laughing madly, he chose to self-detonate. Even as his body exploded, a vicious smile twisted his face as he saw that his self-detonation would kill 3 of the enemy in front of him. Booms continued to sound out in the air as one member of the 5 tribes after another, after having reached their final moment in battle, chose to use self-detonation. This was their way of sending a message to the spider branch. Observe the staunch vengeance of the 5 tribes of the Crow divinity. One of the 5 tribes' members lost his legs and an arm. Even his Dantian region was damaged beyond repair, making it impossible for him to self-detonate. But he still had teeth. Soon, his entire body was destroyed, and yet, his teeth were still clenched viciously into the throat of the enemy. Regardless of anything, mutual destruction would be achieved. In a very short period of time, the spider branch had already lost over 100 members. The viciousness of the scene, the explosive madness of the members of the 5 tribes to get revenge even in defiance of death, thoroughly shook the hearts of the spider branch cultivators. They were scared witless and began panting, Facing the savagery of the 5 tribes suddenly filled them with feelings of cowardice. They began to retreat. Off in the distance, the 9 elders watched on with wide eyes. They too were moved, but before they could even think about the situation, the 7 nascent soul cultivators from the 5 tribes were shooting toward them. The high priests, the great father of the Crow soldier tribe, and the others all had eyes filled with blood as they whistled through the air. This was truly a war between 2 tribes. It was different than the killing before. This was a deadly massacre. Meng Hao looked around at everything that was happening. He saw the 5 tribes rise up, and saw their determination to exact vengeance. It was at this time that an undulating sound could be heard. This was not the sound of war bugles, but rather, the voices of all members of the 5 tribes who had stayed behind within the protection of the shield. There were less than 1,000 of them, but their voices joined together and drifted out onto the battlefield. Most of this group of nearly 1,000 people were children. The rest were the elderly. The majority of them did not have cultivation bases. They were simple, ordinary tribe members. However, considering all the sacrifices that had been made by the 5 Crow divinity tribes, they were hope. They were the hope of the tribe. Nearly 1,000 people began to weep. As they wept, their feet stamped the ground and they began to sing. This song was the tribe's funeral dirge. The song sung to accompany the soul of any tribe member into death. 1,000 voices joined together, filled with the sound of youth, filled with tears. Perhaps you are still here. Perhaps you are watching your family. Perhaps you will return. We hope that the heavens will not obstruct your path. Let the land guide your way. The living, golden light of the Crow divinity will cause your glorious bloodlines to remain in the world. We hope to prevent you from being buried by the sands of time, to prevent the devils from snatching you away, to prevent the demons from frightening you, to prevent any living thing from disturbing your rest. You are the warriors of the Crow divinity. You are the pride of the Crow divinity. You will exist forever in the lands of the Crow divinity. We will await your return. The song echoed out across the battlefield, and as it did, Meng Hao could almost make out the image of countless souls appearing. They seemed to be slowly looking back at their home, their tribe. As the sound of the funeral dirge rose into the air, the members of the 5 tribes who were locked in battle found that tears were flowing down their faces. They began to laugh madly and slaughter with even more savagery. Their laughter and their tears caused the faces of their enemies, the cultivators of the spider branch, to fill with dread. In the past, they had slaughtered tribes, but never before had they seen the type of explosive insanity that they were seeing now. Now they were scared. For the Crow divinity. This was the end of the funeral dirge sung by the nearly 1,000 tribe members within the shield. Outside the shield, their fellow tribe members roared as they fought on, laughing madly. For the Crow divinity, murmured Meng Hao. He lifted his right hand, and a cold glow appeared in his eyes. He suddenly looked at Zhao Yulan, who was still fleeing under the protection of the nascent soul elders. Her face was extremely pale, and the nascent soul elders around her had looks of extreme vigilance. Meng Hao looked at her coolly, then looked away. It seemed she would be able to escape calamity this day. He did not have the same advantages from earlier. Therefore, it would be too difficult to slay her right now. Meng Hao's body flickered as he shot into the force of nearly 3,000 enemy cultivators. The lotus sword formation rotated next to him, sending out the power of time. Everywhere he went, time seemed to flow by, and all spider branch cultivators caught within the range of the formation suddenly grew older. Their faces instantly filled with astonishment. This time, Meng Hao truly did cause a massacre. He donned the blood-colored mask, then waved his hand, sending the time sword formation toward a group of 7 or 8 core formation cultivators. They instantly grew old, and their eyes faded. It was like a wind had blown over to extinguish the flame of their life. Meng Hao waved his hand again, and the shocking light of the blood finger could be seen. Anyone who touched it felt their blood decaying, and then they exploded into death. Meng Hao took a few more steps forward, then pointed out with his left finger, stabbing it into the forehead of a rampaging spider branch cultivator. He killed neatly and efficiently. With the wave of a sleeve, he summoned what remained of his neo-demon horde. 10,000 neo-demons roared out to join the chaotic battle. They fought side by side with the members of the 5 tribes. As the sound of the funeral dirge continued to echo out, they fought to the death with the spider branch. The black bat did not exhibit any of the strangeness it had in the previous battle. Its eyes glowed coldly as it disappeared in a flicker, to reappear behind a spider branch cultivator. It wrapped its wings around the man, who struggled with astonishment. 2 sharp fangs plunged into the cultivator's neck, and the man's flesh instantly withered up. Every time it did this, a bloody glow would appear in the eyes of the black bat, and its strange aura would grow a bit stronger. In the beginning it sought out the weakest cultivators, but gradually, its gaze began to fall on early core formation cultivators. When Meng Hao occasionally looked over at it, it would suddenly restrain itself and not reveal any hints about what it was doing. However, it didn't take long before Meng Hao caught onto the vigilance being shown by the black bat in this regard. There's definitely some big mystery regarding this creature, thought Meng Hao. Now was not the time to think about such matters though. After confirming that the brand connecting him to the bat was still intact, he continued on with his extermination of the spider branch cultivators. Within this chaotic battle, it wasn't just the black bat who fought dazzlingly. Big Harry, his fur shining like silver, descended into the fighting like a silver moon. The cloud of demonsquitos spread out, their vicious mouthparts guzzling fresh blood. The red crocodile, who was now the shape of a flying rain dragon, as well as the gigantic lizard, and all of Meng Hao's neo-demons experienced a sort of baptism by means of the fighting. Everyone who survived only continued to grow stronger. Fueled by the madness and ferocity of the 5 tribes' members, a stunning massacre was underway. The spider branch cultivators' morale plummeted. Once Meng Hao joined the battle, the tide clearly turned in the favor of the 5 tribes. When the neo-demons appeared, the spider branch experienced an unprecedented feeling of devastation. It didn't take long before only 1,000 were left from the original force of 3,000. Blood soaked the ground, and the reek of gore filled the air. It was then that a miserable shriek could be heard from up above. Except for the 2 nascent soul cultivators protecting Zhao Yulan, the rest of the spider branch's elders were now locked in deadly combat with the 5 tribes' 7 nascent soul cultivators. Just now, the cry had come from one of the spider branch elders. He was a middle-aged man whose face was currently ashen. His pupils constricted as he retreated backward, a massive wound on his chest, within which his beating heart was actually visible. Directly in front of him was the Crow Gloom Grand Elder, his hair disheveled, his body covered with serious injuries. His shocking expression was one of madness, like that of a wild beast. A boom filled the air as the Crow Gloom Grand Elder's body suddenly exploded as another of the Spider Branch Elders took advantage of the situation to exterminate him. However, before he died, he lifted up his right hand, within which was the severed head of the middle-aged nascent soul cultivator. This was the first of the Spider Branch nascent soul cultivators to die in the battle. His death immediately caught the attention of the remaining 1,000 cultivators down below. As of this moment, it seemed that any remaining will to fight was now completely gone. All of them began to do everything in their power to flee. It was like tide waters, their faces filled with panic as they gave up attacking and focused completely on defense and full-speed flight. Even the remaining nascent soul cultivators up above seemed to have lost their will to do battle, and were about to flee. Although the 5 tribes now had the upper hand in the battle, the price they had paid was an incredibly heavy one, far more than what could be made up for by capturing the Spider Branch. Therefore, how could they possibly allow the Spider Branch to flee? Kill them! Kill them! Their eyes red and filled with both frenzy and the comfort of revenge, the 5 tribes shot in pursuit. Many of the tribe members still had tears streaming down their faces. All the tribe members, both the ordinary cultivators and the nascent soul experts, joined in the chase. Meng Hao had no way to understand the pain they felt of the loss of their friends and family. However, what he could feel was the desire for revenge. For some reason, this also made him think of the Ji clan. Suddenly, Another of the spider branch's nascent soul cultivators died. Hundreds of other cultivators were being slaughtered by Meng Hao's neo-demons and the other 5 tribes' cultivators. They were like an avalanche, completely unstoppable. It was at this moment that all of a sudden, a raindrop fell onto Meng Hao with a light plopping sound. The color of this raindrop was somewhat strange. It was violet, and as soon as it landed on him, it stained his garment, soaking through to touch his skin. As soon as the raindrop hit him, he stopped in his tracks. The place where the raindrop had hit him felt cold. The cold aura seemed as if it had the power to exterminate life force. However, it was only one drop, so as far as Meng Hao was concerned, it was harmless. Violet rain? He thought, frowning. He looked up into the sky to see some random raindrops falling down from up above. Don't tell me that because so many people have died here that the aura of blood and hatred has merged together and transformed into clouds? Is that where this violet rain is coming from? After a moment of thought, he suppressed his doubts. Looking around, he saw that scattered raindrops were falling, not just on him, but on the bodies of others. Even some of the spider branch cultivators were getting hit. It didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, but for some reason, Meng Hao couldn't shake the feeling that the rain had the power to exterminate life force. The thought of it swirled in the back of his mind. Zhao Yulan also noticed the rain. Earlier, she had been biting her lip as she watched her fellow tribe members dying. There was nothing she could do, unfortunately. No order from her could secure victory in this battle. The fighting had descended into chaos. Then the funeral dirge began, and Zhao Yulan understood. The spider branch was suffering a complete defeat. She felt as if her heart were tearing apart. What stuck out most in her mind, though, the figure which had shocked her more than anything in her life, which had caused her trial by fire to become a complete failure, and had almost killed her, was of course Meng Hao. However, it was then that a drop of violet rain landed on her face and then slowly flowed down her cheek. It felt cold and caused a tremor to run through her body. Without thinking, she reached up to wipe away the raindrop. When she looked down at the water on her hand, she frowned and suddenly looked even more anxious. Violet rain? She gaped in shock. The violet rain was very light and was quickly forgotten by everyone except for Zhao Yulan and Meng Hao. Zhao Yulan had the same feeling that he did. Something about this rain seemed strange. All of a sudden, their gazes met across the vast battlefield, and they could see the vigilance in each other's eyes. It's not him. It's not her. Meng Hao and Zhao Yulan could both sense each other hesitating. Their gazes separated, and it was in that instant that, suddenly, sharp sounds could be heard coming from off in the distance. This was not the sound of a funeral dirge, but rather war bugles. The sound instantly lifted the spirits of the spider branch cultivators. Their will to fight suddenly surged up again, and they lifted their heads to the sky and roared. Even the spider branch nascent soul elders up above could not conceal their excitement. The 2 elders next to Zhao Yulan heaved sighs of relief. Only Zhao Yulan seemed taciturn as she looked up at the sky. Off in the distance could be seen a black streak that looked like seawaters as it whistled through the sky toward them. Up above, seemingly standing within the black seawaters, was an enormous red scorpion, emitting a shocking cry. "The scorpion branch!" cried the high priest, who was currently locked in battle with the Crow soldier tribe Great Father. When the Great Father saw what was happening, his pupils constricted and he gasped. His expression was now filled with profound grief. If it weren't for the exotic heart devil flower, the 5 tribes might have been powerful enough to hold out through this war. But now, in mid-air, the members of the 5 tribes ceased their pursuit and began to group together. Their faces filled with madness as they look off into the distance at the approaching scorpion. This chapter was sponsored by Juho Parikka and Nitish Markandai. As the black streak beneath the scorpion neared, it became clear that it was not a black sea. Instead, it was a group of roughly 5,000 cultivators, all of them wearing long black robes, organized in formation. An army of blackness. They blotted out the sky as they arrived, accompanied by the sound of war bugles, which drifted out in all directions. In addition, the cultivators shouted out intense roars, the sound of which caused the gigantic illusory scorpion above them to suddenly let out an incredible shriek. As it shrieked, it suddenly shot through the air with incredible speed toward where the holy spider and totemic sacred ancients were battling it out, the area that was distorted and impossible for anyone to see into. Booms filled heaven and earth. The scorpion was of the same level as the holy spider, which meant that the battle with the sacred ancients was instantly thrown out of balance. In years past, the totems of the 5 tribes had also been of the same level as the scorpion and the holy spider. But after the passage of time, the crow divinity began to fade and the tribes grew smaller. Thus, they were now much weaker, which was why it took 5 of them just to fight the holy spider. And now, things were even more different than before. No one could see them battling. The only thing outsiders could see was the scorpion charging into the area of distortion up in the air. After the space of about 10 breaths passed, before the cultivators of the scorpion branch could even arrive, a deep sigh could be heard from up above. Then, an enormous stone golem suddenly shot out from within the distortion. Its body began to collapse, and black strands could be seen emanating off of it. There was a gigantic hole in the middle of its chest. This was the Crow Fighter tribe's totemic sacred ancient. And as of this moment, its body was surrounded by an intense aura of death. With a sigh, it shot out from within the distortion. Before it could get very far, the shocked members of the 5 tribes watched as a black shadow emerged after it from within the distortion. It transformed into a scorpion tail, which then slammed into the stone golem. Poison shot into the stone golem's body, and an explosion could be heard as cracks spread out over its entire body, from within which an earthy yellow glow could be seen. The glow transformed into an earth-colored totem, which then filled with cracks and then exploded with a bang. The Crow Fighter tribe's totemic sacred ancient. It perished. The blow this dealt to the members of the 5 tribes was no less than what they had experienced when forced to watch their fellow tribe members slaughtered beneath the power of the exotic heart devil flower. This was because the totems of the tribe were legacies from the totemic sacred ancient. The connection between the two was deep and profound. Right now, the members of the Crow Fighter tribe were all trembling. They felt as if their faith was crumbling. Blood sprayed from their mouths as their stone golem totem tattoos from the sacred ancient began to fade away. As the totem tattoos faded, their cultivation bases immediately dropped an entire stage. Nascent soul became core formation. Core formation became foundation establishment. Foundation establishment dropped directly to chi condensation. The entire Crow Fighter tribe dropped, which of course immediately affected the entire battle. It was at this moment that disconsolate howl could be heard. At the same time, clouds of vapor suddenly could be seen expanding out from the area of distortion up above, which then dissipated into the surroundings. At the same time, every member of the Crow Gloom tribe began to cough up blood. Their bodies sagged as their water-type totem tattoos faded. All of them experienced an immediate cultivation base drop of a full level. The Crow Gloom priest's face was pale as he coughed up blood and staggered backward. A sad smile could be seen on his face as he felt his nascent soul power rapidly vanishing and weakness spread throughout his body. All of the members of the 5 tribes knew what this meant as soon as they saw it. The Crow Gloom totemic sacred ancient had perished. All of this takes quite a bit of time to explain, but actually happened in the space of a few dozen breaths. As the events occurred, the scorpion branch cultivators whistled through the air, growing closer and closer. Meng Hao looked toward the 5,000 incoming cultivators and noticed that one of their number was a young man wearing a red robe. The young man's clothes and bearing made him seem completely different from the other cultivators. Meng Hao suddenly sensed something about him that seemed very much like Zhao Yulan. He's the holy son of the 5 poison tribes' scorpion branch? Meng Hao's eyes glittered. He knew that Zhao Yulan was a holy daughter, so it was easy for him to come to the determination who this handsome, extraordinary, and somewhat sinister-looking young man must be. As the scorpion branch neared, the holy son waved his right hand, immediately causing 4,000 of the cultivators to shoot toward the battlefield. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and in response to his will, the neo-demon horde began to roar. As the roaring shook heaven and earth, The scorpion branch Holy Sun ignored the bitter fighting and approached Zhao Yulan, a slight smile on his face. As he neared her, he said, "The tribe gave the honor of this trial by fire to the most talented holy daughter, Zhao Yulan. In the end, all you got was a lost arm. Soon everyone in the tribe will know about it. Zhao Yulan, I actually feel sorry for you. I'm afraid that even after we take this trifling 5 Crow divinity tribe's spot in the realm of the bridge ruins, there still won't be space for you." Zhao Yulan's expression was cold as she looked over the Holy Sun. "Who was it that cut your arm off?" he continued with a smile. "You even requested the use of the exotic heart devil flower, and yet still failed. Such a pity, such a pity. Are you done, Zhao Chunmu?" said Zhao Yulan coolly. "My victory or defeat is no concern of yours. If you can subjugate these 5 Crow divinity tribes, then I will offer you my congratulations." The two of us look at things very differently," said Holy Sun Zhao Chunmu. "If this battle had been led by me and the Scorpion Branch, then we would have long since secured victory. I wouldn't even have to use a precious exotic heart devil flower. Just destroy their totems, and everything will be over. Why go to the trouble of doing anything else?" "Zhao Yulan, your soft-heartedness is your biggest weakness." He gave a sinister laugh. The sound of bitter fighting rose up into the air as the 4,000 Scorpion Branch cultivators dove into battle. They had hideous grins and sinister looks in their eyes. Totemic light shone out from their bodies, and they attacked with even more viciousness and cruelty than the Spider Branch. Were it not for the resistance provided by Meng Hao's neo-demons, the members of the 5 tribes would have instantly sustained heavy casualties. Meng Hao looked around to see that despite the fact that only 2 sacred ancients had died, causing 2 tribes to be weakened, the members of the other 3 tribes had ashen faces filled with despair. If things went on the way they were, their defeat was inevitable. Suddenly, Meng Hao spoke, his voice as powerful as thunder. "You don't need to fight for the Crow divinity." As soon as they heard his words, the members of the 5 tribes looked over at Meng Hao. "Look down at the blood and corpses that litter the land. Those are your friends and your fellow tribe members. Fight for them. Look back at the elderly and the young behind that shield. They are your family and blood. Fight for them. Hold your heads high as you look at those 5 poisons cultivators. Fight for your friends. Fight for your family. You are the last line of defense. If you give up, then your families will be completely exterminated. The time has come to go all out. We might not win, but if you don't take the risk, then your defeat is assured. Fight for them. All of you, will you really hold back now?" Meng Hao lifted his head up and roared, a roar that entered into the ears of the 5 tribes and shook their hearts and minds. Madness once again burned in their eyes. Their exhaustion, their hopelessness, and all of their negative emotions did not disappear. Instead, it transformed into an explosive, mortiferous despair. To battle! Kill them! The remaining 2,000 members of the 5 tribes roared, their madness blazing to the point that they no longer feared death. They charged toward the Scorpion Branch. Meng Hao led the charge, surrounded by his neo-demons. Roaring filled the air and the intent to slaughter spread out everywhere. You could definitely say that without Meng Hao, the 5 tribes would have long since been defeated. Without Meng Hao, they would have been ruthlessly slaughtered on a mass scale. The only ones who would have survived would have been the ones enslaved by the 5 Poisons tribe. By this point, Zhao Chunmu had taken notice of Meng Hao. He looked at him for a moment and then began to chuckle. "Ah, so he's a dragoner," said Zhao Chunmu. "You, of course, would hesitate about whether or not to kill him. That's why he's still alive. As for me, there is only one course of action that I would take. Strike like lightning and exterminate him immediately." Killing intent glittered in Zhao Chunmu's eyes as he lifted his right hand and pointed toward Meng Hao out on the battlefield. 18 stealth guards. You have the space of 10 breaths to kill that man." Zhao Yulan's face was the same as ever, but she backed up a bit nonetheless, seemingly wanting to put some space between herself and Zhao Chunmu. The 2 nascent soul elders standing next to her hesitated for a moment. However, after looking at her, they didn't say anything. When Zhao Chunmu pointed his finger out, Meng Hao sensed something and looked over with cold eyes. He waved his right hand, and a blood chi emanated out, enveloping 2 scorpion branch cultivators. Immediately, they began to scream as their bodies withered up. I let Zhao Yulan scurry away, but I can't believe that this newly arrived holy son will be able to do the same. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes as he came up with a plan for how to kill Zhao Chunmu. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and his body disappeared as he used the blood-burst flash. When he reappeared, he was about 10 meters away. The moment he appeared, the place he had just been standing was suddenly filled with 16 glowing bands of light that looked like needles. If he had been standing there just now, the 16 black needles would definitely have pierced through him. Meng Hao's eyes glowed coldly as he lifted his right hand to punch out into the air. Surprisingly, the air in front of him seemed to sink inward as the figure of one of the assassins was forced to appear. It was at this point that Meng Hao's fist landed. The figure was actually that of a woman, her appearance sweet and charming. Surprise filled her eyes as his fist slammed into her and her body exploded into pieces. Meng Hao's expression was the same as always. After making the kill, he shot backward to avoid another black needle which whistled through the air. He gave a cold snort and lifted his left hand, which was surrounded by a bloody glow. He shoved his hand out in front of him, whereupon another miserable shriek could be heard. Another woman appeared, whose head Meng Hao now held in his hand. Suddenly, Meng Hao moved forward, rapidly lifting his leg to slam his knee into her head. There was a bang and another person was dead. Here to assassinate me, eh? Said Meng Hao, a cold smile twisting his lips. 2 people had been killed quickly and efficiently, causing Zhao Chunmu's eyes to flicker slightly. However, his expression was the same as before. It was at this moment that Meng Hao released the head he held in his hand. Eyes flickering, he lifted his right hand up and then gestured toward the ground. Immediately, a blinding bloody light shone out from Meng Hao's body, rotating to cover the area for dozens of meters in each direction. Within this blood-death world, 15 figures were instantly made visible. As soon as they appeared, Meng Hao stepped forward. With 2 fingers of his left hand emanating a will of blood, he tapped onto the forehead of one of the figures. A boom could be heard as, at the same time, he punched another of the figures with his right hand. Blood showered out everywhere, accompanied by one blood-curdling scream after another. Meng Hao's entire figure had turned the color of blood. He flicked his right sleeve as he reached out to grab another of the women. His left hand slapped his bag of holding to produce a medicinal pill, which he shoved into the mouth of the terrified woman. After the space of a few breaths, the woman's body began to swell until it exploded, sending blood out for a dozen or so meters in every direction. Blood landed on 4 or 5 nearby assassins, causing the women to emit miserable shrieks as their bodies dissolved into pools of blood. "Poison cultivator!" cried the remaining 4 women. They were tall, slender, and beautiful. As of this moment, though, their faces were completely filled with astonishment at seeing Meng Hao's ruthless slaughter. Their faces were pale, and they immediately began to retreat. No longer were they attempting any sort of assassination, but instead were trying to flee what they now viewed as the most terrifying figure in existence. "Want to run?" said Meng Hao, his face expressionless. These women had bizarre forms. If it wasn't for the blood-death world and Meng Hao's faint demonic chi, he might not have been able to prevent them from getting close to him. Even as his words rang out, Meng Hao moved forward. As he neared them, the faces of the 4 women filled with despair. However, the hopelessness quickly changed into viciousness. Just when they were about to attack, Meng Hao smiled. Suddenly, the blood-death world began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a gigantic hand were clenching down viciously on the 4 women. A rumbling sound could be heard as the fist crushed them to death. Meng Hao floated in midair. The area for dozens of meters surrounding him was completely empty. No other person could be seen. The scorpion branch cultivators off in the distance looked over at him, fear written across their faces. As for the members of the 5 tribes, they were starting to get excited, and continued on with their slaughter. Zhao Chuanmu chuckled and coolly said, "It's not over, why?" Before he could finish speaking, his face suddenly filled with astonishment. Just now, a dark figure had appeared directly behind Meng Hao. It made no noise and let off no ripples, and was completely bizarre in appearance, like a ghost. It shot toward Meng Hao at incredible speed that almost looked like minor teleportation. However, just as the figure was almost upon Meng Hao, it let out a blood-curdling scream. Its right hand, with which it had just been preparing to stab into Meng Hao's back, was suddenly shredded to pieces as if by some massive rotating blade. Meng Hao's right hand shot back and grabbed hold of the throat of this final, wounded assassin. Dragging her in front of him, he clenched his fist, and then looked over at Zhao Chuanmu, his eyes filled with killing intent. When Zhao Chuanmu saw the killing intent, his heart was filled with coldness. Meng Hao had just killed 18 stealth guards, which left Zhao Chuanmu completely shaken. What he didn't notice was that off to the side, on Zhao Yulan's face, a sneer could be seen. He also didn't notice that Zhao Yulan had quickly backed up even more, putting more distance between the two of them. 9 Grand Elders. Supreme Priest. Spare nothing. Kill that man. In response to Zhao Chuanmu's words, 10 figures immediately teleported toward Meng Hao. 9 of them were of the early nascent soul stage, 1 was of the mid-nascent soul stage. The combined attack of this 10 people was enough to shake heaven and earth. However, it was at this moment that suddenly, a bitter sigh could be heard echoing out from up above. "Tribe, I have protected you for many years, but unfortunately, I can accompany you no more. Before I return to the dust, I will give you a final chance to live." A rumbling sound echoed out that caused Meng Hao's entire body to shake. He looked up to see that now, just like the earth and water totems of the 5 tribes, the Crow Scout tribe's treant was breaking apart into death. As it died, vast quantities of life force turned into an aura which shot down toward the 5 tribes, fusing into their bodies and transforming into healing power. What was unavoidable, however, was that because of the death of the treant, the totem tattoos on the members of the Crow Scout tribe began to fade away. As they did, the cultivation bases of the Crow Scout tribe members began to show signs of dropping. Before that could happen, though, the wood character totem tattoo on Meng Hao's forehead began to emanate a mighty, glowing light. Suddenly, the illusory image of a massive tree magically appeared above his head. Close up, it looked like a great tree. But from a distance, it actually looked like the character would. Now, the Crow Scout tribe members' totem tattoos were no longer disappearing, but rather transforming. In the space of a few breaths, the entire force of Crow Scout tribe members felt their totems becoming stable. However, what they had were no longer greenwood totems, but the wood totem that belonged to Meng Hao. This strange scene was something that even Meng Hao would never have imagined could happen. As soon as the wood character totems appeared, a tremor ran through him as he suddenly realized he could sense all of the Crow Scout tribe members. He could feel their zeal and passion. Furthermore, it seemed as if there was a continuous flow of life force being transmitted into his own body. At this moment, his aura suddenly expanded rapidly. His wood-type totem tattoo emitted boundless, shocking light. Not only were the 5 tribes stunned, the cultivators of the Scorpion branch were shocked and in disbelief. Zhao Yulan's eyes went wide, and she began to pant. Zhao Chuanmu stared blankly, his eyes filled with incredulity. As Western Desert cultivators, they all knew that totems could only arise from neodemons. Cultivators practice cultivation and could never produce totemic power. What was happening exceeded anything they could ever imagine. What they were seeing could only indicate one thing. Meng Hao had become the Crow Scout tribe's totemic sacred ancient. His totem was now the Crow Scout tribe's totem. The explosive growth of his aura meant that, just like the magical totemic neodemons, he could absorb the power of worship directed toward him by the tribe members. It was mainly because of this incredible power that such neodemons could bestow totems. Up above in the sky, where the battle of totems was taking place, a sigh could be heard. Down below, people began to express their shock. Since he has become a totem, his totem is now the sacred ancient of the tribe. He can absorb our power. Could it be that he's not a cultivator but actually a neo-demon? This shocking scene sent the entire battlefield into a completely commotion. 1 moment ago, the Crow Scout tribe members were losing their cultivation bases because of the death of their sacred ancient, the Treant. Now, their cultivation bases were no longer disappearing. They were a bit weaker than before, but had not slipped down an entire stage. As of now, there was an indescribable connection between them and Meng Hao. They looked at him, their hearts filling with incredible zeal and reverence. Sacred Ancient, we members of the Crow Scout tribe offer our respect. Sacred Ancient. One by one, the members of the Crow Scout tribe began to shout out, roaring. Instantly, they began to fight with increased ferocity. Meng Hao was panting, and his mind reeled. But then, everything became clear. His eyes flickered as he took advantage in the sudden increase in his aura to point his hand up into the air. Without a face, an enormous face suddenly appeared, its eyes closed. A bloody glow rose up and spread out in all directions, transforming into attacking power that slammed into the 9 nascent soul cultivators who were charging toward him. Their faces flickered, and they immediately backed up in retreat. A single word. Meng Hao suddenly felt an unimaginable power welling up within him. He could sense that this power did not come from him, nor was it something he could store up or fuse with his cultivation base. It was as if doing that would break some sort of rule, making it impossible to accomplish. This power was something he could only use or perhaps borrow. It came from the members of the Crow Scout tribe. There weren't very many of them, only a few hundred, but their zeal made the power potent to a shocking degree. This borrowed power could sustain him and enable him to unleash the second form of the blood immortal divine ability that previously had sucked away at his life force. Meng Hao's spiritual sense was also increased dramatically. He caused it to spread out, pointing out in front of him. Suddenly, the giant face that was currently beginning to break up became clear. The eyes that had been closed before opened, along with the mouth. It was like a sound came out, a strange sound that entered the ears of the people in the area. Each person heard exactly the same thing as Meng Hao pointed down toward the ground. The air there began to ripple. The face of the Scorpion Branch mid-nascent soul stage supreme priest filled with disbelief. He suddenly began to tremble, as if he were being injured by some invisible force. He immediately began to back up, but before he could get farther than a few paces, blood sprayed from his mouth. Panting, his eyes filled with fear, and he hoarsely said, "Joss Flame!" He can actually wield the power of Joss Flame. Only totem neo-demons can do that. The Supreme Priest wasn't the only one to cough up blood. The faces of the other 9 nascent soul elders from the Scorpion Branch filled with shock and terror as they coughed up 3 successive mouthfuls. Meng Hao floated there, his hair whipping about, his clothes flapping. A strange glow shone in his eyes. With every breath he took, he could sense the power from the zealous Crow Scout tribe members pouring into him. "Joss Flame, huh?" murmured Meng Hao. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. They were filled with a fierce glow. Flames of war unify. Without a face, a single word. Flames of war unify. These were 3 blood immortal divine ability forms. Thanks to the power of the Joss Flame, Meng Hao was now able to truly unleash the 3rd form. Flames of war unify. These 3 blood immortal divine ability forms immediately caused black smoke to appear on the bodies of the 9 nascent soul elders. It rolled off of them up into the sky, seemingly completely beyond their control. Seeing this caused their faces to fall immediately. It took only a moment for them to realize that this smoke was caused by an invisible burning of their own life force. Their life force was the fuel and this black smoke was the result. The sight of it caused the 9 men to be filled with shock. They immediately began to utilize various techniques and divine abilities, but to their horror, they were completely incapable of preventing their life forces from being burned up. The black smoke continued to billow off them. Within the black smoke was vast quantities of thick aura of death, making the smoke a mass of inky blackness. From a distance, it really did look like the flames of war were burning in the area. The sight was shocking to the extreme, As for the supreme priest, even he had black smoke coming off of him. The 10 nascent soul cultivators' faces were filled with shock at this strange divine ability, which apparently couldn't be evaded. Then their faces filled with hatred, and they once again used minor teleportation to charge toward Meng Hao. 10 people closed in on Meng Hao from 10 different directions. Meng Hao closed his eyes. He had noticed something familiar within the black smoke from the burning life forces. He had seen something just like that after his glimpse at the world above the Tower of Tang in the state of Zhao, when he had been infected by the death aura from the fallen immortal whom he later encountered outside the rebirth cave. There must be some similarity between the two. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he performed an incantation gesture with both hands and then waved his hands out. Flames of war shot up into the sky. The power he had absorbed from the hundreds of Crow Scout tribe members poured through the mask, causing rumbling sounds to fill the air as the flames exploded up to shocking effect. The 10 nascent soul cultivators immediately coughed up blood. The closer they approached in their charge toward Meng Hao, the more life force they wasted. It was as if Meng Hao had turned into some destructive force that could consume all life forces. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to continue to charge toward him. Retreat was not an option. The only chance they had was to kill Meng Hao. Even as they roared and charged forward, Meng Hao closed his eyes and sensed the boundless, so-called Joss flame power within him. Suddenly, the enormous face once again magically appeared. This time, the face was different. This time, it bore the semblance of Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes suddenly opened, and so did the face's eyes. Its lips quivered, and just as it seems more flames of war would rise up, a single word was uttered. Collapse! The instant Meng Hao's voice could be heard, rumbling sounds filled the air. In that instant, the black smoke coming off of the 10 nascent soul cultivators roared with an earth-shaking sound as it exploded with intensity. This was an explosion of their life forces, as if they were being harmed by their own power. Surrounded by roaring sounds, 9 of the nascent soul cultivators coughed up blood as their bodies tumbled backward violently like kites whose strings had been cut. They were thrown 300 meters away, and their bodies were listless, older. Their life forces were now dim. They had lost nearly half of their longevity. When they finally came to a stop, their faces were unsightly. Their hearts trembled. Fear for Meng Hao had already taken root inside of them. It seemed to them that they weren't fighting a cultivator, but rather a totemic sacred ancient. Furthermore, the power of Joss Flame was incongruous with their own cultivation-based power, which came from the totems of their tribe. This, combined with Meng Hao's blood immortal divine abilities, allowed him to thoroughly shake these 10 nascent soul cultivators. As for the supreme priest, blood sprayed from his mouth. He was obviously stronger than the other 9, but he too had been severely injured. All of them were thoroughly shaken inwardly. Meng Hao gave an inward sigh of disappointment. Just now, he had attacked with the full force of the Joss Flame power. Even that was only enough to injure his opponents. After all, these were 10 nascent soul cultivators. If he were only fighting 1 or 2, Meng Hao was confident that, with his borrowed power, he would be able to slay them. However, as soon as all of them came to a stop, the killing intent in their eyes grew even stronger. Their bodies flickered as they approached him once more. It was at this point that suddenly, a massive sea of flame exploded out from within the distorted ripples that blocked the view of the battle of totemic sacred ancients up above. It spread out to cover half of the sky. The massive flames lit up the faces of everyone down below on the battlefield, astonishing everyone. Astonishingly, within the massive spread of flames a figure could be seen, reclining there in mid-air. A golden light rose up, and it was impossible to see what was inside. But it was clear that the golden light was melting and dissipating. That golden light was the metal-type totemic sacred ancient of the Crow Soldier tribe. The Flame Sea was the Crow Flame tribe's fire-type sacred ancient. It was impossible for everyone down below on the battlefield to not look at the scene up above. An archaic voice suddenly echoed out from up above. I cannot continue to protect you of the 5 Crow divinity tribes. However, the Flame Totem and I will fight to put you in a good position. As such, our 10,000 years of karma must be dispersed. We wish you peace and safety. The sea of flames rapidly began to contract. It shot toward the golden light at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it completely surrounded the golden light, wrapping it up, transforming into a gigantic sun. A death aura swirled within the sun. Down below on the ground, the members of the Crow Soldier tribe were trembling, as were the members of the Crow Flame tribe. Their totems were rapidly beginning to dissipate. Intense feelings of grief and sorrow welled up in their hearts. Sacred Ancient! Sacred Ancient! Wails of grief rose up into the sky. Unfortunately, neither the metal-type nor the fire-type totems could hear them. Even as the members of the 5 tribes cried out in grief, golden light and the glow of flames combined within the burning sun up above. Soon, everything was illuminated by its billowing light. Shockingly, just barely visible within the enormous sun was a golden crow. The instant the golden crow appeared, Meng Hao's eyes went wide. He was able to sense a somewhat familiar aura on it, and yet most of it was unfamiliar. "It's not her," he murmured with a soft sigh. "It's only a tiny sliver of consciousness left behind in the world." Gold and fire ended their own lives to transform. The golden crow lifted its head to the sky and roared as it shot out from within the sun. It closed in on the spider and the scorpion, which in turn shot toward it, intent on destroying it. Such a totemic battle was something that cultivators couldn't interfere with. The instant the 3 of them slammed into each other, the golden crow's body burst into flames. Golden light and the glow of flames spread out. The golden crow began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it was 300 meters, 3,000, 30,000 meters. It filled the sky and covered over the land, completely enveloping the spider and the scorpion. Totems, I call upon the vestiges of the power of the crow divinity to seal you and the root of your totemic power. Totemic demons of the 5 poisons tribe, be sealed. The archaic voice was filled with weakness as it used the last of its power to speak. The gigantic golden crow was now completely enveloping the spider and the scorpion. It transformed into an enormous golden shield, almost like a bubble. The frantic spider and the scorpion were trapped inside, and were madly attacking in all directions as they tried to escape. Seal! The enormous golden bubble glittered as if with flames as it shot away with the spider and the scorpion. All the onlookers were breathing heavily as it flew out of the mountains, carrying the sacred ancients of 2 branches with it. Its destination? The plains which housed the 5 poisons tribe, where it would use the last bits of its power to interfere with the other 3 totemic sacred ancients. This was the final price paid by the great totems of the crow divinity, a final protection for the members of the 5 tribes. This seal would last for half of a 60-year cycle. They had burned their own life forces to create this seal. However, their deaths, and the burning of their life force which had unleashed such incredible power, had caught the attention of the golden crow's sliver of will, which would exist for half of a 60-year cycle. As for the sacred ancients from the other 3 branches of the 5 poisons tribe, they would meet similar fates as the other 2. Even if the 5 poisons tribe made another move, they would not be able to employ the strength of their sacred ancients. Zhao Yulan coughed up a mouthful of blood. It wasn't just her. All of the surviving cultivators from the spider branch did the same as their cultivation bases instantly dropped an entire stage. When the sacred ancients were sealed, their auras were also sealed as if in death, and were incapable of bestowing any of their power. This was the cause of this instant cultivation base drop. Zhao Chuanmu also coughed up a mouthful of blood, along with the rest of the scorpion branch cultivators. Their expressions were that of shock as their cultivation bases also fell. The faces of the 10 nascent soul cultivators who Meng Hao was facing up against instantly fell. They began to pant as their cultivation bases began to weaken and fall. It wouldn't be long before they were no longer of the nascent soul stage. That was a unique feature of Western Desert cultivators. They could borrow the power of totems, but if a sacred ancient died, then they would lose a totem tattoo which would result in cultivation base loss. In contrast, the cultivation base of Southern Domain cultivators belonged only to them. That was why practicing cultivation was much more difficult there than in the Western Desert. Of course, the Crow Divinity tribe was in the exact same situation because of the deaths of the metal type and fire type totems. The Crow Soldier tribe members' totem tattoos began to vanish. However, at this exact moment, when their cultivation bases were beginning to fall, a golden light suddenly sprang out from Meng Hao. It was as if a previous generation had died, so a new one arrived to replace it. Golden light radiated out of Meng Hao from his metal-type totem tattoo, the ancient character metal, which existed on his chest. The instant the light appeared, the Crow Soldier tribe members' bodies began to tremble. Although their previous metal-type totem tattoos were disappearing, a new one appeared. It looked different than the previous totems. It resembled Meng Hao's in every aspect. This was the ancient character for metal. Immediately, boundless and intense Joss flame power erupted from the members of the Crow Soldier tribe to shoot toward Meng Hao. It covered his golden body, causing his aura to rise up even higher. His hair whipped about wildly, and brilliant beams of green and gold light swirled around him. In front of him, two massive characters appeared, wood and metal. They emanated shocking power. Filled with excitement, the Crow Soldier tribe members clasped hands and bowed deeply to Meng Hao. The roar of their voices filled the air. Sacred Ancient! Greetings, Sacred Ancient! It was at this moment when Meng Hao's wood and metal-type power was displayed in spectacular fashion that the power of the Joss flame around him grew thicker, and suddenly a flame appeared within him. This was not Joss flame, but rather something that had been inside of him this entire time. The East Pill Ever-Burning Flame. The East Pill Ever-Burning Flame had been inside of Meng Hao all along. It was a flame gifted to him by his master Pill Demon, for use in pill concocting. He had observed the flame for quite some time that year, and had eventually fused the seed of the flame with his core. After igniting it fully, it became an ever-burning fire inside of him. When he finally became convinced to tread the path of the five-colored nascent soul, it didn't seem to have anything to do with the ever-burning flame. Meng Hao hadn't thought much about it. Meng Hao had assumed that in his pursuit of the five elements, he would need to find different types of totems. However, in the blink of an eye, this flame suddenly exploded out, causing Meng Hao to be completely shaken mentally. He suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. The five-colored path and the attributes of the five elements weren't necessarily limited to totems. Any blessing in heaven and earth had the possibility of becoming part of his five-colored path. The ever-burning flame, drawn out by the power of the Joss flame, and because of his two great totems of metal and wood, burned out in all directions. It melted the air itself as it raged around Meng Hao. Suddenly, the character for fire appeared near his Dantian region. The instant it appeared, the flames around him rose up into the sky. Suddenly, the fire-type totem seed given to him by the five Crow Divinity tribes flew out from within his bag of holding. The tiny tongue of flame had already dissipated by more than half by now. Meng Hao instantly began to rotate the ever-burning flame, causing it to envelop the tiny seed and then assimilate it. The moment Meng Hao absorbed the fire-type totem seed, the Crow Flame tribe members all looked at him, trembling. The fire-type totem tattoos that had been disappearing from their bodies moments ago were suddenly changed. Now they looked exactly like Meng Hao's fire character. Immediately, Joss flame power shot out from their bodies toward Meng Hao. The Crow Flame tribe members were shaking with excitement. Their voices came out in loud shouts as they dropped to their knees to kowtow to Meng Hao. Sacred Ancient! Greetings, Sacred Ancient! Meng Hao's entire body was filled with roaring sound. His aura was shocking as his body floated there in mid-air. The Joss flame power from the more than 1,000 members of the Crow Scout, Crow Soldier, and Crow Flame tribes coalesced together and shot toward Meng Hao's flame-type totem tattoo. The ancient fire character suddenly grew even clearer. Within the space of a few breaths, it was sharp and bright and sent out a sea of flames that surrounded Meng Hao. Meng Hao's aura once again climbed upward. Three characters floated around him. Metal, wood, fire. Three totems that emanated blinding light. The moment the fire-type totem began to emit light, Meng Hao's cultivation base rose up explosively. As this happened, The view in front of Meng Hao began to grow blurry. It only took a moment for the blurriness to pass, though. Meng Hao suddenly noticed that the world around him was filled with what looked like countless streaks, as well as nodes like sparks of electricity. It seemed that, if he wished, he could make himself appear at any of these glowing nodes. Minor teleportation. Meng Hao's mind spun as he looked around with intensely glowing eyes. Excitement filled his heart, and he took a deep breath. He didn't test it out right away, but he was sure that if he wished, he could merge himself into the air. He knew that he now possessed a divine ability that only the nascent soul stage could employ. Minor teleportation. With this divine ability, he effectively increased his life force. If he faced up against a powerful enemy, he could rely on this ability to evade. My decision to pick the path of the five-colored nascent soul was the correct one. This path will let me forge my own Tao. He took a deep breath, and his eyes filled with a bright glow of confidence. What cultivators cultivate is confidence. Meng Hao breathed deeply as he sensed the power of the three great totems circling around him. He lifted his right hand and waved it forward, causing the sea of flames to spread out. He merged wood-type power into it, causing it to rage even higher. Any scorpion branch cultivator that it touched let out a blood-curdling scream and then shot backward in astonishment. As for the 10 nascent soul cultivators, they had long since fled. Their cultivation bases were unstable, and they didn't dare to fight Meng Hao at the peak of his power. Meng Hao's left hand flickered an incantation and he pointed out, fueling the flames with metal-type power. They congealed together, filled with golden liquid that suddenly shot out like a golden rain. Everywhere it went, the will of metal followed. The appearance of these divine abilities instantly changed the circumstances of the battle. Although there were more than 3,000 scorpion branch cultivators, their hearts were filled with fear. Much the same as the spider branch cultivators before them, they suddenly lost their will to fight. By this point, it wasn't just the Crow Scout, Crow Soldier, and Crow Flame tribe members who were bowing deeply to Meng Hao. The other two of the 5 Crow divinity tribes saw what was happening and felt deep approval for Meng Hao. They also turned toward him and bowed. The Crow Soldier tribe Greatfather and the remaining 5 nascent soul cultivators all looked at Meng Hao with deep respect. They didn't want to put too much thought into the matter. At the moment, they were able to force their cultivation bases to remain at the nascent soul stage, but in reality, once the battle was over, only 3 of them would be able to continue to do so. The cultivation bases of the Crow Gloom and Crow Fighter nascent soul cultivators would soon fall down, and they would no longer be of the nascent soul stage. Sacred Ancient. Zhao Yulan watched on silently with her phoenix-like eyes. Next to her, Zhao Chuanmu's face was pale, and the other 5 Poison's tribe members around him were starting to back up in retreat. Meanwhile, some distance away, an old man was watching the scene that was playing out on something that looked like a giant mirror. This old man stood at the lead of an army of nearly 20,000 cultivators. A change in sacred ancients. A dragoner turning into an ancestor. If we could research this matter and figure out how this person accomplished such a feat, it would be an unprecedented windfall for the 5 Poisons tribe. Pass the order down, the old man continued coolly, a strange light gleaming in his eyes. Spare no cost. Employ teleportation. I will lay eyes on this man in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. As his voice echoed out, the tribe members at his side immediately began to spread the word throughout the tribe. Roaring sounds filled the air along with the glow of teleportation. Even as all of them began to disappear, a violet raindrop landed on the old man's body. Violet rain? Said the old man. He looked at it in shock for a moment, then frowned as his body vanished. Violet rain once again began to fall. It wasn't just in a small area this time. All of the mountains and even the plains that were home to the 5 Poisons tribe experienced the rainfall. It contained an exterminating coldness, the will of extinction, although it wasn't very intense, but rather scattered in fragments. The rain splashed down onto the ground in front of Meng Hao, mixing with the blood there. Currently, few people noticed it. It was only Meng Hao and a few others who, after seeing it, suddenly hesitated. However, considering that a battle was going on, Meng Hao didn't have much time to think. Floating there in midair, his gaze slowly turned cold as he looked across the battlefield toward Zhao Chuanmu. When this happened, Zhao Yulan's pupils constricted. She had been slowly and unobtrusively edging away from Zhao Chuanmu this entire time. However, when she saw Meng Hao look at him, her face flickered. Not caring if her actions were obvious, she immediately shot backward, putting a greater distance between her and Zhao Chuanmu. Zhao Chuanmu also noticed Meng Hao's gaze, and his heart trembled. When he saw Zhao Yulan falling back, his heart and mind filled with a roaring sound, as he suddenly realized that the person who cut off Zhao Yulan's arm was probably this new sacred ancient of the 5 Crow divinity tribes. "He wants to kill me," he thought, his scalp growing numb. Everything that had just happened with Meng Hao caused his heart to tremble. Meng Hao had slaughtered his 18 stealth guards. Even 9 nascent soul elders along with the supreme priest hadn't been able to shake him. All of this caused Zhao Chuanmu to begin to pant, and he immediately backed up. 9 grand elders, supreme priest, save me. However, almost in the exact same instant that Meng Hao looked at Zhao Chuanmu, he began to move forward. He shot through the air like an arrow. The 9 elders and the supreme priest from the scorpion branch hesitated. It only lasted for a moment, however. Gritting their teeth, they shot once again toward Meng Hao. A cold smile twisted the corners of Meng Hao's lips. The main reason he had not employed minor teleportation right away was to attract these people over. Zhao Chuanmu was nothing more than bait. Unlike Zhao Yulan, he wasn't important enough at the moment that Meng Hao needed to kill him. The people Meng Hao wanted to kill were none other than the 9 early nascent soul stage cultivators and the one that was of the mid-stage. As they neared him, killing intent flickered in his eyes. All of a sudden, he teleported. When he vanished, the faces of everyone who was watching instantly filled with shock. This was especially true of the 10 nascent soul cultivators, as they realized that what Meng Hao had just done was not the bloodburst flash but rather true minor teleportation. "Not good," said the supreme priest, his face flickering. He looked over at the 9 elders to see Meng Hao suddenly appearing directly behind one of them. His right hand lifted up and then smashed out with the power to destroy a nascent soul cultivator. That nascent soul cultivator's face fell. His body immediately began to grow blurry as he attempted to flee via minor teleportation. At the same time, he spit out a colorful beam of light which transformed into talisman paper that shot toward Meng Hao. However, at the same time, Meng Hao's fist, filled with exterminating power, landed. A boom filled the air along with a miserable cry. The talisman paper collapsed, giving the nascent soul cultivator just enough time to finish his teleportation. As he disappeared, Meng Hao let out a cold snort. He moved forward and then performed his own teleportation. The 2 figures grew blurry, and in the blink of an eye Meng Hao had caught up. Once again his fist descended. Another boom could be heard. The nascent soul cultivator spit out a mouthful of nascent soul aura. Within were 8 magical items, all of which began to explode. Even his body exploded, as he used self-detonation to attempt to kill Meng Hao. A flying sword swept up his nascent soul, which borrowed the momentum of the self-detonation to flee away at top speed, clearly weakened. The power of self-detonation was useless against Meng Hao because of the eyeless larva. After the explosion dissipated, Meng Hao looked at the panic-stricken, fleeing nascent soul, and then waved his right hand. Eyeless larva silk whistled out through the air to surround it. The nascent soul's face filled with despair, and its hands flashed an incantation. Immediately, brilliant light surrounded it as it tried to fight back. However, the instant it touched the eyeless larva silk, the light shattered. The eyeless larva silk wrapped crushingly around the nascent soul, strangling it into death. A miserable shriek could be heard as the scorpion branch elder first lost his physical body, and then experienced complete death as his nascent soul was crushed into tiny pieces. His death caused the minds of all onlookers to reel. The viciousness of Meng Hao's tactics, and his cold-blooded attacks, made it clear that he desired to exterminate them all. When you added in the fact that he could teleport, That meant that he was firmly in the position to be able to battle with nascent soul cultivators. The surrounding nascent soul cultivators had already sustained injuries. Furthermore, the sealing of their scorpion, cutting it off from the outside world, made their nascent souls unstable. The supreme priest's face flickered with hatred, but he retreated unhesitatingly, no longer willing to be entangled with Meng Hao. The other 8 nascent soul cultivators were scared witless. Were their cultivation bases at the peak of their power, they could join hands to fight Meng Hao. But now they had sustained severe internal injuries and were no longer willing to fight. They began to back up, vigilantly putting as much distance as possible between themselves and Meng Hao. Seeing this, Meng Hao inwardly gave a sigh of relief. Just now, he had known that he must either kill with extreme speed or kill more than one person. These were nascent soul cultivators, each of whom had risen up to supersede countless contemporaries. They were crafty and scheming, and difficult to kill. He had pulled a fast one just now to quickly exterminate one of their number. As a result, they didn't wish to continue to fight. If they did, it would be difficult to continue killing them. So they don't want to keep fighting? Fine, thought Meng Hao. The seed has been planted in their minds. If I ever face them again, it will be even easier to kill them. He took a deep breath, confidence shining in his eyes. This was the first time that he alone had killed a nascent soul cultivator. As of this moment, his feet were truly planted firmly in the cultivation world. Before acquiring the metal-type totem, Meng Hao could have killed a single early nascent soul stage cultivator. However, he would not have been able to do so very easily. With the addition of the fire-type totem, he now had 3 totems. Even though he was still of the great circle of core formation, in terms of battle prowess, he had already bridged the gap between core formation and nascent soul, that supposedly uncrossable divide. Meng Hao once again disappeared. When he reappeared, he was standing next to Zhao Chuanmu. Zhao Chuanmu screamed, and his pale face was filled with terror. Well, since I can't catch any of the big fish, then I guess there's no need for the bait anymore, said Meng Hao coolly. He slowly raised his right hand. Zhao Chuanmu could do nothing to resist him as he tapped his forehead. The slight tap turned into a roar as Zhao Chuanmu's head exploded. His body fell to the ground, twitching. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the fighting was growing more intense between the 5 Crow divinity tribes and the Scorpion branch. After successfully killing a nascent soul cultivator, none of the other nascent soul elders were willing to get near him. Then he slew the Scorpion branch Holy Son. The Scorpion branch's will to fight was now completely shattered. As they slowly began to retreat, the 5 Crow divinity tribes began to gain the upper hand. The sound of slaughter rose up as they seemed to forget their exhaustion. As of this moment, there were less than 1,000 of them left, but they continued to attack with wild abandon. Meng Hao's Neo-Demon Horde was a critical factor in the battle. Without his remaining 7,000 or so Neo-Demons, the 5 Crow divinity tribes would not be able to continue on with the fight. Meng Hao stood on the battlefield, looking around until his gaze came to fall on Zhao Yulan. Instantly, her face paled. The 2 nascent soul elders who stood next to her, as well as the high priest, who had long since approached to protect her, started looking nervous. Meng Hao's valiance had shaken them to the core. Suddenly, thunder could be heard from up above. The sound of it was very unique. It almost seemed to be like the sound of countless people wailing. It was so shocking that it even caused the soul to begin to tremble. After the thunder rumbled out, rain began to fall. The rain was violet in color, and this time it didn't fall in just scattered bits like before. This time the rain began to pour down heavily, splashing all over the ground. The rain contained a cold, destructive will, as if it wished for all life to become extinct. The rainwater fell down and spread out on the ground, and suddenly, it turned into an omen. Meng Hao suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He looked up at the falling violet rain, and frowned. This rain. There's something not right about it. Almost at the same time that the rain began to fall, a blinding light appeared up in the sky not far away. Countless figures began to emerge at top speed. These people were none other than members of the 5 Poisons tribe. Their appearance instantly caused the looks of despair on the faces of the scorpion branch cultivators to vanish. Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and he shot backward with the flick of a sleeve. Members of the 5 crow divinity tribes, fall back to the area behind the shield. His voice caught the attention of all the 5 crow divinity tribes on the battlefield. One by one, they silently looked up into the sky, and then began to retreat. Suddenly, a huge gap appeared on the battlefield between the two forces. The 20,005 Poisons tribe cultivators whistled through the air toward the battlefield, smiling coldly, eyes filled with the desire to kill. Their numbers seemed to blot out the sky. The group included quite a few dragoners, each one of whom possessed thousands of neo-demons, and in the case of a few, even tens of thousands. The neo-demons flew behind the cultivators like a gigantic sea. Among the group were more than 30 nascent soul cultivators, including 6 priests. Even more impressive, one of their number was an old man in a white robe. His skin was dark brown, and his eyes shone with a threatening light. Shockingly, this man was of the late nascent soul stage. This man was the leader of all the priests in the 5 Poisons tribe. He was the high priest of the entire 5 Poisons tribe, a position similar to Great Father. "Greetings, High Priest. We offer you our respects, High Priest." It didn't matter if they were from the Spider branch or the Scorpion branch. All of the remaining cultivators on the battlefield dropped to their knees and kowtowed to the old man. So did Zhao Yulan. The Crow divinity tribes were clearly not capable of fighting back against someone so powerful. Furthermore, the source of their shield was already gone, and the shield itself was growing thin. From the look of it, it would only last another 4 hours. Meng Hao stood there outside of the shield. Next to him were the remaining nascent soul cultivators of the 5 tribes, including the Crow soldier tribe Great Father. All of them had extremely unsightly faces. Under Meng Hao's command, the remaining 7,000 or so neo-demons in his horde were positioned protectively around the shield. Everything was very quiet, making the battlefield seem almost like a graveyard. The violet rain began to fall even harder. Amidst this deathly silence, the 5 Poisons tribe's high priest, the brown-skinned old man, coolly said, "Leave none alive." All of the 5 Poisons tribe's 20,000 cultivators and their neo-demons roared. As they did, they surged forward like seawaters toward Meng Hao and the others. As the enemy neared, Meng Hao took a deep breath, and his eyes filled with coldness. He did not summon the Agarwood. That was something he could only use to protect himself, and was not a tool for a battle like this. From beginning to end, Meng Hao had been filled with confidence regarding this battle. That was because the entire time he had kept one card up his sleeve. One trump card yet to be played. Suddenly, Meng Hao's voice echoed out, "Vines! Thorn Rampart!" As soon as the words filled the air, a howling noise could be heard coming from the body of the wild giant. There was a blood-colored vine wrapped around it that suddenly shot out. Instantly, thorns sprang out from its body as it burrowed into the ground. The moment the vine burrowed into the ground, the earth in front of the attacking 5 Poisons tribe army exploded up as countless thorns exploded out. The shortest of the thorns were roughly 25 meters long. The largest were over 300. They shot out in waves to protectively surround the Crow divinity tribes. Even more bizarre, each of these thorns quickly began to bristle with even smaller thorns. Even as the 5 Poisons tribe charged, these vines formed a protective barrier, completely covering over the Crow divinity tribes. These thorns were a sacred relic of the Frigid Snow Clan. Upon leaving Holy Snow City, the patriarch of the Frigid Snow Clan granted them to Meng Hao as a reward. Later, Meng Hao fed them to his vine. After the passage of much time, the vines absorbed the thorns, and then mutated. The appearance of the thorn rampart caused the face of the 5 Poisons tribe high priest to fill with shock. That's the annihilation thorn rampart of the Frigid Snow Clan. Supposedly, nothing under the spirit-severing stage can break through it. Well, let's see if that legend is true or false. With a cold snort, he waved his right hand. Immediately, the surrounding cultivators and neo-demon hordes proceeded to attack the thorn rampart. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then sat down cross-legged. He coagulated a drop of life blood which he then fused into the thorn rampart. Once his spiritual sense merged with it, he used this method to fight against the Five Poisons tribe. Roaring filled the air outside as the neo-demon horde slammed into the thorn rampart shield. Rumbling rose up, along with the miserable cries of the neo-demons. With the thorn rampart in place, nothing under the spirit-severing stage could step even half a pace beyond it. Outside, booms filled the air, along with the light of magical treasures and the glows of totems. Everything shook violently, and even the mountains seemed on the verge of collapse. The thorn rampart vibrated, and some cracks even appeared, but it did not fall. At the same time, thorns shot out from the vines. In a relatively short period of time, a vast number of neodemons had been killed. Of the 20,000 cultivators, more than 3,000 had been stabbed through with thorns. They could only let out blood-curdling shrieks as their life force was sucked away and they were transformed into desiccated corpses. It seemed the battle would not stop until one side had been exterminated. However, it was at this time that suddenly more thunder filled the sky. It sounded like countless people weeping. The violet rain grew even harder. A bit of the rain was absorbed into the earth, but most began to pool up on the ground. Now, puddles were forming in some of the lower areas. This caught the attention of Meng Hao as well as Zhao Yulan. The nascent soul cultivators of the Five Poisons tribe also noticed, as did the high priest. He stared in shock for a long moment at the rainwater, and then suddenly, his face fell, thoroughly and completely fell. This is. The high priest's body began to tremble. Considering his intelligence and the level of his cultivation base, even something that could lead to the destruction of his tribe would not cause him to lose control of his facial expression in such a way. The only thing that would be something shocking that far exceeded the destruction of a tribe. There was a legend in the great lands of the Western Desert, the source of which was impossible to determine. In any case, over the years, this legend came to exist in the minds of all tribes in the Western Desert. It was even recorded in the ancient records of the tribes and passed down from generation to generation. But then, even more time passed. Eventually, people began to forget about the legend. It wasn't that there was no knowledge about it at all, just most people didn't remember. According to the legend, at a time many, many years in the past, the Western Desert was not a continent but rather a sea. The sea existed for 30,000 years before vanishing to reveal the continent beneath. During that time, the Western Desert was not called the Western Desert but rather a different name, the Western Sea. This sea was not the same color as the Milky Way Sea. Rather, it was violet, and its waters had the power to cause all life to become extinct. It even cut off spiritual energy, making the area a prohibited zone for living things. There was an area of division between the Milky Way Sea and this sea, as if they intentionally did not want to mix. According to the legend, the Western Sea was not completely without any land mass. There was one area with land, a part that was connected to the southern domain. That was none other than the Black Lands. In terms of elevation, the Black Lands were relatively high. Such high elevation was something that cultivators wouldn't pay too much attention to. However, the Black Lands were actually the highest place in the entire continent, including the Western Desert and the southern domain. It was so high that even after the Western Desert became a sea, it still existed. The legend said that long before the Western Desert, and even before the Western Sea, the entire land was filled with abundant resources and dense spiritual energy. However, it eventually experienced a fall of violet rain that lasted many years. The rainwater did not soak into the earth, but rather began to collect on its surface. Gradually the waters turned into streams, which then formed lakes, and eventually turned into a sea. The violet rain had the power to destroy the life force of any living thing it touched, and could even cut off spiritual energy. All spell formations ceased to function, and it became difficult for cultivators to survive there. Everything was plunged into destruction. Countless varieties of vegetation died, and an innumerable amount of animals became nothing more than skeletons. Multitudinous life forms reached the end of their path. This was a catastrophe that affected the lives of all tribes in the Western Desert, an apocalypse of heaven and earth. This was the legend that existed within each and every tribe. Right now, the body of the Five Poisons tribe high priest was trembling, and his face was pale. He slowly reached his hand out to catch some violet raindrops. He stared blankly. It felt as if this rain was causing his cultivation base to slowly fade away. He was now shaking, and his eyes filled with dread. He looked down as the rainwater collected on the ground, mixing together with the blood. There were some places in which cracks existed in the ground where the water drained into. However, most of the water appeared to be just floating there, mixing with the blood. The high priest's face was completely ashen, and he was panting. This is impossible," he murmured. There were some of the Five Poison tribe's nascent soul cultivators who also seemed to be reaching the same conclusion as the high priest. Their faces began to flicker as they looked at the violet rain. Zhao Yulan suddenly staggered backward a few steps, staring blankly at the rain. Clearly, she too had just come to a certain realization. At the same time, inside the thorn rampart, the Crow Soldier tribe Greatfather was staring at the rain in stupefaction. His face completely fell as a despair filled him. Even that was even more terrible than that which could be caused by the destruction of his tribe. Apocalypse. The Western Desert Apocalypse. According to the legends, an apocalypse will come that will exterminate all life and change the Western Desert into the Western Sea. The Five Poisons tribe high priest backed up a few steps. At that moment, the war, the spot in the realm of the bridge ruins, the spoils, none of them were important. Without hesitation, he began to activate the teleportation spell again as a means to test whether or not the stories about the violet rain were true. Before, the teleportation spell had worked, but now, no matter what he tried, he couldn't get it to work. It was as if something were blocking its power, making it completely useless. The sight of this turned into a roaring sound that filled the minds of the Five Poisons tribe high priest. Migrate. The tribe must migrate, he murmured to himself. The Western Desert North is the lowest place in the whole Western Desert. This is the first place where the sea will rise up. The tribe must migrate to south. We must go to the Black Lands near the southern domain. The rain continued to grow heavier. Already, the cultivators were beginning to sense that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was becoming thinner. This immediately caused the faces of the Five Poisons tribe members to fall. The Black Lands. The Black Lands. Now I understand. A tremor ran through the high priest. His eyes went wide and filled with even more urgency. It makes sense. All those years ago, the three great tribes with spirit-severing patriarchs made an alliance and invaded the Black Lands. They even joined forces with some of the powers in the Black Lands. They were careful not to offend the southern domain in their war. After the war, many of the other tribes connected to them also migrated to the Black Lands. They knew. They carved out an area for themselves in the Black Lands, making it even easier to have dealings with the southern domain. Or maybe they had some other purposes. In any case, it all makes sense now. The high priest's panting grew even more intense as he murmured to himself. Those three enormous great tribes knew all along that the apocalypse was coming. They occupied the Black Lands. Now, anyone who wants to go to the Black Lands will only be able to do so with their approval. Without spilling a drop of blood, they wrested control over all the powers in the Western Desert. They will be able to control the fate of thousands of tribes during the apocalypse. The high priest's eyes filled with anxiety. The Black Lands is small. There's no way it can hold all of the tribes of the Western Desert. But any who don't go there will be exterminated without a doubt. The Five Poisons tribe is in the north. So far away. He suddenly raised his voice loudly. All Five Poisons tribe members, hear my orders. We must leave this place immediately. Whatever the cost, employ the greatest speed possible to return to the tribe. This was a critical moment in which every bit of time was important. The war with the broken remnants of the Crow divinity tribes was now inconsequential. In fact, now he felt regret over having gone to war in the first place. The members of the Five Poisons tribe heard his words and gaped in astonishment. However, based on the ashen expressions of the various elders, They had guessed that something was going on. Without hesitation, they followed orders and flew up into the air. Soon, not a single member of the Five Poisons tribe was fighting. Nearly 20,000 cultivators and tens of thousands of neo-demons all roared through the air to disappear off in the distance. Zhao Yulan was amongst them. However, as she flew off, she looked back at the Crow divinity tribes and the protective thorn rampart, and her eyes filled with a sharp glow. "You will pay tenfold for severing my arm," she thought. Then she turned and followed the rest of the Five Poisons tribe members off into the distance. After the Five Poisons tribe left, the thorn rampart slowly began to retract and disappear. Meng Hao rose up from his cross-legged position and looked off at the horizon. Behind him, the more than 2,000 surviving tribe members let out cries of relief at their sudden new lease on life. However, their happiness could not dispel the shadow that lingered over Meng Hao's heart. Next to him, the Crow Soldier tribe greatfather had a bitter look on his face. "Is it true?" said Meng Hao slowly. "For the Five Poisons tribe to make such a hasty exit indicates that the legendary apocalypse is mostly likely coming. Spell formations will become inoperable and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be extinguished. All life will be destroyed. The only hope is to migrate to the south," said the Crow Soldier tribe greatfather, his voice low. "Head south and keep going all the way to the Black Lands." The Black Lands. Meng Hao's body suddenly shook. Like the Five Poisons tribe high priest, Meng Hao also thought of the war that the Western Desert had participated in back in the Black Lands. He thought about the Western Desert tribes he'd seen entering the Black Lands during his departure. So this is the reason for all of it, he thought. Finally, he understood something that for so long had been a point of confusion. This was why war had broken out in the Black Lands. This was why the Western Desert had participated with such gusto. And this was why the Southern Domain did nothing to stop it. They allowed the Western Desert to occupy the Black Lands. A great apocalypse of heaven and earth was coming. If the Southern Domain attempted to obstruct the Western Desert, a full-scale war would have broken out. That was something the Southern Domain wouldn't want. Meng Hao looked up at the increasingly heavy rain. A gleam suddenly appeared in his eyes. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is being extinguished. All living things will be destroyed. The continent will turn into a sea. For me, it's not that bad. After the experience of using the East Pill ever-burning flame to form my fire-type totem tattoo, I know that all things in heaven and earth exist on the path of the five elements and have the potential to give enlightenment. What better type of water could you use than a sea? And what better sea could there be than one referred to as the Western Desert Apocalypse? As for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth being extinguished, with the exception of the ultra-high-grade spirit stones, I've already gone for many years without absorbing it. That's why I've supported myself by consuming medicinal pills. Every time I attack, I must very carefully control the spiritual energy I use. Furthermore, I've constantly been improving my pill concocting skills. For the same reason, I was always inclined toward being a dragoner. Only dragoners can grow strong without wasting very much spiritual power. The main thing I need to be careful of is that the rain can exterminate life force. In any case, I am definitely the most suitable person to exist within the Western Desert Apocalypse. Meng Hao's eyes glittered for a moment. However, he then looked at the rejoicing members of the five tribes. They didn't know about this apocalypse. Seeing the happiness of the children caused him to think for a long moment. "Golden Crow," he said, closing his eyes, "I have accepted your legacy. Your tribe calls me their sacred ancient, and I am connected to them through totems. Is this the protection you wish me to give them?" As of this moment, all sky and land of the Western Desert North regions was filled with violet-colored rain. No sun could be seen in the sky, and everything was dark. This was a dusk that would last a very, very long time. Down on the ground, the water slowly began to pool up. More and more puddles could be seen. It wasn't just in the north region of the Western Desert. In the east, west, and south it was just the same. Violet rain began to fall, and as it did, more and more cries of alarm could be heard. Hearts shook. The Western Desert Apocalypse was nigh. Migration. Throughout the lands of the Western Desert, it took only a short period of time for a multitude of tribes to all reach the same bitter decision. To make such a decision was easier said than done. However, as far as the Crow divinity tribes were concerned, migrating was the same as death. Throughout the Western Desert, teleportation spells rapidly ceased to function. This was especially true of the low-lying Western Desert North, where vast amounts of violet rainwater was collecting. One could easily imagine how the rain which fell in the west, south and east would flow down and accumulate within the north. The Western Desert North was definitely the first place that the sea would begin to rise. Had the 5 Crow divinity tribes not experienced the war with the 5 Poisons tribe, then they would surely have been powerful enough to migrate. Unfortunately, even including all the young children and elderly tribe members, their total population was now around 2,000. Considering that they used to have more than 10,000 tribe members, their overall power had been critically reduced. As of this moment, they only counted as a small tribe when compared to the rest of the Western Desert. Furthermore, because teleportation portals were no longer functional, and more than half of the tribe members were ordinary people with no cultivation bases, there was no way for the tribe to fly. They would be forced to travel on foot. The Great Father stood next to Meng Hao, his hair gray and his expression one of exhaustion. He smiled bitterly and said, "We can't travel on foot to the Black Lands. We're simply too far away. Even a nascent soul cultivator who flew continuously without sleep or rest would need at least 10 years to get there. If we went on foot, it would take more than 1,000. More than 1,000 years to migrate. Would the Crow divinity tribes even still be around by that time?" He looked even older than he had before. He turned his head back to look at the tribe members behind him who were erecting wooden shelters, and continued, "The violet rain will continuously extinguish the spiritual energy. Eventually we would all become mortals. The will of extermination in the rain would corrode our bodies, weakening us to the point of death. That's not even to mention what the rain would do to the children and the other ordinary tribe members. They would be the first to die. After that, the deaths would only continue to increase. The entire tribe would eventually be wiped out during the course of the migration. In addition, virtually all of the other tribes in the Western Desert will be migrating at the same time. Because of food, resources, and other reasons, the road will be filled with chaotic battles. Tribes will be constantly contending with each other in order to ensure their own existence. Right now, the Crow divinity tribes simply could not survive such an ordeal. Also, even if we managed to travel for more than 1,000 years, even if by some fluke we weren't swallowed up by some other tribe, then, once we got to the Black Lands, what would qualify us to enter? There is limited space in there. How could we get in? How could we possibly distinguish ourselves amongst so many great tribes and mid-sized tribes? With so many big-shot tribes controlling the Black Lands, how could we get them to accept us? Meng Hao stood there silently. He had already seen some of the children who were physically weak to begin with growing even weaker after being touched by the rainwater. This violet rain was going to exterminate everything. It is because of all of this, exalted sacred ancient, that I urge you to leave. The Great Father's voice was so decisive that it could sever nails and chop iron. Leave this place and leave the Crow divinity tribes. Sacred Ancient, given your cultivation base and your status as a Grand Dragoner, any tribe would be happy to accept you during this critical time and bring you with them to the Black Lands. Exalted Sacred Ancient, this is your only hope. As for us..." The Great Father once again looked back at the 5 tribes members building huts to shelter themselves from the rainwater. Their eyes were filled with sorrow and grief. "We will not leave our homeland. If we are doomed to be exterminated, then we will die together and be buried here with our forefathers and fellow tribe members. At least this way, maybe some of those children will have a chance to grow up." The Great Father looked even older now, as if his life force were slowly flowing away. Meng Hao continued to stand there quietly, unsure of what to say. He looked over his shoulder at the silent 5 tribes members. Wu Chun was there, as was Wu Ling. There were sleeping children who occasionally called out for their mothers. Tears were being shed. There were elderly ones longing for loved ones. As Meng Hao looked at them all, he realized that there were many, many familiar faces. Right now, he had only two choices: go or stay. If he did leave, then he was essentially the most likely person to be able to survive within the Violet Rain, considering all of his special abilities. But if he stayed, Meng Hao let out a soft sigh. He said nothing, but rather turned and walked over to where the tribe members were gathered. As he neared, they all looked toward him, eyes hot with zeal. With a slight smile, Meng Hao continued around to the back of the mountain and his courtyard. Here the rain was falling heavily. He sat down beneath the eaves, surrounded by his neo-demon horde. Big Harry lay on the ground next to him, letting out light yips. He was wounded, but not fatally. Meng Hao now had only 6,000 neo-demons left in his horde. All were wounded and were currently healing naturally. Gula braved the rainwater to bustle about, giving them food and treating some of their minor injuries. The sky above was dim, and the rain only continued to fall harder and harder. The vast sky and land gradually transformed into a depression that weighed down on the hearts of both Meng Hao and the Crow Divinity tribe members. Perhaps I should wait for the parrot to return, and then leave. Leaving really is the best decision. However, he lapsed into silence again. During his entire time in the Western Desert, he had lived amongst the 5 Crow Divinity tribes. He had achieved his goals, and yet the ones to pay the price had been them. Objectively speaking, everything that was happening was not Meng Hao's fault. However, when it came to his heart, Meng Hao found it hard to shake off the deep emotions that he felt. The Crow Soldier Greatfather's words made sense. The 5 Crow Divinity tribes had no ability to migrate, and even if they did, they would never be able to enter the Black Lands. When he thought of the Black Lands, Meng Hao recalled the war he had seen there, and the Western Desert cultivators who had fought in them. What an incredible plan, Meng Hao thought, his eyes flashing. Because of this apocalypse, the eyes of the entire Western Desert will be focused on the Black Lands. It seems that the time will soon come for those great tribes who control the Black Lands to bare their fangs. Time passed by slowly. 2 months were gone, and the violet rain never ceased to fall. It only grew harder. Meng Hao could no longer stay behind the mountain, because it had already turned into a small stream as deep as one's knees. The 5 Crow Divinity tribes had moved to the top of the mountain peak. There, they built huts to shelter themselves from the rain. More than 2,000 people lived their lives silently inside these huts. Already, there were tribe members who were visibly weakening. Meng Hao sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, looking at the mountains off in the distance. They had once been green and verdant, but now they were a deathly dark gray. All of the vegetation had withered up and died. Every day, it was possible to see neo-demons running or flying away from within the deep mountains. It wasn't just cultivators who were migrating during this apocalypse, but neo-demons as well. The land in many areas around had already turned violet. Streams flowed together to form rivers. It was easy to imagine how, after some bit of time passed, the rivers would merge together to form lakes. Eventually, the lakes would turn into a sea. "If I can't take you with me," said Meng Hao, "then I will stay with you here. We will await death together. I will not allow the violet rain to bury you. The tombstone of the 5 Crow Divinity tribes should have all of your names carved on its surface." Meng Hao felt deeply melancholy, but he really could not think of any other options. The 5 Crow Divinity tribes really had no hope to hold in front of them anymore. The Black Lands might count as hope. However, it was an intangible hope, a stagnant hope. Besides, the path to the Black Lands would be rife with countless other tribes all charging toward the same destination. The 5 Crow Divinity tribes would have much difficulty fighting for a place amongst all those other tribes. "Maybe there is some other hope to be had," murmured Meng Hao, lifting his head up to look at the violet rain. More time passed. A month later, hope suddenly appeared one day. It appeared not just for Meng Hao, but for all the members of the 5 Crow Divinity tribes. That hope came in the form of a voice. The voice echoed out throughout the entire Western Desert, from north to south, east to west. It was impossible to say if it was a magical technique or divine ability, nor was it possible to determine the profundity of the speaker's cultivation base. The voice was archaic and ancient as it echoed out. To all fellow countrymen in the Western Desert, greetings. We are the Heavenly Court Alliance of the Blacklands, formed by the Great Heavenly Pursuit Tribe, Great Wild Flame Tribe, and Great Demon Butterfly Tribe. This is our first public announcement to all cultivators in the Western Desert. Meng Hao looked up. The Crow Soldier Tribe Great Father suddenly opened his eyes from meditation. All of the tribe members gazed out at the sky. At this moment, all tribes in the Western Desert stopped what they were doing. Some were like the Great Scorching Ice Tribe, currently on the road in the midst of migration. Others were camped out, resting. Others, like the 5 Crow Divinity Tribes, had decided to return to the dust in their homeland. All cultivators in the Western Desert began to tremble as they looked up to the sky. Everyone, even the 5 Poisons Tribe. Everywhere, west, east, north and south. All members of all tribes looked up. The violet rain has come, and the Western Sea Apocalypse is here. This violet rain will exterminate all life and extinguish all spiritual energy. At the moment, roughly 90% of teleportation portals in the great lands of the Western Desert are not functional. There is only one hope for life amidst this great apocalypse, and that is the Black Lands. Thankfully, many years ago, the Heavenly Court Alliance enacted plans to carve out a suitable place for Western Desert tribes to survive within the Black Lands. Naturally, the space is limited, and not all tribes will be permitted to enter. Furthermore, we do not have the right to decide who is most qualified to do so. Therefore, we will give all of you a chance to find a demon spirit. According to information gleaned from the augury of the Heavenly Court Alliance, as well as details recorded in countless ancient records, we know that whenever the Western Desert turns into a sea, heaven and earth experience changes. Demon spirits emerge in the great lands of the Western Desert, no more than 10 of them. Any tribe who appears outside of the Black Lands with a demon spirit will be qualified to enter the Black Lands. We will only accept demon spirits. The voice stopped speaking, but the sound of it continued to echo out throughout the Western Desert. The countless people who heard the voice all began to breathe heavily, and their eyes instantly grew bloodshot. Meng Hao's eyes began to shine brightly. Now that's hope, thought Meng Hao, his eyes glittering brightly. He didn't care why this Heavenly Court Alliance in the Black Lands needed these so-called demon spirit. He only knew that they were required to enter the Black Lands. Whoever could get one would have a chance to live through this apocalypse and evade destruction. One could only imagine how short a period of time would pass before the demon spirit were surrounded, and great wars would engulf the Western Desert. Meng Hao stood up, and then turned his head back to look at the Crow Soldier Tribe Great Father. An unprecedented glow appeared in his eyes as he gazed at Meng Hao. After they looked at each other for a moment, the Great Father stood up and approached Meng Hao to stand at the mountain's peak. I'm not sure where the demon spirits will appear in the great lands of the Western Desert, said the Crow Soldier Tribe Great Father, breathing heavily. Nor have I even heard the term demon spirit before. However, I do know that if the words of the so-called Heavenly Court Alliance are true, then there is a place that is 80% or more likely to have them. The realm of the Bridge Ruins. Meng Hao nodded, and his eyes glittered as he stood there thoughtfully for a moment. Except, started the Great Father and then stopped. He could tell what Meng Hao was thinking. However, he knew that if he himself had reached this conclusion, then many of the other tribes in the Western Desert would also be able to. As such, this particular foray into the realm of the Bridge Ruins would be fraught with even more danger than usual. Danger not from that world itself, but rather the other cultivators who entered it. I've made my mind up already, said Meng Hao slowly, looking at the old man. If I can't acquire a demon spirit, then I will accompany you to the end of the road, and I will carve your names onto your tombstones. But if I can get a demon spirit, then I, Meng Hao, will lead you in migration. Regardless of whether or not the migration is successful, I will not disappoint you by leaving you. The Crow Soldier Tribe Great Father listened. He looked quietly over at Meng Hao, his eyes shining with an indescribable brightness. Next, he flicked his sleeve and, disregarding his own mid-nascent soul cultivation base, and the difference in age between himself and Meng Hao, dropped to his knee, clasped hands and bowed deeply. For generation after generation to come, the 5 Crow divinity tribes will never forget your kindness, sacred ancient. For generation after generation to come, we will offer worship to your statue. If my words are not true, let the 5 Crow divinity tribes be destroyed by fire. There were 2 other nascent soul cultivators in the tribe, as well as 2 whose cultivation bases had dropped to the great circle of core formation. They, too, heard the words spoken by the Crow soldier tribe Great Father. It wasn't just them, but all of the tribe members. They all were watching on, listening to the conversation between the 2. No one said a word. It was hard to say who did it first, but one by one, they all began to drop to their knees to kowtow. Soon, the entire tribe was on their knees. All the cultivators of the tribe, including the core formation and nascent soul cultivators, had dropped to their knees in worship. No one spoke a word. They simply kneeled to him. There were, in fact, no words that could express the appreciation that existed in their hearts. They could only use a kowtow, along with the glistening teardrops in their eyes, to show Meng Hao how deeply thankful they were. As Meng Hao looked out at them, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the violet rain continued to platter down from up above. What cultivators truly cultivate is self-confidence, and even more importantly, self-awareness. I have to say that I, Meng Hao, do not dare to call myself a straightforward and upright person, nor am I a gentleman or a man of honor, but I always repay the kindnesses shown to me. With that, Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed deeply to the members of the 5 Crow divinity tribes. Time trickled by. 3 months passed. The streams down below were already beginning to merge together to form rivers. Looking down at it all from the top of the mountain, there were already 7 or 8 such large rivers that could be seen. The river water churned, lifeless. In some places a thick aura of death rose up. The spiritual energy in the area was already very scant. The will of extermination was even more obvious. The world was becoming desolate. 3 more months went by. Of the 2,000 tribe members, there were already 100 who were gravely weakened, and could do nothing but lay there in bed. Even their power to simply breathe seemed on the verge of disappearing. Because of their relationship with Meng Hao, Wu Chan and Wu Ling now had a distinguished position in the tribe. They were the new Blazing Sons who presided over all matters relating to the Crow Scout tribe. They were also taken in as disciples by the 2 other nascent soul cultivators. After Meng Hao asked the Crow soldier tribe about Wu Ling's necklace, he finally understood its origin. It did not come from the Crow divinity Holy Land. Rather, it was a treasure acquired thousands of years ago from the realm of the Bridge Ruins, back when the Crow divinity tribe had been at the peak of its power. Having learned this, the realm of the Bridge Ruins became even more mysterious in Meng Hao's mind. Meng Hao also learned something very strange from the Crow soldier tribe Great Father. When people returned from the realm of the Bridge Ruins, they could remember everything that happened inside. However, regarding what happened on the way there, and on the way back, no one ever remembered anything clearly. It was as if something interfered with, or even erased, those memories. A resurrection lily seed, so-called demon spirits, and even a legendary bridge of immortal treading from ancient times. The whole place is ruins. Regardless of what special functions might be contained within the stones that formed the Immortality Bridge, if they contain the earth of the 5 elements, then I might have the fortune to obtain the earth-type elements I need. Meng Hao's eyes shone brightly. His anticipation regarding realm of the Bridge Ruins continued to grow even stronger. The Parrot finally returned during this time. However, it only took a few days before it went back out, full of enthusiasm. Meng Hao wasn't sure how it was amusing itself, but the violet rain didn't seem to stop it. One afternoon, half a month later, a shocking rumbling sound filled the sky. Silver-colored lightning appeared up above, crackling with such intensity that it seemed it would rip the sky apart. All the tribe members looked up with shock as the violet rain, which had fallen for months on end, suddenly stopped. When the rain stopped, everyone was filled with shock. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he looked up. What he saw caused his entire body to tremble, and he began to breathe heavily. There in the sky was a bridge. The bridge seemed to fill the entire sky, with neither the beginning nor the end visible. Inexhaustible light shone out from the bridge. It was this light that broke up the rain. On this day, no rain fell within the western desert. If you looked closely at the booming lightning, you would be able to see that it existed only within the bridge. None of it was on the outside. In fact, the lightning actually seemed like countless cracks that existed on this enormous bridge. The bridge of immortal treading, thought Meng Hao as he looked up at the boundless structure. Although it was actually illusory, it seemed incredibly realistic. Countless magical symbols glittered on the surface of the bridge. Each one seemed to contain rippling power capable of exterminating even a nascent soul cultivator. An incredibly archaic aura emanated out from the bridge, an aura that contained the feeling of time itself. This aura was different from spiritual energy. It seemed more rich and full, as though even a tiny bit of it was the same as a large amount of the spiritual energy that existed in the outside world. Meng Hao could tell that this aura far outmatched the aura of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and would shock any cultivator who absorbed it. Even more shocking, he himself could absorb it as well. This caused Meng Hao's mind and heart to reel with incredible intensity. The shocking light cast by the bridge expanded out for tens of thousands of meters in all directions. It spread out over the entire sky, making it seem almost as if a curtain was opening up to reveal a starry sky. Meng Hao panted as he looked up at the stars. He was certain that this starry sky was the true world that existed outside of South Heaven. It was at this moment that an indistinct figure suddenly appeared on top of the bridge. It was a woman wearing a long robe. Her features weren't clearly distinguishable, and her body shone with a brilliant glow. She looked down at the lands below her, then lifted up her slender hand. A strangely shaped stone appeared in her hand which seemed ordinary, lacking any special features. The woman tossed the stone out in front of her, where it floated in the air. The Crow Soldier Tribe Great Father stood next to Meng Hao. "To step onto the bridge, seize the Immortality Bridgestone," he said urgently. "Then you may enter the realm of the bridge ruins. To return, you must also use the same stone." As for how to enter and leave the bridge, Meng Hao had learned the details earlier from the Crow Soldier Tribe Great Father. Meng Hao looked up into the sky with glittering eyes. He waved his right hand, and suddenly the thorn rampart vine appeared. It circled around the Crow divinity tribes, piercing into the rocky mountainside. With it in place, the Crow divinity tribes would be protected in the days after Meng Hao left. No migrating tribes would be able to raid or attack them. Meng Hao was aware that ordinary dragoners were not able to enter the realm of the bridge ruins. The reason for that was because neodemons were incapable of existing there. This point had only been revealed to him apologetically later on by the Crow Soldier Great Father. The instant that Meng Hao saw the bridge of immortal treading, he could sense an aura that repelled neodemons. It was as if the bridge was designed for the immortal ascension of cultivators only, and not immortal demons. Although it had been destroyed, its primary laws still remained. As such, Meng Hao left his neodemon horde behind within the 5 Crow divinity tribes. He took a deep breath and then flew up into the sky. He transformed into a beam of light that shot up toward the bridge of immortal treading. Below, the more than 2,000 tribe members watched him go. Meanwhile, across the rest of the western desert, people flew up into the air from the other 20 or more tribes qualified to enter the realm of the bridge ruins. The representative from the 5 Poisons tribe was there too. It was none other than Zhao Yulan. Her right arm had been restored, and she wore a white robe. She looked incredibly beautiful as she flew up toward the bridge of immortal treading. Although it appeared as if there were only one bridge, in fact, identical bridges appeared above each and every qualified tribe. None of the participants could see any of the others. The only thing they could see was the woman on top of the bridge, and the Immortality Bridgestone in front of her. In different areas, different people all shot up into the sky. Meng Hao suddenly appeared directly in front of the woman. He reached out and took hold of the Immortality Bridgestone. The instant he did, A buzzing sound filled him. It felt as if something had grabbed his body, and he was suddenly shooting forward at incredibly high speed. Meng Hao wasn't the only one experiencing such a thing. The exact same thing happened to everyone from all the other tribes. The woman in front of them did not seem to be a cultivator, but rather something more like a puppet. As for the bridge, it had turned into something like a flying shuttle, carrying them off to some other location. No life force whatsoever could be detected coming from the woman. In fact, if you observed how she moved, it seemed stiff. In Meng Hao's estimation, she must not be a real person, but a puppet, another mysterious aspect of the bridge of immortal treading. As he whistled through the air, Meng Hao saw 20 or more figures appearing around him. These figures were the representatives from the other qualified tribes. However, because of the incredible speed with which they were moving, their features could not be seen clearly. The world flashed by as they shot through the air and clouds. The speed with which they moved was incredible. Soon, Meng Hao couldn't even breathe. His mind was spinning as he looked down at the lands beneath them. They rapidly shrank, until the Crow divinity tribes were only a small dot. Soon, he could see about half of the entire western desert. Such indescribable speed filled Meng Hao with a sense of grave danger. He had the feeling that if he wasn't able to keep a firm grip on the immortality bridgestone, his body would be crushed into smithereens. Even as this thought entered his mind, he saw a nearby figure suddenly lose contact with the immortality bridgestone. Instantly, a fountain of blood appeared. There wasn't even time for a blood-curdling scream. Death came in an instant. This caused Meng Hao's mind to tremble. He kept a tight grip on his immortality bridgestone, his eyes glowing brightly. The temperature was dropping rapidly. The coldness stabbed into his bones. Were these people not cultivators, they would barely even be able to move their bodies at this point. By now, it wasn't just Meng Hao that was looking at the scene down below. Everyone was gazing at the lands beneath them. By now, Meng Hao could see all of the western desert, plus the Black Lands and even the southern domain. He was also able to see the Milky Way Sea. There were a multitude of islands on the Milky Way Sea, but Meng Hao's gaze happened to come to rest on one particular island. By now, it was only a small dot, but Meng Hao was shocked to realize with a certainty that this island was none other than the very unreliable patriarch Reliance. His gaze flickered back to the southern domain and the region of the Violet Fate sect. Although he couldn't see the Violet Fate sect clearly, his eyes were fixed on that particular area. The southern domain continued to grow smaller and smaller. Meng Hao was now able to see that in addition to the southern domain and the western desert, there was another continent. As soon as he laid eyes on it, his heart trembled. A host of indescribable thoughts filled his mind, to the point where he almost forgot to keep a firm grip on the immortality bridgestone. He could only stare blankly. He was looking at the eastern lands. So, at long last, I get to look at the eastern lands, he murmured inwardly. That had always been his dream as a child, and his dream when taking the imperial examinations. In fact, it was still his dream. The eastern lands, the Great Tang. He thought about his father and mother who had gone missing that day, and he thought about the violet wind. He also recalled the stories his mother had told him about the eastern lands and the legends of the Great Tang. Dad? Mom? Is that where you are? He watched the eastern lands grow smaller and smaller until the entire continent looked like a small arc-like shape. It was at this point that suddenly a booming sound filled his body, and he felt as if he had just slammed into an invisible wall. The intensity of the blow caused his mouth to fill with blood. Instead of coughing it out, however, he swallowed it back down. His vision grew blurry as everything around him became unclear. It was impossible to even send out spiritual sense. Everything was violently suppressed. The only thing he could do was hold on tightly to the immortality bridgestone and not allow his grip to loosen in the slightest. This process in which everything grew blurry lasted for an indeterminable period of time. Eventually, a roaring sound began to echo out, and Meng Hao coughed up some blood. Gradually, the blurriness faded away. When Meng Hao's vision returned to normal, all he could do was gape. The blood he had just coughed up floating in front of him, and was speeding along with him. Everything around him was black, blackness dotted with countless stars. The starlight was resplendent, shining out within the pitch black, allowing Meng Hao to see something far off in the distance. He saw a bridge, a ruined bridge. It was immeasurably large and throbbed with an ancient will. It was as if it contained countless years of time. The bridge was made of stone and spread out into vast depths of the blackness and the stars, making it impossible to see where it ended. The bridge was not complete, but rather had long since been reduced to countless chunks of rubble. The chunks of rubble had not been scattered about, though. Instead, they retained the original shape of the structure, making the bridge seem almost like a complete one if you looked at it from a distance. The closer one came, however, the more easy it was to see the gaps between the various chunks. The gaps looked small, but upon nearing, it became clear that they were actually incredibly wide. Countless fragments of dust drifted about in the gaps between the various chunks. They glowed brightly, causing the entire bridge itself to also glow. "The bridge of immortal treading," murmured Meng Hao inwardly. Even as he neared the bridge, something shocking suddenly neared his field of vision. 8 dark, blurry figures suddenly appeared up ahead, surrounding the puppet-like woman. As soon as they did, their cultivation bases began to emanate ripples. The ripples far exceeded anything that Meng Hao could ever have imagined, and gave him the same feeling he'd gotten from the immortal who had fallen out of the heavens that year. These 8 figures were immortals. As these 8 immortals appeared up ahead, surrounding the woman, they all began to attack. Everything around them trembled as a blinding light appeared, filled with an indescribable feeling of extermination. Meng Hao had originally assumed that the stiff woman who did not seem to be a cultivator wouldn't even move. However, it was at this point that countless ripples suddenly emanated off of her body, spreading out to slam into the divine abilities of the other 8. As a booming sound echoed out, Meng Hao and all the other cultivators who were holding stones in their hands coughed up blood. Although they couldn't see each other clearly, it was possible to sense the shock and injury being experienced by the others. "She's not a puppet?" thought Meng Hao, shock filling his heart. At the same time that the boom echoed out, something like a fierce gale swept across everything. Meng Hao's body did not feel stable, almost as if he were not capable of holding onto the immortality bridgestone anymore. The glow in the area began to flicker and darkened by about half. Damn it, thought Meng Hao, his fury burning. This was all he could do, however. Rage inwardly and hold on tightly to the immortality bridgestone. The booming caused the 8 to be sent tumbling backward. In the blink of an eye, the woman proceeded forward with Meng Hao and the others, shooting off into the distance. However, it only took a moment for the 8 to return. This time, their bodies were surrounded by bright glows. They looked like 8 suns as they charged toward the woman. The woman's expression suddenly flickered. Her body disappeared, then reappeared off in the distance, whereupon she transformed into a beam of prismatic light that shot off at high speed. One of the 8 suddenly spoke, his voice cold. "Demoness Xianxia of the Immortal Demon Sect, you were able to con young master out of his precious treasure. We've been chasing you for a whole 60-year cycle, and it turns out you were hiding here, pretending to be a puppet of the bridge of immortal treading. Your little ruse fooled us before, but let's see how exactly you plan to elude us this time." One with that, the 8 of them completely ignored Meng Hao and the others as they sped off in pursuit of the woman. "She's a cultivator who was masquerading as a puppet to avoid pursuit? Immortal Demon Sect? What sect is that?" Meng Hao watched them disappear off into the distance, his mind and heart reeling. The immortality bridgestone in his hand had not ceased moving. It continued to carry the group of cultivators toward the bridge of immortal treading. They flew closer and closer, at a speed that Meng Hao had a hard time wrapping his mind around. It was at this moment that suddenly, a furious roar could be heard from off in the distance. Behind them, 8 colorful beams of light could be seen racing toward them. Their speed was such that they would obviously be able to catch up in a short time. Meng Hao looked back and his pupils constricted. Just what divine ability is that? The speed they can achieve while flying amongst the stars is He watched as the 8 figures would move an incredible distance seemingly in a single movement. It was almost as if the space beneath their feet was being shrunken. Shrunken, shrunken, murmured Meng Hao. He suddenly thought back to when he had left planet South Heaven and how the land had seemed to shrink. Ignoring the true size of his body, it made it seem as if with a single step he could cross a huge divide. Even as the 8 people sped in pursuit, Meng Hao suddenly felt a tremor run through his body. Roaring sounds could be heard as some massive, invisible force seemed to emanate out from the immortality bridgestone in his hand and then suck Meng Hao inside. The same thing happened to the others. All of the Western Desert cultivators from planet South Heaven suddenly vanished as they entered the true bridge of immortal treading. As for the 8 immortals, when they arrived, they found nothing but empty space. They looked around at the rubble, but dared not enter. So, she got away again. This demoness craftiness knows no bounds. This time, however, she abandoned her physical body and paid a heavy price to fuse her soul into the body of one of those ants from South Heaven. The bridge of immortal treading was destroyed by ancestor Ji long ago. However, a mighty force protects it and reforms it every 1,000 years. The starry sky cannot go against it and Ji immortals cannot enter it. We cannot go in, but she will be forced to come out eventually. When she does, we'll be waiting for her. The 8 immortals gave a final look at the bridge of immortal treading before turning and disappearing. Meng Hao's vision blurred. As soon as everything became clear again, he sent out his spiritual sense as he looked around vigilantly. Is this the realm of the bridge ruins? He hesitated for a moment as he looked down at the immortality bridgestone he held in his hand. It was this object that had brought him to his current location. He was surrounded by destruction. A variety of colors could be seen in the sky, which was sometimes red and occasionally pitch black. Lightning danced about up above, leaving behind what seemed like cracks. The land was in complete ruins. There were corpses lying about which had been there for who knew how many years. Vestiges of the passage of time could be seen everywhere. Where he stood now was apparently once a city. An aura of death filled the air. This world seemed to be like a cage, a place where, if you got stuck too long, you would end up being entombed there just like the death aura. Meng Hao frowned slightly as he put away the immortality bridgestone. He looked around as he carefully reviewed the events which had led up to him arriving here. After a long moment, his eyes glittered as he recalled the scene outside when the 8 immortals left, only to suddenly return. Muttering to himself for a moment, Meng Hao proceeded forward carefully. This place seemed to make his spiritual sense much weaker. It was difficult to see very far in any direction. In fact, his range now seemed to be limited to about 1,500 meters. Looking up at the lightning in the sky, Meng Hao dispelled any notions of flying up. Time passed. Soon it was a month later. During that time, Meng Hao had been able to explore about half of the entire location. He encountered no other life forms, including any of the other cultivators from the Western Desert. This world was very small and did not seem to have a regular shape. Its borders were formed by jagged edges, beyond which was nothingness. Meng Hao currently was standing on one such border. In front of him was pitch blackness, gloomy and cold. It seemed capable of swallowing up anything and everything as it surrounded this region. Muttering, Meng Hao lifted up his hand and made a grasping motion. A nearby rock immediately flew up into the air and landed into his hand. He tossed it out toward the blackness. As soon as it touched the blackness, it bounced back to land in Meng Hao's hand. He looked down at the rock and noticed that the part that had touched the blackness looked as if it had been sliced with a knife. It was completely flat and smooth. Meng Hao's frown deepened as he slowly backed up. This black void gave him a sense of incredible danger. He could only imagine what would happen to his body if he happened to run into the blackness. Something's not right. If this is the realm of the bridge ruins, then why am I the only person here? Besides, this place seems too small. Furthermore, there is none of the celestial soil that the Crow Soldier Tribe Greatfather mentioned. Other than the ruins of that city, I haven't seen any of the remains of the bridge of immortal treading. Meng Hao turned to once again continue his careful explorations of this world. By the time another half-month went by, Meng Hao's face was grim. He stood in the very center of the world, looking at a stone stele. The stele was cracked, but not broken apart. It was in relatively good condition, and on its surface could vaguely be made out some rather large characters. "Harmony City," said Meng Hao softly. Ponderous look appeared in his eyes. He suddenly thought back to the 8 immortals he had seen on his way here, as well as the woman Demoness Xianxia. Immortal demon sect, masquerading as a puppet. Demoness Xianxia, trying to evade a deadly chase. Sinking into thought, Meng Hao sat down, crossing his legs. That Demoness Xianxia comes from a sect called the Immortal Demon Sect. She conned the young master of those 8 immortals out of his treasure. Then she turned herself into a puppet to evade their pursuit. After she fled, why would the 8 of them pursue us again? Looking flustered and exasperated. Suddenly, a look of concentration filled his eyes. Actually, she didn't flee. She used some other method to trick her 8 pursuers and lead them away. They quickly realized something fishy was going on and returned as quickly as they could. Although, if you look at it from that perspective, well, perhaps she did something completely different that I couldn't possibly imagine. Or perhaps she came to the realm of the bridge ruins on her own power to explore it. The final possibility is that she is actually among us cultivators who came from the western desert. Meng Hao sat there silent and unmoving. This demoness was someone who was being chased by 8 immortals, and clearly had a sublime cultivation base. A person like this was someone that Meng Hao had no desire to provoke. There was little need for further analysis. Meng Hao determined he would need to be vigilant and on the lookout. Although the western desert cultivators seemed to have been scattered, he had the feeling that his third guess was the most likely one to be true. Who is she hiding with? Thought Meng Hao. Suddenly, he looked up into the sky to see a dark figure approaching at high speed. This dark figure was not a cultivator, but rather an enormous rock. The rock was no less than 2,000 meters wide. It whistled down from up above, causing lightning to spring up wherever it passed, and shattered the air. It seemed as if some incredible crushing force were descending. It moved with incredible speed as it bore down. A huge pressure formed, causing the land to shake. Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and he was just about to retreat when he suddenly sensed that this 2,000-meter-wide rock was actually not going to strike into the world he was in. Actually, it became an arc, changing directions and shooting off into another area of the sky. Meng Hao stared in shock before taking a deep breath as he watched the enormous rock slam into the blackness that lay at the border of this world. As it did, the void of the blackness seemed to shatter, and a huge gap became visible. The rock sailed through it and then disappeared. All of this happened in the short amount of time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Meng Hao had little time to think about the matter. When the rock disappeared into the black void, his pupils constricted and his mind felt as if lightning were crashing around inside of it. He suddenly thought back to when he had been approaching the bridge of immortal treading, and had seen the gaps between the various bridge stones and the dust therein. That 3,000-meter rock was one of the countless pieces of dust that I saw earlier. They are constantly flying about in the gaps between the stones which make up the bridge of immortal treading. In that case, I am definitely on the bridge of immortal treading. The year it collapsed, it broke apart into countless fragments. If I want to leave here, then the only way will be with the aid of that dust. His mind reeled as he came to this new understanding. He took a deep breath as he sat down cross-legged to wait quietly. Time went by. According to Meng Hao's understanding, time passed differently in this place than in the outside world. If months or years actually passed on the outside, that would be something that the cultivators who entered this place could not hide. Furthermore, the Crow Soldier Greatfather wouldn't have left that part out. 3 months passed, during which time, Meng Hao saw 6 huge rocks come and go. He did not act rashly, but rather carefully observed what happened to the rocks after they slammed into the black void. Finally, one day, a rock suddenly neared that was roughly 2,000 meters wide. When this particular rock appeared, Meng Hao took a deep breath. His body suddenly vanished. When it reappeared, he was in mid-air, stepping down onto the rock that was shooting through the air. The instant he set foot onto it, Meng Hao suddenly felt as if there were some terrifying force getting ready to pull his body apart. He rotated his cultivation base and the glow of 3 totems emerged. In this manner, he was able to force himself into a state of stability. He immediately sat down cross-legged and stared out straight ahead. The rock moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it passed over the land. In the space of about 10 breaths, it reached the black void. Meng Hao's heart beat nervously. This endeavor was a gamble. However, having observed what happened with all the other rocks, he was confident. In the blink of an eye, the rock was upon the black void. It slammed into it, causing a rip in the blackness, a gap which it then passed through. As it shot through, Meng Hao settled his chi and concentrated. Sitting there cross-legged atop the rock seemed frightening, but was actually not dangerous. He was now out in the black void. The moment he entered the void, Meng Hao suddenly felt coldness. The intensity of this coldness was such that it could freeze the soul. Meng Hao quickly rotated his cultivation base to fight back against the cold. His eyes were wide as he looked around. The blackness seemed endless. However, he was able to see beams of colorful light flying about here and there. Each of these beams was an enormous rock. This method should work great. This realm of the bridge ruins contains the remains of the bridge of immortal treading. The people who come here move about between the remnants of the bridge of immortal treading by means of these rocks. His body began to quiver because of the cold. He rotated his cultivation base, but that alone did not suffice. His body was starting to grow stiff. Eyes glittering, he circulated the power of his fire totem, forcing his body to not be stiff with cold. Despite this, a layer of frost appeared on his skin. It looked almost like he was turning into a statue of ice. With this method, I should be able to hold out for quite a bit longer. Thankfully, I have the ever-burning flame. Otherwise, without preparing cold-repelling items ahead of time, it would be difficult to survive here. The cold continued to grow more intense around him. Meng Hao sat there motionless, ensuring that none of the heat left his body, and his life force continued to remain. Time passed by. Meng Hao wasn't sure how long the rock had carried him through this world of blackness. Suddenly, a rock nearly 1,000 meters large appeared off in the distance. From the way it whistled toward him, it seemed it would brush past Meng Hao and his rock. As the 2 rocks got closer and closer, a light noise suddenly could be heard. So I've run into someone who didn't come with a cold-repelling treasure. What good fortune! Ha ha ha! This voice belonged to a man, and as the other rock neared, Meng Hao could sense that a middle-aged man sat cross-legged in meditation upon it. His cultivation base was at the early nascent soul stage, and his body glittered with totem tattoos. On his forehead was a golden totem tattoo that looked like a lion. He was surrounded by 5 white stones which emitted a shield, enveloping the man and fighting back against the cold. As the man's words rang out, he licked his lips. His eyes filled with a sharp glow, and as his rock neared Meng Hao's, the man suddenly stood up. He vanished, and when he reappeared, he was standing on Meng Hao's rock. He lifted his hand, and a golden lion magically appeared. It roared as it pounced toward Meng Hao. I'll kill you to put you out of your misery, and then I, Shui, will have one less person to compete with, and a greater chance at success. The golden lion roared as it neared. Suddenly, Meng Hao's eyes snapped open. They had been closed the entire time in his efforts to not waste even a scrap of energy. It was in this manner that he could use the power of the ever-burning flame to fight back against the bitter coldness of the void, and prevent his life force from being exterminated. After all, he had not come prepared with any cold-resisting magical items. When he saw the middle-aged man and felt his killing intent, Meng Hao had maintained his motionlessness. He was waiting for the man to near him. That way, he could conserve the most amount of energy when killing him. The man wanted to rob Meng Hao of his life. How could Meng Hao not prepare to take the man's cold-resisting treasure after that? Almost the same moment that Meng Hao opened his eyes, he sprang into motion. His body immediately disappeared, then reappeared next to the man. The man's face filled with surprise as he realized that his previous assessment of the situation was incorrect. Meng Hao's sudden movement proved this. His soul hasn't been frozen by the cold, the man thought, his scalp growing numb. The ice on his body isn't fake. Neither is the cold emanating off of him. That's impossible to fake. In that case, he really doesn't have a cold-resisting magical item. But without that, how could he possibly stay alive? The man instantly shot backward, trying to put some distance between himself and Meng Hao. Meng Hao gave a cold snort. He suddenly shook his body, causing layer after layer of ice to crumble off of him. The ever-burning flame exploded with power, expelling massive amounts of coldness out of his body. It merged with the chunks of ice around him to transform into a frigid ice tempest that shot toward his opponent. The man's face flickered as the tempest slammed into his golden lion. A boom could be heard, and blood began to ooze out of the corners of the man's mouth. His face turned green as coldness entered his body. He continued to fall back with urgency, using minor teleportation to return to his own rock. However, even as he reappeared, Meng Hao also popped into being on the same rock. He lifted his right hand, causing the lotus sword formation to appear. The power of time rotated out explosively. As it neared the man, his face fell and he slapped his bag of holding. A black statue of a closed-eyed monkey appeared. It immediately began to emanate a black glow. At the same time, the man began to mutter an incantation. Suddenly, the statue opened its eyes to reveal a bloodthirsty gleam. The man's expression became savage and he said, "Statue? Kill this, huh?" Suddenly, his expression changed and his body began to tremble. His hair immediately turned white, and his skin began to dry up and wither. It was as if countless years had passed by in an instant. The man was panting as he once again retreated. Without hesitation, he spit out some heart blood and used its power to try to get out of range of the power of the lotus sword formation. Unfortunately, he failed, and his body continued to wither. During this critical moment, his eyes filled with despair. He suddenly lifted his hand up and leveled a blow against his own head. A boom could be heard as his nascent soul suddenly emerged. It used a minor teleportation to attempt to get out of range of the lotus sword formation. "What magical item is this?" he said, his voice shrill and filled with an unprecedented level of terror. His nascent soul began to shake violently. It wouldn't be able to survive very long in the bitter cold. As for his physical body, it died in the blink of an eye, transformed into nothing more than ash, obliterated by time itself. All of this takes some time to describe, but actually happened faster than the spark flying off of a piece of flint. The power of the lotus sword formation was vastly increased in this place. Not even Meng Hao had been aware that something like this would happen. He stared in shock. It took him only a moment to come to his senses, though. With a cold snort, he moved forward and grabbed the man's bag of holding, including the monkey statue, which the man had only half activated. He also collected up the 5 small white rocks. Then he flashed an incantation gesture with his left hand, causing the lotus sword formation to return. After that, his body flickered as he returned to his 2,000-meter wide rock. He looked back at the middle-aged man's nascent soul, and the killing intent in his eyes faded. "Fellow Taoist, save me," he said, his voice shrill with fear. "I'm from a subtribe of the Western Desert's great Golden Roar tribe. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. You?" The man's nascent soul trembled. Cracking sounds could be heard as ice began to form on its surface. The 2 rocks were only temporarily near each other. As of this moment, they were now moving apart, each one heading off in a different direction. Meng Hao realized that taking the time to kill the man completely would be a waste, and as such had returned to his own large rock. The man now only had his nascent soul left, and no cold-resisting treasure. He would die for certain. Therefore, Meng Hao did nothing. He sat down cross-legged on his large rock. He then took out the 5 small rocks and studied them for a moment. He was about to erase the branding seal on them, when it suddenly began to fade away on its own. Meng Hao looked thoughtfully back toward the smaller rock which was disappearing into the void. The middle-aged man's nascent soul was now completely frozen solid. The cold in this void is shocking, thought Meng Hao, quickly branding the small stones to himself. Immediately, a glow appeared, surrounding Meng Hao and reducing the cold by more than half. Meng Hao let out a sigh of relief. Now, his confidence in being able to proceed through the void on this large rock was even greater. Sitting there cross-legged, he produced the man's bag of holding, opened it, and glanced over the contents. There were quite a bit of spirit stones and a random collection of odds and ends. There were quite a few magical items, but Meng Hao ignored them, searching instead for jade slips. He found a total of 8. After glancing them over, he selected one, which he began to study closely. After a moment, he lifted his head up, and a bright glow appeared in his eyes. So, the great tribes really are well-equipped to come to this place. They even have maps. The jade slip he held in his hand contained a simple map. The map depicted 4 locations in which the fragments of the bridge formed large land masses. One of them was the place that Meng Hao had just come from. It seems this guy was heading toward Harmony City. However, I explored the place thoroughly and didn't find anything unusual. Meng Hao frowned. He continued to look through the bag of holding, eventually pulling out a jade box. The box emitted a soft glow. Meng Hao didn't open it immediately, but studied it closely to make sure there wasn't anything dangerous about. Finally, he opened it, whereupon a dense qi sprang out. The qi contained a medicinal aura that seemed capable of moving his spirit. In addition, it gave him an indescribable feeling that was similar to ultra-high-grade spirit stones, except even stronger. After taking only a single breath, Meng Hao's spirit was shaken, and his skin went tight. Inside of the box was a finger-sized clump of black soil, which was where the powerful qi was emanating out from. After examining it closely, 2 characters sprang up in Meng Hao's mind. Celestial soil. His eyes glittered as he examined it. After doing so, he was now certain that this soil did contain the power of the 5 elements. Too bad there's so little. If I had a lot more, I could use the same method I used with the fire-type power to make my own earth-type totem. Meng Hao's heart was beating as he closed the box and then put it away. If I want to get more celestial soil, it will require robbing others. Well, then rob I shall. His eyes filled with determination. To Meng Hao, the matter of forming his earth-type totem was just as important of a reason for coming to the realm of the bridge ruins as was acquiring a demon spirit. He looked out into the void and began to recall the shocking power of the lotus sword formation earlier. The power just now far exceeded the ordinary power of time. It was able to cause a nascent soul cultivator to abandon his physical body in the blink of an eye. It made time pass so quickly that even minor teleportation wouldn't work. The only way for him to get away was to cause his nascent soul to emerge. Just now, the lotus sword formation emitted time power equivalent to 1,000 years. Meng Hao began to pant as he took out his wooden time swords to look at. No matter how he studied them, however, they appeared normal. Meng Hao couldn't find any signs of change whatsoever. Could it have something to do with this void? He thought. Or is it because, as I speculated, time flows differently in the realm of the bridge ruins than outside in the western desert? After thinking about the matter for some time, Meng Hao couldn't come up with any more clues. Nonetheless, his eyes flickered with a bright glow. If he could figure out the true reason for the increase in power, then maybe he would be able to cause the lotus time formation to permanently increase its power. In any case, even if it only has this effect in the realm of the bridge ruins, it's still an incredible advantage for me. Meng Hao put away the wooden time swords and looked out into the black void. Up ahead, a large landmass was approaching. The rock he was on was tiny when compared to this immense, unmoving mass. I'm here, said Meng Hao, rising to his feet. The jade slip he had acquired from the man had a description of the location up ahead. Just like the place Meng Hao had come from, this was one of the broken remnants of the Bridge of Immortal Treading. Of course, the Bridge of Immortal Treading was incredibly massive, so each of the tens of thousands of fragments were so large they were like continents. Meng Hao's 2,000-meter-wide rock shot rapidly through the void toward the giant land mass, emitting a piercing shriek. Meng Hao once again sat down. He collected the cold-resisting magical item, once again igniting the ever-burning flame to battle against the suppressive cold. Closer, closer. A massive boom could suddenly be heard. Meng Hao felt the rock shaking beneath him, a tremor which ran up into his own body. The rock shredded through the void. As it burst through, a bright light suddenly became visible. Meng Hao instantly sent his spiritual sense out. Lightning filled the sky in this world, permeating it with cracks. However, as he looked around calmly, he realized that this world seemed more stable than the one he had been in before. Mountains rose and fell off into the distance. There were even lakes and rivers. The whole place was very large. From his vantage point up in midair, it seemed this landmass was probably about 10 times bigger than the previous one. As the rock whistled through the air, Meng Hao stood up and examined his surroundings. Suddenly, a look of concentration filled his eyes, and he frowned. Off in the distance, he could see 7 beams of light twisting through the air, locked in battle. Of the 7 people within the beams of light, the 2 highest cultivation bases were of the mid-nascent soul stage. Those 2 were fighting back and forth, causing rumbling booms to fill the air. As for the other 5, they were obviously allies of the 2 who were fighting. The 2 mid-nascent soul stage cultivators were both men. One wore a violet robe, the other a white one. Both were handsome and had extraordinary bearings. They continuously unleashed various divine abilities as they attempted to prevent the other from snatching a white glow that floated in the air not too far away from them. Within the glow, Meng Hao could see a finger-sized clump of celestial soil. At the same moment in which Meng Hao caught sight of this group of people, they also looked up into the sky at the 2,000-meter rock whistling through the air. They saw Meng Hao standing there atop of the rock, his hair whipping about, his face expressionless. His eyes shone with a bright light as he suddenly teleported from atop the rock to reappear about 30 meters away from the group. Meng Hao made a slight noise of surprise. He had originally intended to teleport directly next to the clump of glowing celestial soil. His appearance in this location seemed to indicate that something had interfered with his minor teleportation. Almost the same instant that Meng Hao reappeared, one of the 7, a ruddy-faced old man, gave a cold harumph. He waved his right hand, causing a red sea to magically appear. It shot up into the air and then began to descend as a red rain which roared toward Meng Hao. Since I can't teleport, well? A bloody glow suddenly rose up around Meng Hao. It flickered, and then Meng Hao disappeared. Shockingly, when he reappeared, he was directly in front of the ruddy-faced old man. The speed with which he moved was astonishing, causing the old man's pupils to constrict. He fell back, raising his right hand up to summon another red sea. It almost looked like a sea of blood as it roiled around him. A booming sound filled the air as Meng Hao shot forward. Eyeless larva silk whizzed around him, emanating a silver glow. It sliced into the incoming red sea, blocking it completely. The ruddy-faced old man's face flickered and he continued to back up. Unfortunately, he was too slow. Meng Hao's hand formed into a fist which slammed out into the air. The motion caused a violent windstorm to rise up and sweep out in all directions. Facing up against this attack, the old man's hands flickered in an incantation, causing his totem tattoos to begin to glow as he attempted to defend himself. The sound of an explosion ripped out, and blood sprayed from the mouth of the old man. His expression was one of astonishment as he continued to retreat, obviously incapable of blocking Meng Hao. Meng Hao ignored the man and instead headed back toward the group of people, obviously intent on taking the celestial soil. At the moment, none of these people were capable of ignoring Meng Hao. Everything that had happened just now had occurred with incredible speed. The fact that Meng Hao had just forced a nascent soul cultivator to retreat left them filled with shock. Even the 2 mid-nascent soul stage cultivators were frowning. Unfortunately, they were at a critical point in the battle. The clump of celestial soil was right next to them, and neither was able to snatch it away. Kill that man. Exterminate him. The men actually yelled out at exactly the same time, simultaneously unleashing divine abilities on each other. One of them summoned a violet crocodile. As for the other, a white crane materialized next to him. The two continued to fight. As for the four others who were fighting around them, they didn't hesitate for a moment. They all suddenly changed directions and shot toward Meng Hao. As the four neared, the wood character on Meng Hao's forehead flickered. Suddenly, an enormous tree appeared around him, which in turn was covered with shapeless flames that shot up into the sky. Disseminate! Meng Hao's hands flashed an incantation, then jerked his arms out wide. A flame sea roared into being, with Meng Hao at its center. It roiled out in all directions, setting everything aflame. Within the manifestations of Meng Hao's wood and fire-type totems, golden droplets suddenly became visible. The flame sea continued to spread out, filled with the shocking power of metal dash, wood dash, and fire-type totems. His four opponents' faces flickered, and they used various methods in response. Next to one, an enormous Xuanwu turtle appeared. Another waved his hand, causing a red gigantic centipede to roar into being next him. As for the other two, each of them caused a howling cyclops to magically appear to fight the flame sea. The flame sea was like an enormous mouth, waiting to sweep over the four and consume them, and the roaring it caused was shocking. It swept over the Xuanwu turtle, which let out a miserable shriek as its body was ripped into pieces. The nascent soul cultivator controlling it tumbled backward, blood spraying from his mouth. As for the gigantic centipede, it was actually fire-resistant. However, when the golden droplets hit it, it was transformed into a golden statue, which was then melted by the flames. The cultivator controlling it was astonished to find that his entire arm had turned the color of gold. An immense pressure weighed down on him that seemed capable of turning his body to gold in an instant. As for the two cyclopses, their screams were the most wretched of all as their bodies were torn to shreds. The fragments were then transformed into gold, which then evaporated into the air. This was the first time Meng Hao had truly unleashed the full power of his three great totems. As soon as the magic spread out, the four nascent soul cultivators were forced to retreat, coughing up blood the entire time. Meng Hao's body turned into a long beam that whistled through the air amidst the flame sea. The fire stretched out behind him almost like a cloak. The golden droplets and the flaming tree seemed like decorations on the cloak. If you could paint a picture of the scene, Meng Hao's imposing manner would be shocking to the extreme. The scene shook the two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. They glanced at each other and simultaneously stopped fighting. Instead, they unleashed their divine abilities in the direction of Meng Hao. These two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators were beyond the compare of the early nascent stage cultivators from moments ago. Both the fearsome totemic crocodile and the gigantic white crane instantly shot toward Meng Hao, emanating ferocious auras that mixed with the crushing weight of the mid-nascent soul stage to descend onto Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Moments ago, he had been watching these people fighting over the celestial soil while he flew along on top of the 2,000-meter large rock. During that time, he had already formulated a plan for how to achieve his objective, which was not to kill these people, but to snatch the celestial soil. Even as the two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators neared, Meng Hao waved his right hand, causing ripples to suddenly emanate out. They instantly turned black in color, and then solidified into the first streamer of the flag of three streamers. G19 was temporarily unbound as the streamer shot out. The flag of three streamers was the most powerful magical item that Meng Hao possessed. When it appeared, the sky grew dim. The violet-robed man's face fell, and he immediately retreated. Unfortunately, despite flashing incantations, employing various divine abilities and producing magical items, he was incapable of fighting back against the sweeping blackness which shot toward him. A boom echoed out, and blood sprayed from the man's mouth. Killing intent, but also shock, filled his eyes as he was flung backwards several hundred meters before finally being able to come to a stop. At the same time, Meng Hao continued forward at top speed. Lifting his hand toward the white-robed cultivator, he suddenly pointed out, "Demon Ceiling, 8th Hex." As soon as the demon sealing hex appeared, the white-robed man's expression flickered. Countless strands rose up that only Meng Hao could see. They immediately bound the man up, completely sealing him down. Of course, the sealing would not last for very long, only the space of a single breath. However, that was all the time Meng Hao needed. As he shot forward toward the celestial soil, the surrounding 7 nascent soul cultivators all watched on, eyes filled with killing intent and even more so, anxiety. However, it was at this exact moment that ripples suddenly appeared in the middle of the air not too far off. A figure appeared, a young man wearing a long black robe. His head was unusually small and completely out of proportion with the rest of his body. He looked somewhat like a rat. His expression was somber, and his eyes glowed with bloodthirstiness. Laughing evilly, he shot forward with speed that exceeded Meng Hao's, heading directly toward the celestial soil. He had been using some special technique to remain hidden in the area, undetectable. He had originally planned to wait until the 2 fighting parties were at a deadlock, and then suddenly make a move and wipe them all out. But then Meng Hao showed up. The way he swept the people aside was shocking, but also opened up a chance for this young man. Without hesitation, he made a decisive move. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist," cried the small-headed cultivator. It would be impolite for Xianxia to turn down a gift like this celestial soil. As he reached out to grab a hold of it, killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. The eyeless larva suddenly flew out. Its silk began to wrap around the clump of celestial soil at the exact same time that the cultivator Xianxia grabbed onto it. A bang could be heard as the finger-sized clump of celestial soil suddenly split into 2 pieces. One was dragged back toward Meng Hao by the eyeless larva. The other was grabbed by Xianxia, who immediately turned and shot off in the other direction. When the 7 nascent soul cultivators saw the small-headed Xianxia, their expressions immediately filled with shock. Xianxia. That's Xianxia. The guy who betrayed and then slaughtered the entire Griffin tribe. Damn it. He's evil to the core. I heard he made living sacrifices of his own clan to further his cultivation. Meng Hao grabbed the celestial soil and then slapped his bag of holding to produce the blood-colored mask. He immediately put it on, causing his cultivation base to explode with power and a blood qi to rise up. His aura spread out in all directions, causing the cultivators to feel complete astonishment. The pupils of the 2 mid-nascent soul stage cultivators constricted. As of this moment, they had no desire whatsoever to participate in the conflict between Xianxia and Meng Hao. "Nobody owns the celestial soil," said Meng Hao, "so it belongs to whoever manages to snatch it. If you have the skill to escape with it, then it will belong to you." With that, he shot forward with incredible speed. The distance between the 2 immediately lessened. Meng Hao waved his right hand, causing a blood-colored face to appear. Rumbling filled the air as it shot toward the fleeing Xianxia, whose face immediately fell. He quickly performed an incantation with his left hand, causing a glistening fish scale to appear in his palm. He threw it out behind him, where it instantly began to expand until it was about 10 meters tall. A boom rattled out as the power of Meng Hao's blood-immortal face slammed into its blocking force. Xianxia coughed up some blood, then suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already 3,000 meters away. He turned back, a sinister smile on his face. "Draconic vulture transformation," he cried. Immediately, the fish scale exploded out in size. Black qi boiled up into the sky, transforming into an enormous vulture. The vulture's eyes were bright red as it charged toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face was completely expressionless as he said, "A single word." Instantly, the face once again appeared. Its lips began to move as amorphous ripples began to spread out. The seemingly horrifying vulture suddenly began to tremble, then suddenly collapsed into pieces. Meng Hao, moving as fast as lightning, shot through the collapsing pieces of the vulture. This caused Xianxia's face to fall. He immediately spun around and once again began to flee. "Damn it! How come that bastard has so many divine abilities? He has 3 totems, metal, fire, and wood. And what magical item was that mask just now?" Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he employed a minor teleportation as he shot in pursuit of Xianxia. Two people, one chasing the other through the air at top speed. Meng Hao wore the blood-colored mask, and his eyes glowed with coldness. Eyeless larva silk circulated around his body, emitting a droning sound. Occasionally he would employ minor teleportation to get closer to Xianxia. As for Xianxia, he shot forward with all the speed he could muster. His cultivation base was at the mid-nascent soul stage, and he possessed extraordinary divine abilities. He had a vicious personality, and was actually quite infamous throughout the Western Desert. He was once a member of the Griffin tribe. Through a chance bit of good fortune, he had acquired an evil magic. In order to cultivate this evil magic, he had secretly begun to sacrifice members of his own tribe to the totems on his body. The enticement of this secret technique was impossible to resist. When the matter was discovered, he confessed his guilt and managed to acquire the forgiveness of his fellow tribe members. However, he then secretly used a ruthless method to kill the great father of the Griffin tribe, who was none other than his own father. After that, he cold-bloodedly slaughtered the rest of the tribe. Regardless of young or old, they were all cut down and sacrificed to mutate his totems. It was in this fashion that he was able to acquire an early nascent soul stage cultivation base. When all of those things happened, a full 60-year cycle previous, it had caused a huge sensation throughout the Western Desert. The Griffin tribe was a small tribe, but such matters of tribe betrayal were appalling to the extreme. Because of that, Xianxia immediately became infamous throughout the Western Desert. During the following 60-year cycle, he appeared 3 more times in the Western Desert. Each time he slaughtered a tribe. The first 2 times had been small tribes, but the third time was a mid-sized tribe. It was that occasion which allowed him to step into the mid-nascent soul stage. After that, he disappeared without a trace. As he shot through the air like lightning, Xianxia thought to himself, "If I get enough celestial soil, I can use it with my secret technique to stimulate the power of my totems. After that, I'll need 100,000 blood sacrifices. That will give me the chance to enter the late nascent soul stage." Each time Meng Hao used a minor teleportation, so did he. As time progressed, he was able to maintain the distance between himself and Meng Hao, making it impossible for Meng Hao to catch up to him. The giant face around Meng Hao suddenly expanded to an even larger size and then shot forward, radiating attack energy. Xianxia's face flickered, but he didn't slow down in the least. Instead, he actually started to go faster. "Damn it! How can this guy be so fast?" he thought. Howling inwardly, Xianxia continued to flee. It had been a long time since he had gone all out like this. "Want to catch me? You're still not qualified." Xianxia gave a cold harumph and then employed the pride of his divine abilities to increase his speed once more. At the same time, however, Meng Hao suddenly lifted his hand to employ the 8th demon sealing hex. The instant it appeared, Xianxia suddenly stopped in midair. This sudden stop scared him out of his wits. Although he quickly recovered, by the time he did, the rippling power of Meng Hao's without a face had arrived. A boom filled the air as blood sprayed out from Xianxia's mouth. However, 5 fish scales suddenly appeared, which then exploded, giving him a burst of speed that allowed him to escape once more. "Damn it! What divine ability was that?" thought Xianxia, his face pale. Lowering his head in determination, he continued to move along at the fastest speed he could muster. Time passed by, and soon it was a day later. Meng Hao was frowning. He looked up ahead at Xianxia, who moved with increasingly greater speed. The killing intent in Meng Hao's eyes grew even stronger. This Xianxia was one of the fastest cultivators that he had ever encountered. He also seemed to excel in one particular escape art which allowed him to merge into the air. When coupled with minor teleportation, its power was even further increased. Seeing the distance between them once again grow greater, Meng Hao caused a bloody glow to surround him. A bloodburst flash caused his speed to increase dramatically. His body blurred until it looked like a ghost, and then he used a minor teleportation to close the distance again. Unfortunately, as soon as he neared the man, Xianxia would once again disappear, transforming into a green smoke that moved 100 times faster than before. In the midst of this incredible increase in speed, he used teleportation, causing the effect to be even greater. That art again, thought Meng Hao. Now the distance between them was once again increased. Meng Hao was shocked, and his killing intent grew even greater. He continued to alternate between bloodburst flash and minor teleportation. He was now around 3,000 meters away from Xianxia, who was just about to use his escape art. Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding to produce a series of magical items. Many of these he had acquired after coming to the Western Desert. Some were from the 5 Poison Tribes' War of Invasion, and quite a few were from the Golden Roar Tribe Cultivator. He waved his arm, causing the items to turn into beams of light that shot forward. "Boom!" growled Meng Hao, his eyes flickering coldly. Instantly, the dozens of magical items began to tremble and then explode. Meng Hao hated to lose such valuable items. However, now was not the time to sit around thinking about such things. As the magical items exploded, a roaring sound rose up and intense ripples spread out in all directions. As the power of the explosion spread out, Meng Hao caused the Lotus Sword formation to appear. Spinning wooden time swords transformed into a beam of light that shot forward. Meng Hao could have borrowed the momentum of the exploding magical items to increase his speed. If he did, he would instantly have been propelled hundreds of meters closer to Xianxia. However, even using that method, he would not have been able to catch up. Therefore, Meng Hao did not use the blast to increase his own speed, but rather, the speed of the Lotus Sword formation. The wooden time swords within the formation were already fast. However, with the additional momentum from the explosive attack, the 3,000-meter distance was closed in the blink of an eye. Even as Xianxia was utilizing his escape art, the sword formation appeared behind him, rotating out with the explosive power of time. The power of time caused ripples to spread out in the air. Then Meng Hao frowned. Xianxia's escape art was truly bizarre. Even the power of the time sword formation could do nothing to prevent Xianxia from turning into a green stream of smoke that began to shoot off into the distance. That was when the 8th demon sealing hex suddenly activated. In the sudden pause it caused, a miserable shriek could be heard. However, the green smoke continued off into the distance nonetheless, whereupon it transformed back into Xianxia. As soon as he appeared, he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. His face was ashen, and his hair had suddenly turned white. His body was clearly older, and shock covered his face. He trembled violently, his eyes filled with dread. "That bizarre divine ability again," he said, his scalp going numb. "And another magical item." He had just suffered a loss of 300 years to his longevity. This fact left him completely terrified, scared out of his mind. He coughed up another mouthful of blood and then surged again in retreat. Damn it, this is only half a piece of celestial soil. Is it worth it? Well, is it? Xianxia ground his teeth as he whistled through the air. Meng Hao's eyes were cold and hard as he frowned. The power of the Lotus Sword formation is indeed much greater here than in the outside world, but not as much as it is in the void. It's about 70% weaker. Could it be that the time power in the sword formation will only reach the terrifying amount of 1,000 years when it's out in the void? Meng Hao was lost in thought as he once again continued in pursuit of Xianxia. Time passed. Another day went by. How come it's not here yet? Thought Xianxia. According to my calculations, it should be right here, right now. Xianxia looked haggard. That was especially so considering that Meng Hao was continuously consuming medicinal pills. Xianxia had a mixed feeling. However, when he stole something, he would die before giving it back. That was his rule. Gritting his teeth at Meng Hao's continuous pursuit, he once again used his escape art. It was at this moment that off in the distant sky, a beam of light appeared. This shooting beam of light was no cultivator, but rather a 1,000-meter wide rock. This rock was moving at high speed along its orbit. From the look of it, it was near the edge of this particular landmass. It's here, thought Xianxia, his eyes filling with delight. Even as Meng Hao frowned, Xianxia suddenly leaped up into the air. Meng Hao watched as he performed an incantation gesture, preparing to employ who knew what magical technique. Suddenly, the flying rock off in the distance changed direction and shot toward him. So, he can control the rocks in this place, thought Meng Hao, his pupils constricting. Seeing Xianxia heading toward the rock, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly filled with a bright glow. At this critical moment, it was without hesitation that he pointed out with his finger and, just as Xianxia was about to land on the rock, employed the 8th demon sealing hex. It happened just as Xianxia was about to transform into green smoke. Xianxia had long since guessed that his opponent would most likely use this bizarre divine ability. Therefore, he transformed into the green smoke and then reappeared on the surface of the rock. "Hope to see you again someday, fellow Taoist," he cried, laughing uproariously. However, it was at this moment that his expression suddenly filled with shock as he noticed that the rock beneath his feet had suddenly stopped moving. Meng Hao's 8th hex had not been aimed at Xianxia at all, but rather the enormous rock. The moment the rock stopped moving, eyeless larva silk suddenly began to spin, binding up the rock. A moment later, the rock recovered its momentum and shot forward. As it did, it pulled Meng Hao in tow. Being pulled at the same speed as the rock, Meng Hao instantly landed on its surface. He lifted up his right hand and punched out with an explosive fist. Xianxia's face flickered and he clenched his jaw as he prepared to fight back. A boom filled the air. Xianxia was sent tumbling off of the rock, blood spraying from his mouth. The eyeless larva silk loosened, and Meng Hao teleported off of the rock. When he reappeared, he was directly next to Xianxia. His right hand snaked out to exterminate the man. However, it was at this moment that the entire sky suddenly turned gray, and a gray mist rolled out to cover the land. Everything became a sea of gray. At the same time, Meng Hao was astonished to discover that his entire body was completely incapable of moving. Xianxia was in exactly the same situation. It was as if everything in the entire world had suddenly been rendered motionless. At the same time, a crowd of figures could be seen moving through the mist. They had blank looks on their faces, and they carried chunks of immortality bridgestones on their shoulders as they trudged through the mist. Faint, odd voices could suddenly be heard echoing throughout the world. "When will the bridge of immortality reappear like new? Sir, on what day will we again lay eyes on you?" All of these figures were somewhat blurry, nor did they seem to have cultivation bases. There were old people and young people, men and women. All of them seemed frustrated as they hauled along the chunks of immortality bridgestones. They trudged through the mist like specters. As Meng Hao watched the spectacle, a sense of intense danger rose up within him. It made him feel as if he had encountered a dangerous predator. He had the feeling that if these bizarre figures ran into him, he would be dead for sure. "What are they?" he thought as he looked at the ghostly figures. There were more than 100 of them walking through the mists. As they neared and then passed Meng Hao, he felt an intense coldness, similar to what he had felt out in the void. Next, Meng Hao saw one of the strange figures within the group pass through the giant rock that was floating there in midair. When it came out the other side, it was carrying an illusory rock on its shoulders that was completely identical to the gigantic rock. It was as if it were carrying the soul of that rock as it made its way off into the distance. Although the 1,000-meter-wide immortality bridgestone still hung there in the air, Meng Hao could sense that it was somehow dead, as if it had lost its power to travel through the void. As the figures moved off into the distance, their voices continued to echo out. "When will the bridge of immortality reappear like new? Sir, on what day will we again lay eyes on you?" The voices gradually faded away. The churning mist suddenly transformed into storm winds. The storm caused the gray cracks in the sky to begin to spin together, sucking in Xianxia, Meng Hao, and even the 1,000-meter immortality bridgestone. In fact, many of the ruins and objects within the area were also swept up into the tempest. There was no resisting it. Everything was sucked up. Then, the storm suddenly collapsed, sending everything inside shooting out in all directions. Meng Hao got the same sensation he had all those years ago when he had been swept up by the wings of the rock. Wind tore at his body, threatening to rip it to pieces as the storm sent him shooting off into the distance. Were he an ordinary core formation cultivator, he would have been killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. However, Meng Hao had 3 totems of the 5 elements, which pushed him across the gap that existed between core formation and nascent soul. He gritted his teeth and rotated his cultivation base to dispel the effects of the wild wind. After about 2 hours passed, Meng Hao was able to suppress the force of the wind. He performed a minor teleportation to escape from within its devastating power. When he finally removed himself from the region affected by the wind, blood sprayed from his mouth and his face turned ashen. He had teleported into a mountain range, where he quickly excavated an immortal's cave and sat down cross-legged to meditate. A few days later, the wind gradually died down. Meng Hao left the immortal's cave and flew up into the air. He floated there, looking at the chaotic scene left behind by the wind. The wind had swept across the entire land, causing even many mountaintops to crumble. Just what exactly are those specters? Meng Hao frowned. He had a strange feeling about this mysterious realm of the bridge ruins. He could find no traces of Xianxia. Considering the level of the man's cultivation base, he was likely capable of escaping from the wild wind. Furthermore, since he was so fearful of Meng Hao, it was highly likely that he had left this landmass as quickly as possible. Muttering to himself, Meng Hao looked off into the distance. He was suddenly shocked to find that not too far off, a glowing mass could be seen. Within the glow were some granules of dirt. It was celestial soil. His body flickered as he shot toward it. He quickly collected it up, his heart beating wildly. Next, he sent spiritual sense out in all directions. Shockingly, he found 3 more locations in which celestial soil was floating in midair. Although they were only granules, they were still celestial soil nonetheless. Now I get it, he thought. That wind kicked up the celestial soil that was concealed in the area. In that case, there must be quite a bit of celestial soil in the air right now. His eyes gleamed with joy. Without hesitation, he teleported away. It didn't take long for him to collect the 3 pieces of celestial soil, after which he shot off into the distance. After some time, Meng Hao began to breathe heavily. It had only taken a short while for him to collect together enough celestial soil to form a clump the size of a fist. During this time, he saw other cultivators who were also madly rushing around looking for celestial soil kicked up by the wind. Some of them were even fighting, although it was never more than a blow or 2. After all, time was better spent searching than fighting. Celestial soil is critical to forming my Earth-type totem, thought Meng Hao, his eyes bloodshot as he snatched up every bit of celestial soil that he could find. If anyone tried to compete with him, he would attack explosively without hesitation. 2 hours later, Meng Hao's fist descended onto a cultivator of the early nascent soul stage, sending him flying backward. Meng Hao grabbed the celestial soil in front of him and then proceeded on his way. The nascent soul cultivator looked at Meng Hao as he left, and his eyes filled with fear. The blow just now had rattled his nascent soul and filled him with shock. Who is that? 6 hours later, 3 figures were locked in combat in midair. Meng Hao was one of them. He flashed an incantation gesture with both hands, causing a flame sea to roar up. It shot out in all directions, forcing his 2 opponents to fall back. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, collecting up the celestial soil and then shooting off into the distance. The other 2 cultivators gritted their teeth. Their hearts were filled with dread, and they didn't dare to take up chase. The only thing they could do was stamp their feet and then head off in another direction to search for celestial soil. Time went by. A day later, Meng Hao's eyes were completely bloodshot. He had snatched enough celestial soil to form a clump the size of a baby's head. All of it was in his bag of holding. He continued to fly through the air, searching for more. However, it had been almost 4 hours since he had seen any at all. It seemed all of it had been collected. Others collected it up? No problem, he thought, killing intent filling his eyes. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevails. Robbing cultivation resources was common, and something that Meng Hao had long since gotten used to. His eyes shining with killing intent, he shot off to search for other cultivators. A day later, the sound of explosions filled the air. An enormous face could be seen collapsing in midair. As it did, a middle-aged cultivator coughed up blood. His face pale and his eyes filled with astonishment. Without hesitation, he pulled a handful of celestial soil out of his bag of holding and threw it out in front of him, then turned heel and fled. Meng Hao emerged from roiling mists to snatch it up. Without a moment's pause, he sped off in another direction to search for more cultivators. 2 days later, a ruddy-faced old man, flanked by 2 nascent soul cultivators, savagely slaughtered another cultivator to snatch up his celestial soil. The moment they joyfully collected up his bag of holding, a red mist suddenly appeared off in the distance. From within the mist, an enormous face suddenly appeared. As soon as the ruddy-faced old man saw the face, his heart and mind filled with a roaring sound, and his scalp went numb. He recognized this face. It had appeared days before when he was involved in the 7-person battle, and then met that fearsome cultivator who had nearly crushed them all. The 2 nascent soul cultivators next to the ruddy-faced old man saw the roiling mist. Voices hoarse, they exclaimed, "It's eccentric Bloodface!" Their faces immediately fell, and they turned around to flee. During recent days, the name eccentric Bloodface had been spread about quite a bit. According to the rumors, he was a fearsome cultivator who wore a blood-colored mask. His cultivation base was astonishing, and he robbed people of their celestial soil. Victims of his robbery were numerous, making it so that few people were willing to stay in this region. Any who did were extremely vigilant. As soon as they saw the blood-colored mask, they would flee. The 3 men from just now immediately began to flee in 3 different directions. Booming sounds filled the air, and 2 of the men coughed up blood. Without hesitation, they retrieved the celestial soil from their bags of holding and threw it out. They knew what eccentric Bloodface wanted. Celestial soil. If you gave it up to him, he wouldn't kill you. However, if you fought back, then your death was assured. Damn it! If I had known this would happen, I would have left with what I acquired earlier. Damn you, eccentric Bloodface! The 2 fleeing cultivators were panting, and had hearts filled with frustration. However, there was nothing they could do about the situation except consider leaving this area. A few days later, there were no cultivators left in the area, only Meng Hao. He had robbed the majority of the cultivators, and now had a clump of celestial soil the size of a human head, as well as a fearsome reputation. After attempting to gain enlightenment regarding the soil, Meng Hao realized that he still had not collected enough. Unfortunately, all the other cultivators had fled, and further searching turned up nothing. It was at this point that a 300-meter-wide rock came whistling toward him. He immediately teleported onto the rock and sat down cross-legged to meditate. The rock shot out into the void as it proceeded on toward the next land mass. Meng Hao didn't know that the fleeing cultivators had taken the name eccentric Bloodface with them and spread it to other regions. It was only a matter of time before almost all of the Western Desert cultivators heard about him. As the rock shot through the void, everything turned black. Meng Hao sat there cross-legged, his eyes glittering. I ran into a lot of people, but I didn't see that demoness Zhixiang with any of them. Although I didn't see Zhao Yulan either. I wonder where she is. Lost in thought, Meng Hao pulled out the jade slip map and looked it over to confirm his destination. He was currently heading toward the largest of the immortality bridgestones in the whole area. The realm of the bridge ruins is huge. Every immortality bridgestone is a whole world, and there are probably tens of thousands of such worlds. However, the Western Desert cultivators are only able to explore a few dozen of them. A few days later, the void was growing even colder. Even with his cold-repelling treasure, Meng Hao was forced to continuously ignite his ever-burning flame to stay conscious. As he looked out into the blackness of the void, his eyes suddenly went wide. Off in the blackness, he saw a man moving through the void. He wore a long azure robe and had a sword strapped to his back. He held a flagon of alcohol in one hand as he strolled directly through the void. He took occasional sips of alcohol, his expression morose and filled with melancholy. The coldness of the void seemed to be reduced to nothing more than a crisp breeze around him. It blew his hair and did nothing to cause his stride to falter. He was simply walking along as if everything were normal. The void around him seemed to ripple and distort, and the coldness didn't seem willing to near him, but rather avoided him of its own volition. Meng Hao's mind was reeling, and his expression was one of astonishment. He looked at the man, and the man looked back. The instant their gazes met, Meng Hao suddenly couldn't see the azure-robed man anymore. When he reappeared, he was standing next to Meng Hao. Meng Hao's scalp went numb. It was impossible to see the level of the man's cultivation base. Trying to do so gave Meng Hao the same feeling you might get when looking into a deep ocean. He immediately stood up and bowed deeply toward the azure-robed man. Meng Hao of the junior generation greets senior. The man looked over at Meng Hao, then sat down off to the side. He took a sip of alcohol, and, his face as disconsolate as ever, said, "Are you on your way to seal-breaking continent?" "Seal-breaking continent?" replied Meng Hao, a blank expression on his face. He thought back to the jade slip map and the description of the place he was headed to. Finally, he nodded. "So, we happen to be heading in the same direction," said the man with a slight nod. After that, he said nothing more. Leaning up against a protruding rock, he drank and looked off into the blackness of the void. Meng Hao looked at the man hesitantly for a moment, then made his way some distance off and sat down cross-legged. Unfortunately, he couldn't slip into a meditative trance. All he could do was sit there as time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During that time, the azure-robed man continued to recline there, drinking. It seemed the alcohol in his flagon was endless. He drank and drank, looking out into the blackness, his expression morose. His bleakness continued to grow more and more apparent. The stubble of a beard could be seen on his face. It seemed as if it had been a very long time since he was inclined to clean up. His robes were wrinkled, and although the man should have cut a sorry figure in his state of disarray, his aura was filled with an indescribable charm. As such, he seemed lonely, but not a mess. The alcohol flagon he held in hand was crafted from wood, and the wood grain was even visible on its surface. It was impossible to determine how much he drank during the half-month. He did not speak, nor did Meng Hao. It seemed that this azure-robed man really was just heading in the same direction and didn't feel like walking. Therefore, he had decided to share the rock with Meng Hao. They maintained their mutual silence for another month as they proceeded onward. Meng Hao was finally able to slip into meditation. However, he left a sliver of will on the outside. He knew that doing so was essentially pointless, but he was used to the practice and it wasn't something he would stop doing. One day, as the 300-meter-wide rock flew forward, the previously listless and melancholy azure-robed man suddenly sat up and looked off into the distance. The movement immediately caused Meng Hao to open his eyes. He looked out into the blackness, but saw nothing. The azure-robed man, however, seemed very intent, as if he was completely focused on looking off into the distance. Meng Hao was puzzled, but didn't show it, and instead continued to look out into the void. Time passed, 3 days in which the azure-robed man and Meng Hao both looked out into the blackness. It was on that 3rd day that the world of blackness around them suddenly turned gray. At the same time, the 300-meter-wide rock they were on suddenly stopped moving. Meng Hao's mind trembled as a thick mist began to spread out in all directions. Soon, everything was like a sea of mist. Meng Hao's scalp prickled as he realized that he couldn't move a muscle. How could he not understand what was happening? Off in the mists, a group of figures could be seen, shouldering rocks as they marched forward. They looked frustrated, confused as they approached. Soft voices could be heard echoing out in the mists. "When will the bridge of immortality reappear like new? Sir, on what day will we again lay eyes on you?" Surrounded by the echoing sound, the figures floated through the mist. Men and women, elderly and young, all looked confused. As they neared Meng Hao, he felt a coldness that seemed capable of freezing the soul. Meng Hao gradually grew colder, until it seemed as if his very life force were about to be extinguished. It was at this point that Meng Hao noticed that this group of people was not the same group that he had encountered on the last landmass, when he was chasing Xianxia. Next to him, the azure-robed man continued to sit there, occasionally sipping alcohol. As he looked at the group of people, the melancholy in his eyes grew deeper, and the corners of his mouth twisted with bitterness. He examined them closely, as if he were looking for something. He examined each figure closely, and when he reached the last one, his loneliness seemed to grow deeper. He frowned and took another drink. The figures moved toward the rock Meng Hao was on, and as they grew close, they suddenly stopped. The blankness and confusion in their faces suddenly turned into viciousness. They looked over at the rock and the azure-robed man. The man looked back at them, and then waved his hand. As he did, the figures continued to float on by. They moved off into the distance, their confusion once again restored. Faint voices were again heard. When will the bridge of immortality reappear like new? Sir, on what day will we again lay eyes on you? The sound faded off into the distance, and the grayness in the void disappeared. There was no tempest like before. The silence was restored. As everything returned to normal, the 300-meter-wide rock that Meng Hao was on once again began to move forward at top speed. Meng Hao's body trembled as he recovered. His heart shook because of this second encounter with these bizarre figures. Without thinking about it, he turned to the azure-robed man and asked, "What are they?" After asking the question, Meng Hao realized that, considering the man's cultivation base and the days of silence, it was likely that he might not get an answer to the question. "Bridge slaves," said the azure-robed man, his voice soft. After the bridge of immortal treading was destroyed by Ancestor G, the surviving will of the bridge settled in this spot. People who coveted eternity and sought to extend their lives found their wills dissolved, and they became bridge slaves. They achieved the eternal life they sought, but the price was that they became slaves of the bridge. Day and night, throughout their eternal lives, they slave away to rebuild the bridge of immortal treading, which of course can never be rebuilt. Hearing this explanation caused Meng Hao's mind to spin. He turned to look in the direction the figures had departed in, but all he could see was blackness, as if an enormous screen of darkness were covering over everything. The man began to mutter bitterly, "Everything in the world comes with a price. A price." He held the alcohol flagon in front of him, gripping it tightly. Time passed. Meng Hao asked no further questions, nor did the man say anything further. He reclined there in his silence, staring off into the void, disconsolately drinking his alcohol. Meng Hao sat there thoughtfully. The term bridge slave certainly seemed appropriate. They acquired eternity, but the price they paid was a great one. When he thought of this, it caused Meng Hao to recall the bridge slaves' faint voices. 2 more months passed. Up ahead in the void appeared an enormous rock. This was another immortality bridgestone, its vastness virtually indescribable. It appeared to be about 10 times larger than the landmass he had just come from. An incredible pressure radiated out from it, enveloping everything in the area as it floated there in the void. Its edges were irregularly shaped, causing Meng Hao to think of the image of the enormous, broken bridge he had seen stretching boundlessly out in the starry sky. It was at this moment that the azure-robed man suddenly stood up. "Would you like a drink?" he asked, turning his head to look at Meng Hao. His eyes were clear and filled with a profundity like that of the stars in the sky. This was the second time the man had taken the initiative to speak. The first time was when he had arrived. Considering this was the second time, Meng Hao understood that he was about to leave. Meng Hao stood up, clasped hands and bowed deeply. He looked at the azure-robed man, his eyes glittering. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. The man smiled, then waved his hand, causing the alcohol flagon to fly over to Meng Hao. Meng Hao grabbed it and, without hesitation, drank a mouthful. As the alcohol flowed down his throat, a burning sensation exploded out. It felt like fire, and caused Meng Hao's cultivation base to rotate wildly. "A bit greedy, aren't we, boy? Well, it doesn't matter. I'll just consider it to be traveling expenses." The man pointed a finger at Meng Hao, causing his body to tremble. The mouthful of alcohol inside of him instantly formed into something similar to his gold core. Strands of alcohol chi began to emanate out from it, fusing it with his perfect gold core. He did not experience any growth in cultivation base, however. He could tell that something inside of him was now different. "The alcohol core within you will enable you to twice wield my dancing sword chi. It can slay anything under the immortal stage." With that, the flagon flew back into the man's hand. He turned and stepped off of the 300-meter-wide rock, walking toward the enormous landmass formed by the immortality bridgestone. As he stepped into the void, he sighed and said, "You ask when will you lay eyes upon me again? I've searched for you for 3,000 years." The voice echoed out with unspeakable melancholy and an indescribable loneliness. Meng Hao's mind reeled. All of a sudden, he could sense a sword skill within his mind. It was branded onto him in the form of a magical symbol. He didn't understand it, but he could tell that he could rotate his cultivation base to unleash the alcohol chi within his gold core. He could do this twice to cause the brand to explode out. As the man headed off into the distance, Meng Hao suddenly cried out, "Senior, may I respectfully ask your name?" "Han Shan." His voice echoed out, filled with pensiveness. The man sighed and then disappeared into the void. Meng Hao stood there, bowing deeply in his direction. After a long time passed, Meng Hao straightened back up. The 300-meter-wide rock he was on slammed through the barrier to enter the enormous landmass formed by the immortality bridgestone. There in front of Meng Hao was an enormous world. Of all the worlds formed by immortality bridgestones in this area, this was the largest one listed on Meng Hao's jade slip map. Meng Hao stood on his 300-meter-wide rock and glanced around the area. The sky above seemed extremely stable. There were only a few cracks visible. Mountain ranges rose and fell, and ancient ruins could be seen all over. As the rock shot through the air, Meng Hao looked down at the ground. Suddenly, his gaze flickered as he noticed that the mountains down below did not seem to have been formed naturally. They were connected together in what appeared to be a pattern. This wasn't the first time Meng Hao had noticed something like this. The previous worlds he had explored also contained similar sites. However, those worlds had been far too small, so the phenomenon was much less obvious. This world, however, was much larger. As he continued to look down at the mountains from up in midair, the more he got the feeling there was something very strange about them. They looked like magical symbols. That was what made the most sense. He thought back to when he had first come to the realm of the bridge ruins and seen the countless rocks which formed the shape of an archaic bridge that stretched through the stars. He had also seen magical symbols at that time. Obviously, the mountains that made up this mountain range were nothing other than magical symbols. Because of the vast size of this world, Meng Hao was able to see them clearly. The bridge of immortal treading was covered with magical symbols, each of which was most likely a celestial talisman. Within Meng Hao's body, the chi of Immortal shows the way rotated, and he rapidly blinked his left eye several times as he employed the celestial vision technique imparted to him by the Parrot. As soon as he employed the technique, his body trembled. Using his left eye to look down at the land below, what he saw was not a collection of mountains, but rather multiple black dragons, lifting their heads up to the sky to roar. Many of the dragons were broken, but some were mostly intact. Their roaring was shocking to the extreme. Meng Hao's entire body trembled, and he began to pant. He felt as if an invisible mountain were crushing down onto his body. Suddenly, the celestial vision technique was ended. However, just before it did, Meng Hao managed to catch a glimpse of something off in the distance that was obviously not a black dragon, but shockingly, a black-colored butterfly. The butterfly was indistinct and invisible to any onlooker. Every time it flapped its wings, nearby black dragons would be sucked toward it and be consumed. Inside the body of the black butterfly was a large area that was made up of celestial soil. As the image disappeared, beads of sweat broke out on Meng Hao's forehead. He had never imagined that using the celestial vision technique would allow him to see such a shocking scene. As his vision returned to normal, he looked around the land to find that it was just the same as before. The mountains were mountains, and not roaring black dragons. The area off in the distance where he had seen the black butterfly consisted of nothing more than ordinary mountains. The only unusual thing about that particular area was that it was a point of convergence for several mountain ranges. Bridge slaves, black dragons, butterflies. This realm of the bridge ruins is so full of mysteries. Meng Hao stood thoughtfully atop the large rock as it whistled through the air. As it began to veer off in a different direction, he looked back toward the area where he'd seen the butterfly. What I saw just now was most likely celestial soil. I couldn't possibly be mistaken about that. If I could get a chunk of celestial soil that big, then maybe I can form my Earth-type totem. The area he had seen with the celestial vision left his heart shaken and excited. Rewards come only when you take risks. If you want to rise above others, you have to pay the price. His eyes filling with determination, he transformed into a prismatic beam that shot off at top speed toward the area where he had seen the butterfly. According to Meng Hao's analysis of the more than 20 people who had come to this place from the Western Desert, it was unlikely someone else had Immortal shows the way and a celestial vision technique. Therefore, it was most likely that he was the only one able to see the butterfly. As such, the chances were relatively small that he would have to fight over the celestial soil. Since that was the case, Meng Hao would of course not be willing to give up this opportunity. Without the slightest hesitation, he continued on forward. Time passed by and soon 7 days had passed. During that time, Meng Hao never stopped moving. On 2 occasions, he employed the celestial vision technique to once again observe the black butterfly consuming the black dragons. He could sense the boundlessness of the butterfly's aura. It was on the 8th day that he finally arrived. It was a place where 10 different mountain ranges all converged together. There in the middle was an enormous basin, which was filled with roiling white mist. It prevented spiritual sense from extending out very far, and seemed to be imbued with a spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers. Meng Hao flew around it once, and then began to frown. He observed the flowing mist with flickering eyes. Finally, he produced a flying sword which he flung out, causing it to whistle through the air toward the mist. The instant it entered the mist, Meng Hao sat cross-legged on the border of the basin. He closed his eyes and sent out a fine thread of spiritual sense to connect to the flying sword as it shot down through the mist. The mist was dense, and the flying sword continued on through it for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Finally, it emerged into the basin below. Meng Hao could see a dazzling glow. Stretched out below him was a shocking scene. Buildings constructed entirely of celestial soil. Suddenly a figure loomed up within his spiritual sense. A booming sound could be heard as the flying sword exploded. A force of extermination then began to shoot back through the spiritual sense toward Meng Hao. His face flickered, but he was prepared. Almost the same instant in which the flying sword was destroyed, he severed his connection, preventing the exterminating force from reaching him. Having cut off the spiritual sense himself, Meng Hao's face went pale. Buildings constructed completely from celestial soil. Just what place is this exactly? Meng Hao was breathing heavily, and his eyes glittered. Although he had only been able to glimpse the area beyond the mist for a brief moment, it was enough to completely shock Meng Hao. After the bridge of immortal treading was destroyed, it transformed into the realm of the bridge ruins. After all these years, who knows how many times Western desert cultivators have come here. I can't believe that after all these years, no one found this place. And yet, here it is. For there to be much celestial soil shows how dangerous this place must be. Anyone who tried to enter in the past must have died. When Meng Hao's train of thought reached this point, his heart suddenly quivered. He waved his hand, and he suddenly vanished. Not very long after he vanished, a beam of light appeared off in the distance. It was a woman wearing a long black garment. Her features were beautiful and her skin was like jade. It was none other than Zhao Yulan. She made her way along with caution. After arriving in this place, she did the same thing Meng Hao had done. She flew around in a circle, then found a place to sit near the edge. She was just about to employ a technique to scout out the mist when suddenly her phoenix-like eyes flickered. She waved a beautiful hand, causing a white spider to shoot out in a beam of whiteness and head toward the mist. Just when it seemed on the verge of running into the mist, it suddenly jerked into a different direction and shot directly toward the spot where Meng Hao had vanished from. "Don't dare to show your face," she said coldly. "Get out here." The white beam of light shot toward the seeming emptiness. Just as it was about to reach it, ripples appeared, from within which stretched out a finger. The finger tapped onto the beam of whiteness, and a miserable shriek could be heard. The light faded away. Meng Hao emerged, his eyes filled with hard coldness. "It's you," said Zhao Yulan, her pupils constricted and her eyes filling with cold killing intent. Her arm had long since been restored, but her expression still radiated stabbing hatred. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. For Zhao Yulan to show up here caused many questions to fill his mind. The fact that she was being so cautious indicated that she knew about the bizarreness of this location. Even more importantly, when he'd met her before, her cultivation base had been merely at the great circle of core formation. Now, however, it was in the mid-nascent soul stage. From the ripples of her cultivation base, he could tell that she was at the peak of that stage, on the verge of stepping into the late nascent soul stage. In less than a year of time, she had experienced incredible progress. Meng Hao was well aware that such a feat was something rarely seen in the world. Well, that leaves only one possibility, thought Meng Hao, his eyes flickering. As for Zhao Yulan, killing intent flickered within her eyes. She actually admired Meng Hao, but that only served to fuel her desire to kill. The instant she saw him, she leaped up into the air. A 300-meter wide white glow surrounded her, and an enormous white spider magically appeared. She immediately shot toward Meng Hao. Obviously, the influence of the sealing of the spider branch's totemic sacred ancient was now gone. As Zhao Yulan shot toward him, Meng Hao donned the blood-colored mask. An enormous face appeared, sending out ripples in all directions. A roaring sound filled the air, but then Meng Hao vanished. When he reappeared, he was directly next to Zhao Yulan. His fist descended, but even as it did, Zhao Yulan grew blurry and disappeared. She reappeared behind him and raised her hand. Her thumb and forefinger were touching, and the other 3 fingers were raised. Killing intent radiated out from her eyes as she tapped down toward Meng Hao's back. He gave a cold snort. Looking down, his body flickered as blood-colored ripples spread out in all directions beneath him. A bloody glow rose up into the sky as 5 figures became visible, none other than Meng Hao's blood clones. Rumbling sounds filled the air, and Zhao Yulan's face flickered. She once again disappeared. The 2 of them teleported back and forth in midair as they fought. Booming sounds echoed out in all directions as a dance of divine abilities played out. Moments later, Zhao Yulan disappeared in the midst of an explosion to reappear 300 meters away. She lifted her delicate hand, on which could be seen, shockingly, a drop of blood. She tossed out the blood drop, and a sound like the shrill cry of a bird filled the air. The blood drop expanded, transforming into a red phoenix. It spread its wings, and flames leaped up everywhere. Surrounded by fire, the phoenix let out a powerful cry and then shot toward Meng Hao. As it passed through the air, an astonishing, scorching heat roiled out in all directions. Meng Hao's face was grim as he fell back. Eyeless larva threads spun around him even as the flame phoenix engulfed him. As soon as the flames engulfed him, killing intent appeared in his eyes. His cold voice echoed out in all directions. "Fire? I have that too." As soon as the words left Meng Hao's mouth, the flame phoenix enveloped him. Suddenly, his fire-type totem tattoo caused shocking flames to erupt off of Meng Hao. Using fire to defeat fire, the fire exploded out, instantly encircling the flame phoenix. Meng Hao stood there in the midst of the sea of flames, looking like some sort of devilish divinity. He waved his hand, causing the enormous image of a tree to magically appear around him. It melded into the flame sea, causing the intensity of the flames to increase rapidly. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, sending the flames shooting toward Zhao Yulan. It moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye was closing in on Zhao Yulan. Her delicate brow furrowed, and she waved her hand to cause a small white shield to appear. The shield immediately began to expand, spreading out in an instant to completely cover her. The flame sea slammed into it but was completely blocked. Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly. With a cold harumph, he caused his metal-type totem to appear, melding it into the flame sea. Golden droplets appeared which shot toward Zhao Yulan. She once again used the white shield to defend herself. However, the golden droplets began to spread out and merge with each other outside of the white shield. In the blink of an eye, while the white shield expanded out to completely cover her body, she was, in turn, completely surrounded by the golden droplets, which formed something like a sphere. All of this happened before Zhao Yulan could do anything. "You?" she said, her face flickering. Moving at incredible speed, Meng Hao shot out from within the sea of flames, appearing directly beneath the white sphere. He lifted his hand up, causing the golden sphere to begin to vibrate. He roared as he used all the strength he could muster to heave the golden sphere in the direction of the mist. "Since you like to hide in the protection of that shield, well, I'll add another layer of protection for you," he said as the golden sphere whistled throughout the air toward the mist, with Zhao Yulan inside. All of this takes quite a bit of time to describe, but actually happened in an instant. In the battle between the two, neither had been able to acquire the upper hand. However, Meng Hao's quick thinking prevailed. As soon as the golden sphere touched the mist began to churn violently. Suddenly, a sharp cry could be heard coming from inside the golden sphere. The sound of it was shocking, causing much of the mist to roil away. In fact, now the buildings down below were somewhat visible. Cracks spread out over the surface of the golden sphere, and within the space of a single breath, it shattered. The sound of the cry entered Meng Hao's ears and caused his mind to tremble. It was like a sharp blade was stabbing into his brain, causing blood to seep out of his eyes, nose and mouth. His mind became a blank. It only lasted a moment before fading away. As soon as the sound was gone, Meng Hao's body returned to normal. Zhao Yulan emanated fierce, killing intent as she appeared in front of him. Her delicate hand rose up and pushed down onto the eyeless larva silk which was surrounding him. A bang sounded out and Meng Hao tumbled backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Before he could fall backward very far, Zhao Yulan teleported toward him. A white glow rose up from her hand as she pointed her finger out. For some reason, the eyeless larva suddenly stopped moving momentarily. As the finger attack descended on Meng Hao, a bloody hole appeared on Meng Hao's chest, and strands of black qi began to spread out through his flesh. Meng Hao's mind was spinning. He was sure that her finger hadn't actually touched him. However, it had injured him, and in a bizarre way at that. The black threads burrowed into his flesh, rapidly sucking away at his life force. Meng Hao's face fell. From the time he had left the southern domain, be it during his time in the Black Lands or in the Western Desert, he had never been injured like this. Blood sprayed from his mouth as the eyeless larva rapidly continued to spin silk. Were it not for the eyeless larva, Meng Hao would surely be dead by this point. Even still, her divine ability just now was something he couldn't fight back against. He needed a buffer, time with which to retrieve a magical item from within his bag of holding, or perhaps perform an incantation. However, time was not something that Zhao Yulan would give him. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth as she continued to press closer to him, once again raising a finger. This time it did not touch him, but he coughed up blood nonetheless. The bones in his left arm shattered, and the black strands continued to spread out through his body. Vast amounts of life force were vanishing, and his hair had turned white. Death Qi filled him. Zhao Yulan got even closer, her killing intent extremely intense. For a third time, she raised her delicate hand. A sense of deadly crisis washed over Meng Hao like floodwaters. His eyes suddenly glowed with a bright light. With all the strength he could muster, he roared, "Are you Zhao Yulan, or Demoness Xianxia?" At this moment, Zhao Yulan's hand suddenly stopped moving. Taking advantage of this sudden pause, Meng Hao ignored the wounds to his body. He knew that this was a critical moment, and that his best option now was to teleport away. He needed to heal his injuries, otherwise his life would be in danger. However, he did not choose to do that. When it came to life-saving measures, he had the agarwood as well as the alcohol core and the dancing sword chi. However, Meng Hao had experienced many things throughout his years of practicing cultivation. As far as this particular deadly crisis was concerned, it had not reached the point where he needed to use those life-saving methods. Instead, he chose to use this precious instant of time to slap his bag of holding. The lotus sword formation appeared, rotating rapidly and exploding with the power of time. Even Zhao Yulan could never have predicted that during the short moment in which she paused, Meng Hao would actually choose not to flee. Instead, laughing in the face of death, he actually chose to attack. This caused her to hesitate in surprise. She and Meng Hao were relatively evenly matched. The only reason she had been able to dominate him so easily just now was because she had managed to get the upper hand by taking him by surprise. Killing intent flickered in her phoenix-like eyes. She was just about to make an attack, when suddenly her face fell. As of this moment, she could feel her longevity slipping away. Her face flickered as she abandoned any thoughts of attack and suddenly shot backward. Despite that, her moment of hesitation just now had caused 300 years of longevity to disappear. As she fell back, face flickering, a look of savagery appeared on Meng Hao's face. He quickly produced a medicinal pill which he popped into his mouth, and then shot forward. "Now it's my turn," he said. Followed by the lotus sword formation, he appeared in front of Zhao Yulan. He pulled his fist back and then punched her in the pit of the stomach. A boom rang out. Zhao Yulan was able to avoid being hit in a vital spot. However, blood sprayed from her mouth as she was flung backward. Meng Hao continued to move forward, once again attacking her with the lotus sword formation. Another 300 years of longevity vanished. Zhao Yulan's face was deathly pale as she continued to retreat. "Allow me to help you retreat," he said. His fist slammed into her belly, causing blood to shower out of her mouth. She tumbled backward, now in much the same position Meng Hao had been in moments ago. She had lost her position of superiority and couldn't even fight back. Now she was being dominated. Meng Hao's body flickered, and he appeared in front of her once again. Intense killing intent roiled out as eyeless larva silk shot out toward Zhao Yulan. It was at this point that she let out a disconsolate wail. At the same time, an indistinct figure appeared on her shoulder. It was very small, about the size of a hand. It looked like a small person, a woman. However, it was not Zhao Yulan. She wore an anxious expression, and as soon as she appeared, she let out a scream. The scream caused Meng Hao's mind to reel once more. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he backed up. He employed the full power of his cultivation base to send the eyeless larva silk out to strangle Zhao Yulan. Seeing the eyeless larva silk nearing, the eyes of the tiny person on Zhao Yulan's shoulder filled with a fierce look. "You insect, do you really dare to mess with an immortal?" A mysterious glow appeared in the little person's eyes. Suddenly, a bizarre red flower appeared in front of Zhao Yulan. Faces could be seen on the petals of the flower. Meng Hao's face, the flower, suddenly shattered. As it did, Meng Hao's mind reeled. It felt as if his soul were about to shatter. "Immortal? So what?" he responded. It was at this moment that Meng Hao suddenly caused the alcohol core within him to begin to rotate. Using the method that was fused into his mind, he spit out a mouthful of alcohol chi. Instantly, it began to transform into the shocking will of a sword. Rumbling sounds immediately emanated off of Meng Hao. The sword will roiled up, instantly filling the entire continent he was on. All of the cultivators here felt their hearts shaking and trembling. The face of the tiny person on Zhao Yulan's shoulder instantly filled with fear and disbelief. That sword, Immortal Han Shan's dancing sword chi. The alcohol chi swept about outside of Meng Hao. Within him, sword chi began to condense. At the exact moment in which the sword chi was about to explode out, the sky suddenly turned gray, and a mist began to rise up. "Damn it! The bridge slaves again!" Meng Hao's entire body was suddenly stuck in place. However, this time he wasn't completely incapable of motion. The alcohol qi spread out, and the sword qi continued to condense inside of him. He could still move, but it felt as if he were trudging through mud. Zhao Yulan's face instantly fell. The little person on her shoulder vanished. Suddenly, Zhao Yulan, like Meng Hao, was capable of slow, simple movements. Alarm filled her eyes. At the same time that this was happening, a group of figures appeared within the mist in the basin. Faint voices could be heard as the bridge slaves walked past Meng Hao and Zhao Yulan to head off into the distance. "Don't tell me this place is where the bridge slaves reside?" thought Meng Hao as he watched the bridge slaves walking out from within the basin. His mind and heart reeled. It was at this point that he noticed the last bridge slave in line. It was a young girl, about 15 or 16 years old. As she walked, she suddenly turned and looked at Meng Hao and Zhao Yulan. Her expression shifted from one of frustration and confusion to viciousness. Her body flashed as she shot toward them. An intense coldness instantly pressed down onto Meng Hao, filling him with shock. Zhao Yulan suddenly began to speak, her voice filled with unprecedented fear. "Meng Hao, we need to join forces. Otherwise, we will both die this day." Meng Hao's pupils constricted. He was in front of Zhao Yulan, and the person the bridge slave girl was charging toward was none other than him. As the words came out of Zhao Yulan's mouth, the tiny person magically appeared once again on her shoulder. The little figure's expression was one of anxiety as it performed an incantation with both hands and then pointed forward. Instantly, a red flower materialized in front of Meng Hao. Shockingly, on each petal of the flower could be seen the face of the girl. As soon as it appeared, the flower began to disintegrate. At this point, Zhao Yulan coughed up a mouthful of blood. The body of the tiny person on her shoulder flickered and grew even more blurry. It seemed to be extremely exhausted. At the same time, the charging girl's body suddenly stopped in place. An expression of pain filled her face and she let out a soundless scream. Then her face grew even more vicious, and a fearsome aura exploded out of her. Everything in the area suddenly flickered, and the surrounding mist seethed. "Quickly, use your dancing sword qi to cut her down. Don't let her get near us." At this critical moment, Meng Hao's eyes filled with resolve. He caused the alcohol qi to surge out, and then caused the congealed sword qi to emanate out as well. The two of them merged together into a shocking sword-shaped amalgamation of alcohol qi. It shot through the air toward the girl's head, then passed directly through it. Her body trembled, and the mist around her churned. Suddenly, she stopped. The vicious expression on her face disappeared to be replaced by a look of catharsis. "Daddy, Mother," she said softly, "are you still here? Where are you? Why did you leave me alone here? It's been so long, so long." The girl no longer seemed evil, but rather lonely and helpless. Murmuring the entire time, her body slowly disappeared. In the spot where the girl had disappeared, a slender strand slowly took shape. Meng Hao was touched by the girl's words, and suddenly thought back to Han Shan's story regarding the bridge slaves. Sighing, he reached out and grabbed the slender strand. The other bridge slaves off in the distance didn't seem to have noticed anything, and continued to move off into the distance. After they were gone, the grayness disappeared, as did the mist. Strangely, there was no tempest this time. After the colors returned to normal, Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He clenched his fist and once again punched out. Simultaneously, Zhao Yulan's lips opened and a beam of white light shot out of her mouth toward Meng Hao. The two magics slammed into each other and a huge boom rattled out. Both parties fell back. The tiny figure on Zhao Yulan's shoulder performed an incantation with both hands, preparing to once again materialize the power of her bizarre flower. It was at this moment, however, that the alcohol qi once again began to roil within Meng Hao. Immediately, the tiny figure stopped moving and stared at Meng Hao. As of now, Meng Hao could see that this figure was shaped like a woman. She was extremely beautiful. Not even Zhao Yulan could compare. She sat on Zhao Yulan's shoulder, looking very much like a nascent soul. However, She was far more limber than a nascent soul, plus, her body emanated a pleasant aura very much like celestial soil. There was a thin, transparent line connecting her hand to Zhao Yulan's body. It appeared that Zhao Yulan currently had no mind of her own, but rather was being controlled as a puppet. As of this moment, Meng Hao felt rather confused. He wasn't sure exactly what was going on between Demoness Zhixiang and Zhao Yulan. Zhixiang suddenly smiled and then spoke in a charming, melodious voice. "Little bro, your dancing sword chi could definitely hurt me. In fact, there's a 70% chance that it could slay my immortal divinity. However, in the end, your cultivation base just isn't strong enough to evade my final counterattack before dying. In that case, what's the point of us fighting? This place is one of the locations where the bridge slaves live. Instead of one of us dying, why don't we explore the place together? What do you say?" He looked over at the tiny demoness Zhixiang. For her to call him little bro didn't seem very appropriate. However, he had to admit that what she said made sense. Just now, her actions against the bridge slave weren't fake, he thought. I was closer, but she still took action to protect herself. She thought I simply had one strand of sword chi, but when she found out that wasn't the case, she changed her mind. He glanced over at the mist in the basin. When it came to the bizarreness of the mist, regardless of whether it was in terms of experience or technique, he simply wasn't powerful enough to handle it on his own. Joining forces with her wasn't necessarily out of the question. As he was considering the matter, Zhao Yulan looked at him and frowned. Inwardly, she said, "Big sis Zhixiang, this guy is endlessly crafty. Plus, he's cruel and merciless, completely cold-blooded. Also, his decisiveness is incredible. If you work with him, you have to be very cautious." Zhixiang's reply echoed out inside of Zhao Yulan's mind. "Well, now I know that you really do love your big sis, my precious darling." Zhao Yulan blushed. Sensing that her face was growing red, Zhixiang laughed, causing Zhao Yulan's blush to deepen. "Little bro, what do you think? There are plenty of treasures here. Big sis isn't greedy. I just want half. You can have the rest. What do you say?" With that, the tiny figure on Zhao Yulan's shoulder laughed lightly. She lifted a hand and pointed toward the mist. A strand of chi shot toward the mist, causing it to seethe and then slowly grow thin. Zhao Yulan's body shot down into the mist. "If you agree, then come on over. Big sis is waiting for you." Demoness Zhixiang's voice carried with it a touch of allure, causing Meng Hao to frown again. Then his eyes glittered. Filled with caution, and keeping the sword chi prepared, he followed down into the mist. They flew down in single file, piercing through the mist. Eventually they were able to make out the basin and the luxurious buildings. Each of these buildings was completely constructed from celestial soil, filling the basin with a thick aura of celestial soil. "Immortals used to live in this place," said Zhixiang from her position on Zhao Yulan's shoulder. "It's one of the palaces used by the 99 preeminent immortals as a guard garrison for the Bridge of Immortality. After the bridge was destroyed, the 99 immortals died and merged into the Bridge of Immortality. They wished to restore the bridge and its position in the world. When they came back to life, they had no physical bodies. However, their palaces remained, filled with treasure. As they neared the palaces, a glimmering shield suddenly appeared, blocking their way. A powerful aura radiated out, emitting thick pressure along with magical shadows. Zhao Yulan spit out a mouthful of blood, and Demoness Zhixiang lifted her right hand and waved it toward the blood. "Congeal!" Immediately the blood turned into a red mist which then formed into a gigantic red flower. The flower floated forward and touched the shield. As soon as it did, it sank into the shield, merging into it. The entire shield began to distort. In the blink of an eye, veins seemed to spread out through the shield. It began to flicker rapidly and then dissipated. The power that blasted out upon its dissipation caused Meng Hao to narrow his eyes. He would not have been able to break this shield unless he used the dancing sword chi. "I've suppressed the defenses," said Zhixiang. "But it will only last for 4 hours. All of the palace structures here should have garrison treasures. Little bro, as you can see, There is a main hall in the center with palace buildings stretched out on either side. You take one side and we'll meet in the middle. As for how many treasures you can acquire, that will depend on your own skill. Zhixiang laughed, and Zhao Yulan gave Meng Hao a cold glance. Then they headed directly for the palace buildings on the right side. Meng Hao looked at the suppressed shield and the giant red flower floating there in midair. It was this flower which was suppressing the power of the shield, allowing them to enter. For hours? I can't trust her on that point. At most, it will probably last for 2 hours. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. After a moment of observation, decisiveness filled his eyes and, without hesitation, he shot forward toward the group of palace buildings on the left. With my cultivation base, I would normally never be able to get into a place like this. Whatever treasures are in the buildings, they are not things I could take. If I get too greedy, then I might end up paying a horrific price. Therefore, I will stick to my original plan. I don't need treasures. I just need celestial soil. Eyes shining brightly, his body flickered and he appeared in front of one of the palace buildings. After looking it over carefully, he saw that the main door was shut tight with the power of some type of sealing. Meng Hao did not spend time thinking about how to open the door. A flying sword appeared in his hand and he knelt down. Rotating his cultivation base, he used the flying sword to try to pry up one of the floor tiles. Unfortunately, a cracking sound could be heard as the flying sword snapped in two. Frowning, Meng Hao's body flickered as he flew up to the roof and began to try to pull up one of the roof tiles. Unfortunately, the roof tile was extremely tough and no matter what he did, he couldn't pull it up. This stuff is really sturdy, he thought, his eyes flickering with sharpness. He rotated his cultivation base with full power, causing the time sword formation to appear and unleash its power on the tile. A moment later, he pulled up on the tile. Crack! The tile was pulled up successfully by Meng Hao. His heart pounded with excitement. The tile was only the size of a hand, but the entire thing was made from celestial soil. He put it away and immediately began to use the same method to continue dismantling the building. Very quickly, all of the tiles on the palace building's roof had been collected up by Meng Hao. Next, he went to work on the floor tiles. It didn't take long before they were all placed into his bag of holding. Rich! I've really struck it rich. Panting, eyes gleaming, Meng Hao's eyes next moved to the palace building's guardian lions. Having successfully collected them up, he next looked over at the building's eaves. This chapter was sponsored by Anonymous soon. The eaves were gone. Next, Meng Hao's gaze came to fall upon the steps leading up to the palace building. After that were the columns. Next, the wall coverings. It didn't take long for a previously extravagant palace building to be completely blank and clean. The main structure was there, but now it looked completely different to a very shocking degree. Every single thing that could be taken off of the outside surface was gone. Were it not for the restrictive spells and seals protecting the inside of the palace building, Meng Hao would tear down the entire structure. Trying to contain his excitement, he looked over at the next palace building. Filled with excitement, he leaped toward that building and began to dismantle it. As for the immortals who built these palace buildings, before their consciousnesses merged into the bridge, they placed the restrictive spells and seals in place because they were well aware that people might be interested in the items within. However, they had never imagined that someone like Meng Hao would happen to make his way into this place. He wasn't interested in the treasures inside, but rather wanted to plunder the construction materials. Time passed by, with bustling industriousness. Meng Hao proceeded along from one palace building to the next, completely dismantling their exteriors, leaving them stark and bare. The only thing left behind were the bare palace structures. Anything that could be pried up was taken by Meng Hao. Even the grass on the ground seemed to have absorbed some of the celestial soil chi. Seeing how extraordinary it was, he collected it up without hesitation. If I don't keep grabbing stuff until my hands cramp, then my name isn't Meng Hao, he said, his eyes gleaming as he wrenched up a floor tile. If any of Meng Hao's acquaintances saw him now, they might think they were looking at a stranger. The look in his eyes was completely different than the coldness that usually resided there. This was a part of his personality that he kept buried deep within, the part of him that lusted after anything valuable. Despite having reached his current level of cultivation base, one cannot forget about the matter in which he owed Steward Joe 3 pieces of silver. Of course, after beginning to practice cultivation, the fervor he had shown toward that silver had shifted to cultivation resources. For example, celestial soil. At the moment, there was nothing he was more passionate about than celestial soil. After all, aspirations are a good thing. With aspirations, Meng Hao could be happy despite being tired or in pain. Right now, he was like a locust in human form. Every extravagant palace building that he encountered would be seemingly engulfed in a storm. After the storm passed by, the building would be completely bare. Gradually 10 buildings, 20 buildings, 30 buildings. After 2 hours had passed, more than 70 palace buildings had been completely dismantled by Meng Hao. His expression was one of excitement, and he was breathing heavily. At the moment, there weren't even 30 buildings left. Meng Hao was just getting ready to go at the rest of the buildings with a final spurt of energy, when Zhao Yulan suddenly staggered out from a large palace building on the opposite side of the basin. After she emerged, the entire palace building collapsed with a rumbling sound. Zhao Yulan looked excited. The tiny Xianxia perched on her shoulder appeared even more excited. Shockingly, she held a small green flask in her hand. "It took 2 hours to get this one item," said Xianxia excitedly. "However, this small flask is a treasure that once belonged to one of the 9 most preeminent of the immortals. 2 hours is a long time, but it was worth it. Precious darling, we must quickly go to the next." What? When her gaze fell upon Meng Hao, her eyes went wide and she gaped. She even rubbed vigorously at her eyes, not daring to believe what she was seeing. When Zhao Yulan saw the strange scene, her eyes also went wide as they filled with astonishment and shock. Both of them could do nothing other than be completely shocked. The tableau that faced them now was completely different from that which they had seen before entering the palace building earlier. The previously lush and verdant grass in the area was completely gone. Only bare, uneven ground remained. The celestial tiles were nowhere to be seen. The floors were completely barren. The auspicious beasts protecting the palace buildings, so imposing and extraordinary, had vanished. The columns, carved with dragons and phoenixes, were now missing. The matchlessly extravagant wall decorations, which had once covered the outside of the palace buildings, were as bare as if they had been swept over by a fierce tempest. There were 30 or so palace buildings which retained their original appearance. However, the other 70 or more had become nothing more than empty frames. Completely clean, spick and span. Demoness Xianxia stared in shock, and began to murmur to herself subconsciously, "Is the heavenly hound from planet East Victory here? Or the locust immortal of planet North Reed?" Everything was too bare, as if it had been licked clean by a dog, or swept over by an army of locusts. Even as Zhao Yulan and Xianxia were struck motionless from shock, they saw Meng Hao standing in front of an intact palace building, viciously prying up a floor tile with a flying sword. The sword was broken and twisted, and seemed to emit shrieks of humiliation. A bang could be heard as the floor tile popped up. Meng Hao waved his sleeve to collect it up. Licking his lips, he used the same techniques he had picked up while dismantling the other 70 buildings to continue his work. The floor tiles were sturdy, but once you got one up, collecting the rest was simple. Meng Hao had long since caught sight of Zhao Yulan and Xianxia. However, he didn't spend any effort paying attention to them. He was immersed in his work of prying up the floor tiles. The 2 women watched on, stupefied. Zhao Yulan was breathing heavily, her phoenix-like eyes filled with disbelief. It was as if this was her first time ever seeing Meng Hao. How could she ever have imagined that the cold, astute, vicious, and merciless Meng Hao would do something like this? This guy really might have some heavenly hound blood in him. Or maybe he really has practiced some of the cultivation of the locust immortal. Damn it, he doesn't even leave the floor tiles behind. Xianxia was panting. She could see the concentration in Meng Hao's eyes, which caused her to feel a bit suspicious. Isn't he afraid of the curse? Zhao Yulan stared at the strange scene and suddenly started to think that this new Meng Hao was actually more terrifying than the usual Meng Hao. The fervor with which he was dismantling the palace buildings was beyond her comprehension. Because of that, she found the situation even more horrifying. This was even more the case when Meng Hao finished with the floor tiles and then took away the guardian lions. After that, he cut down the pillars and then started to pull off the wall decorations. Zhao Yulan took a deep breath. She almost couldn't believe it. In fact, she was certain that if Meng Hao somehow found his way to the Five Poisons tribe, something completely terrifying would occur. It would probably only take a few hours for the entire tribe to be uprooted and wiped clean. Xianxia was filled with misgivings and hesitated for a moment. Finally, she called out, Hey, fellow Taoist. Stop bothering me, said Meng Hao, not even turning his head. He ripped a wall decoration off, then pulled out a flying sword to continue his work. You know, replied Xianxia immediately. The big main hall in the center is made from even better material. That celestial soil is even more refined. Her words caused Meng Hao to suddenly pause in the middle of pulling off a wall decoration. He turned to look over at Zhao Yulan and Xianxia. Xianxia immediately continued, Compared to the main hall, all the other materials in this place are like trash. The celestial soil over there, the floor tiles over there are worth 100 times more than the ones over here. Fellow Taoist, you're clearly innately skilled and beyond ordinary. You have unique hobbies and are obviously a great man. An amazing hero. I think we really need to cooperate one more time. What do you think? You dismantle the main hall, and I'll open the restrictive spells. That way, your dismantling work will go even faster. Then, we can split the treasures inside 50-50. What do you say? When Zhao Yulan heard Xianxia's words, her face grew taciturn. There was no way she could associate the terms great man and amazing hero with Meng Hao. The only thing she could see was a monster of dismantling. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and he said nothing for the space of a few breaths, and then said, Just wait a moment. No problem, replied Xianxia excitedly. Fellow Taoist, I understand that you need to meditate for a moment to rest yourself. No problem at all. As for me, I can. Suddenly, her eyes went wide with disbelief. As soon as Meng Hao finished speaking, he went back to ripping the wall decorations off. Only this time he went at it even faster than before. Xianxia was breathing heavily as she watched Meng Hao sweep over the palace building, and then moved on to the next one. In the following hour, the rest of the 30 or so remaining palace buildings were completely swept clean. Finally, he looked over at the nearly 100 palaces in the area Zhao Yulan and Xianxia had come from, and a look of regret appeared on his face. He looked back toward the majestic palace building in the center. Is that the main hall you mentioned? He asked. The palace building was surrounded by walls. Inside were 4 majestic structures that were completely beyond ordinary. Meng Hao's professional eyes swept the place over and noticed that the floor tiles were nearly 2 square meters and shined like gold. The celestial soil qi that they emitted was thick to the extreme. Then he noticed the columns, which were thick and solid. The wall decorations were transparent like jade, shocking to the extreme. He glanced at the palace building's main door and could tell that the celestial soil qi that it emitted was incredibly dense. Under Meng Hao's professional gaze, the places on the walls that were appropriate to begin deconstructing were apparent. As for the floor tiles, he quickly identified the best one to start with. He also took note of which roof tiles to take without disturbing the restrictive spells. His sharp gaze fell upon Zhao Yulan, causing her to take a deep breath. She suddenly felt as if her clothes were being stripped away. Noticing that Xianxia wasn't paying attention, she casually lifted up her hand and held up her pinky finger. When she was sure that Meng Hao saw it, she slowly lowered her pinky finger. Off to the side, Xianxia had an expression of admiration on her face. So, it turns out this guy has a specialty. His name is Meng? He seems to be a grandmaster of dismantling ancient immortal palaces without touching the restrictive spells. Xianxia suddenly looked very serious. Grandmaster Meng, this bridge of immortal treading was built by the immortal demon sect many years ago. The place we are in now is the lowest of the three worlds that compose the Bridge of Immortality, the residence palace of the 99 immortal demons. This most majestic of the palace buildings is a local spell locus, and most likely one of the hubs of the Bridge of Immortality. There are 3,600 such hubs here. There are precious treasures sealed inside, used in past years to provide a constant supply of the power of the essence of the ninth mountain and sea. The restrictive spells here are the most powerful. Even if I were here with my physical body, opening this building would be quite difficult. However, with your assistance, Grandmaster Meng, it should be much simpler. Grandmaster Meng, would you please tell me which parts of the outer wall would be the easiest to remove? This was the first time she had acted so politely toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao had noticed Zhao Yulan's obscure gesture with her pinky finger, but his expression didn't change at all. He looked at Xianxia, thinking for a moment about why she was calling him Grandmaster Meng. It only took a moment for him to realize that it must be because the ease with which he had dismantled the buildings earlier left her shaken. He cleared his throat and then once more looked regretfully back at the other section of buildings. Then, he returned his attention to the main hall, studying it for a moment. Finally, he pointed toward a certain section. Right side, row 73, ninth piece from the top. Meng Hao's eyes glittered with sharpness as he looked at the particular piece he had just referred to. Based on his previous experience, that was definitely the best place to start. Hearing this, Xianxia looked over silently for a moment before her eyes filled with determination. She quickly began to perform an incantation. Zhao Yulan took a deep breath and also began to incant. The two of them pushed their arms out at the same time, causing two beams of light, one white and one red, to shoot through the air toward that particular piece. In the blink of an eye, they landed, causing the entire wall to glow brightly. Left side, row 33, seventh piece from the bottom, said Meng Hao. Once again, Zhao Yulan and Xianxia released attacks. Right side, row 115, second piece from the top. This, of course, was all based on Meng Hao's previous experiences. The wall glowed and began to shake. Suddenly, a booming sound rang out. Finally, a section of the wall exploded, causing the wall's spell formation to crack, flicker, and then disappear. Xianxia took a deep breath and looked somewhat tired out. However, her face quickly filled with enthusiasm. Zhao Yulan hurried over, with Meng Hao following close behind. Without the slightest hint of anxiety, Meng Hao began to collect up the pieces. Zhao Yulan and Xianxia waited just outside the main hall, watching as the perimeter wall surrounding the palace building disappeared rapidly. After collecting up the final piece, Meng Hao contentedly walked over and began to examine the floor tiles, completely ignoring Xianxia and Zhao Yulan. The two women watched on, not daring to interfere. After a moment, Meng Hao stood above one particular floor tile, then squatted down to examine it closer. He took a few steps back toward where there was a small crack on the border of the tiled area. He looked up. I'm not sure how to break the spell formations in this place, but as far as the floor tiles go, I have to say that this is the place to target with your divine abilities. Hitting it there will send a crack out that will loosen all the tiles in the area. Having said this, Meng Hao took a few steps back. Xianxia's eyes glittered. She flickered an incantation, causing a beam of light to fly out toward the cracked tile. A boom filled the air. At first, it didn't seem like anything had happened. Xianxia frowned, and a sharp look appeared in her eyes. Both hands flickered in an incantation, and she spit out a mouthful of qi. Zhao Yulan instantly reacted to this. Trembling, she spit out a mouthful of blood, which fused with the qi to transform into the image of a finger. The finger obviously was filled with shocking power. The instant it appeared, Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and the dancing sword qi within him began to circulate. Meng Hao's reaction seemed casual, but in fact he was constantly considering ways in which to cause his opponents to drain their cultivation bases. Throughout this situation, he had constantly been on guard. Even though they were working together, it was all because of mutual profit, not because of some impregnable alliance. The finger seemed to be filled with power that could harm even the heavens. As soon as it appeared, The sky dimmed and an incredible pressure weighed down on the area. It shot toward the crack, slamming into it and causing everything to tremble. Cracking sounds echoed out as the floor tile filled with cracks. One of the cracks spread out in just the way Meng Hao had described. More intense roaring sounds filled the air. The shaking was so intense that the other floor tiles of this palace building filled with 3 more gigantic cracks. A moment later, the shaking stopped. As of this moment, all of the restrictive spells outside of the palace building were gone. Xianxia's face was pale, and she was breathing heavily. "You need to go faster," she urged Meng Hao. "My technique to suppress the shield won't last for much longer. We need to get into the main hall as quickly as possible." Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Feeling somewhat anxious, he quickly produced a flying sword and began prying up the floor tiles. Without the restrictive spells in place, there was nothing protecting the floor tiles. With Meng Hao's professional technique, the floor tiles quickly began to disappear into his bag of holding. However, it was at this moment that his eyes suddenly narrowed. The earth beneath the floor tiles was not smooth. Instead, complex magical symbols became visible as he collected up the tiles. The symbols bore the appearance of a sealing mark, a seal that looked like a butterfly. Xianxia looked down at the butterfly seal and then casually remarked, "That seal is the restrictive spell covering this area. However, I've disabled it. It doesn't function anymore." Meng Hao nodded, then pried up the final floor tile. Suddenly, he looked up and then performed a bloodburst flash and then a minor teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he was far off in the distance. Once he was away from the main hall, he blinked his left eye several times in succession. Pouring the chi of Immortal shows the way into his left eye. Immediately, his view of the world changed. The majestic palace hall was now a mass of black mist, the source of which was the butterfly seal in the hall square. An enormous black butterfly was visible, struggling against the silver strands which were wrapped around its body. It looked like the strands were on the verge of collapsing. It seemed that the floor tiles in this place had been suppressing the butterfly's true form. Now that the tiles were gone and the restrictive spell broken, it was in the process of freeing itself. At the same time, countless roaring black dragons were flying toward the butterfly, intent on consuming it. However, as they neared, the bizarre butterfly sucked them in, using them as power to assist in freeing itself. Standing next to the butterfly was Zhao Yulan, who for some reason had a bitter smile on her face and grief in her eyes. A despair existed therein that was no longer possible to cover up. Shockingly, with his celestial vision, Meng Hao could see that Xianxia, perched on Zhao Yulan's shoulder, had a red thread coming out of her to wrap around the butterfly, as if she were attempting to make some sort of connection with it. Meng Hao immediately began to fly away. There were still a handful of floor tiles that he hadn't collected up. As for Xianxia, her face flickered, and when she looked up and saw Meng Hao, she laughed coldly. Her face was grim, and she obviously knew that Meng Hao had some clues as to what was happening. "This guy is profoundly astute," she thought. "However, there's something unique about him. He's capable of taking away the celestial soil that the immortal demon sect cursed for all time. From ancient times until now. He must be the first person who came here unprotected and not only evaded death, but also took away the celestial soil." Xianxia frowned. It was for this very reason that she had opted to enlist Meng Hao's help in disabling the restrictive spells. However, at the most critical moment she had been found out by him and he seemed to be leaving. Although he had taken most of the floor tiles, there were a few left that, while seemingly random, were actually cleverly positioned. "Grandmaster Meng, what is the meaning of this?" asked Xianxia lightly. Her voice seemed sweet, but also filled with allure. "There's no special meaning," he called back. "It's just that my bag of holding is full." He quickly flew out of the palace building area. He had acquired enough celestial soil for now and did not wish to participate in any more of demoness Xianxia's scheming. As for Zhao Yulan, he now understood what was going on. Earlier, outside the basin, he had had his doubts. Granted, there was some rancor between him and Zhao Yulan. However, it hadn't reached the point where he felt he needed to attack her to resolve the situation. After all, the war between the Five Poisons tribe and the Crow Divinity tribes had started because of an invasion. He had tried to kill her that time, but only once, not twice. Despite that, Zhao Yulan had immediately attacked him earlier. At first glance, it might seem that she had plenty of reasons to do so, but upon careful analysis, her actual motives were unclear. In fact, now that he thought about it, perhaps the gesture she had made earlier with her pinky finger had been an intentional distress signal. In any case, Meng Hao had no intention of staying behind in this place in some attempt to rescue Zhao Yulan. A sharp look appeared in Xianxia's eyes and she gritted her beautiful teeth. Well, considering the situation, it looks like I have no choice, right? She said with a sigh. What a pity. Yulan, precious darling. It goes without saying that I'm going to have to possess you. She suddenly flew off of Zhao Yulan's shoulder. Zhao Yulan began to tremble. It only took a few breaths worth of time for her aura to completely change. She was no longer cool and elegant, but rather bewitching and charming. Her body flickered as she reached out and pushed down 5 times onto the ground. Booms rang out as 5 floor tiles suddenly cracked into pieces. At the same time, the silver strands holding down the black butterfly suddenly dissipated. The butterfly flew into the air. As it did, flames erupted on its body. It was now no longer invisible. Thanks to the burning, it was now colorful in appearance and visible to anyone who looked its way. It had now transformed into a colorful, hand-sized butterfly, completely eye-catching in all aspects. In the instant that the butterfly appeared, it flapped its wings, causing an enormous windstorm to sweep across the entire land mass. Simultaneously, an incredibly intense demonic chi rolled off of it. It had demonic chi and possessed consciousness. Even as he retreated, Meng Hao saw the black butterfly transform into a colorful one, and it caused his mind and heart to shake. Suddenly, 2 words appeared in his mind. Demon spirit. There was no other term which could be used to describe this colorful butterfly which floated in mid-air. It had transformed from blackness, almost as if it had been reborn from within death. No intense feeling of danger emanated off of the colorful butterfly. The only thing it radiated was intense, natural beauty. As it fluttered its wings, a thin, colorful dust could be seen floating around it, as well as a bright glow. The butterfly immediately began to fly up into the air. Zhao Yulan, or perhaps it would be better to say Demoness Zhixiang, flew up in pursuit, her eyes glittering. The main reason she had come to the realm of the bridge ruins was for this very demon spirit. With it, I will be qualified to enter the primordial immortal demon plane. As a disciple of the current generation of the immortal demon sect, I will definitely be able to snatch some good fortune once I get into that ancient plane. Zhixiang performed a minor teleportation, and in the blink of an eye was next to the butterfly. Meng Hao's eyes shone brightly. As of this instant, he gave up any notions of fleeing. As far as he was concerned, this thing was exactly what he had come to the realm of the bridge ruins to acquire. With a demon spirit, the 2,000 members of the Crow Divinity tribes would be qualified to enter the Black Lands, and would thus have a chance to survive the apocalypse. There was no time to think. Meng Hao's body flickered as he blood-burst flashed and then teleported. All the blood chi in his body rose up as he shot toward the butterfly demon spirit. As he sprang into action, he circulated the alcohol chi within him, preparing to use the dancing sword chi. Killing intent flickered within Zhixiang's eyes. However, in the exact moment in which both of them shot up into the air after the colorful butterfly, the butterfly shot forward, its body becoming a blur. A moment later, it was a few hundred kilometers away. Were it not for the intense, glowing light that emanated off of it, it would have been able to disappear without a trace. Meng Hao's face flickered as he teleported once again. Zhixiang pulled back the divine ability she had been about to use. Both ceased thoughts of attacking as they shot in pursuit of the demon spirit. They moved with incredible speed, although Zhixiang was a bit faster than Meng Hao. However, her merging with Zhao Yulan was not complete. Furthermore, Zhao Yulan was actually still only at the core formation stage. Zhixiang had been able to force her cultivation base up to the nascent soul stage. Even still, it was impossible for Zhixiang, an immortal, to employ her full level of power using this body. Even if she could push Zhao Yulan to spirit severing, it wouldn't match up to her speed in immortal divinity form. If she pushed the body too far, it was very likely that it would shred to pieces in midair. Every time the butterfly demon spirit shot forward, it moved a few hundred kilometers. In fact, in one particularly stunning moment, it traveled over 500 kilometers in one shot. Fortunately, the colorful glow it emitted was like a bright lamp on a dark night, clearly pointing it out. Were it not for that, Meng Hao would have been incapable of tracking it down. Unfortunately, the butterfly demon spirit's frantic flight did not go unnoticed for very long. Soon, it began to attract the attention of other Western desert cultivators in the area. As the cultivators became aware of the butterfly, they immediately came to think of demon spirits. All of them had come to the realm of the bridge ruins with one of their goals being to search out the demon spirits that came to being here. Instantly, the eyes of these cultivators turned red. This demon spirit represented a chance for survival for their respective tribes. It only took one glance for any cultivator in the area to cause the full power of their cultivation bases to explode as they shot toward the butterfly. On this land mass, the colorful butterfly instantly gave rise to a storm of fighting. Meng Hao frowned. Seeing this happening, he decided to hold back from joining in the fray. However, he did not lessen his speed at all as he continued in pursuit. As far as Zhixiang went, she had long since disappeared. Meng Hao knew that she was definitely in the area of the demon spirit, waiting for the perfect moment to make her move, most likely when the butterfly slowed down a bit. At a certain point, an area of distortion suddenly appeared in front of the butterfly demon spirit, and a man appeared. His body was festooned with totems, most noticeably his forehead, upon which could be seen a black dragon. The aura and ripples coming off of this man made him seem thoroughly frightening. Furthermore, his cultivation base was at the late nascent soul stage. This was the first person of the late nascent soul stage that Meng Hao had seen in the realm of the bridge ruins. He was tall and strapping, his features somewhat crude, with thick, bushy eyebrows and large eyes. As soon as he appeared, he let out a roar and lifted both of his arms up. His body suddenly began to expand. Green veins bulged out on his skin, and an enormous, lifelike black dragon suddenly exploded out from behind him. The butterfly demon spirit was only the size of a hand and had no cultivation base. It obviously couldn't count as something powerful. Anyone could grab it and take it away. However, its speed was indescribable, giving it an incredible power. As soon as the man appeared in front of it, it shot forward, slamming into him. An incredible boom filled the air. Amidst the booming, the burly man's body trembled. All of his totem tattoos flickered. The black dragon lifted its head into the air. The man lifted his head up and roared as he shot back a full 3,000 meters before coming to a halt. However, he still held the butterfly firmly with both hands. There were more than 10 people in the area who had been attracted by the butterfly demon spirit. All of them recognized this man and were thrown into a commotion. That's Su Bai of the Great Black Dragon Tribe. The Great Black Dragon Tribe is from the Western Desert East region and has a spirit-severing patriarch, a true great tribe. Great tribes with spirit-severing patriarchs do not need a demon spirit to be qualified to enter the Black Lands. Su Bai is a powerful expert of the Great Black Dragon Tribe. Word has it that he is the next tribe member likely to rise to spirit severing. Why does he want to snatch a demon spirit? Meng Hao's eyes glittered. The scene just now had shaken him inwardly. This burly man named Su Bai had already made quite an impression on him. It seemed that the majority of his cultivation base power was focused on his physical body, which was something very unique. However, as soon as Su Bai took control of the demon spirit, a soft laugh could be heard coming from seemingly nowhere. Ripples suddenly flickered, and a red glow could be seen. Within the red glow was a man wearing a long red robe. He was thin and possessed a feminine air. The instant he appeared, magical symbols appeared all around him, all of which were unique and emanated a bizarre glow. Actually, upon closer inspection, each of these magical symbols seemed to be a life force. Even more bizarre, There was no totem tattoo on the man's forehead. Furthermore, in the places of his body not covered by his robe, a vast assortment of magical symbols could be seen. As he laughed softly, his femininity seemed to increase. In concurrence with his appearance, he lifted his right arm and waved it gently in front of him. Instantly, a vast array of magical symbols appeared and began to converge together. As they did, they transformed into a gigantic hand made of magical symbols. It immediately shot at top speed in the direction of Subai. As it neared, it seemed to be closing in on the butterfly demon spirit, as if to snatch it. "Chun-mo!" roared Subai. As his voice echoed out, the other surrounding cultivators' faces were instantly filled with astonishment. "Chun-mo? That's Chun-mo from the great demon talisman tribe. He reached the late nascent soul stage 200 years ago." As the rumbling echoed out, Subai's face filled with ferocity. He loosened his grip, and the butterfly flapped its wings, extricating itself and dodging away from the gigantic hand formed from magical symbols. It was at this exact moment in which the butterfly freed itself that suddenly, Xianxia's figure appeared. She reached out her delicate hand and grabbed the butterfly, then flickered and disappeared. The speed with which she moved made it so that nobody could detect her beforehand. The faces of Subai and Chun-mo instantly filled with shock. To have the demon spirit snatched away in front of their very noses left both of the men feeling completely humiliated. However, the moment in which Xianxia disappeared, Meng Hao's eyes filled with a cold glow. "Drop it," he said coolly, alcohol chi spreading out from within him. Xianxia's cold laugh could be heard echoing out in the air. "If you hadn't used the dancing sword chi before, then using it now all of a sudden would have worked on me quite well." Unfortunate. Before she could even finish speaking, she stopped. That was because the alcohol chi had ceased spreading out of his body. Not even a scrap could be detected. Despite that, shocking ripples were suddenly emanating off of Meng Hao. The ripples filled the entire area for 15,000 meters in every direction. The sky dimmed and all of the surrounding cultivators' faces fell. As for Chun-mo and Subai, their pupils constricted as they felt an intense sense of crisis. It was in this shocking moment that a 3,000-meter-long beast appeared in front of Meng Hao. Its body was that of a dragon, while its tail was that of a phoenix, and it had two dragons' heads. The shocking, 3,000-meter-long creature instantly emanated a horrifying aura that pressed down on everything within 15,000 meters. This was none other than the Agarwood. Meng Hao possessed the Agarwood legacy and could use it 3 times to avoid death. When the Agarwood appeared, its body flickered and it began to roar. Its body actually disappeared at this point, but its power transformed into an attack that shot forward, causing everything around it to shake. The air for 15,000 meters in every direction seemed about to collapse. Xianxia's body was instantly forced to reappear in midair. Blood sprayed from her mouth and her face was covered in shock. "Agar would," she thought, her expression one of complete disbelief. She had long since ceased to look down on Meng Hao. His usage of the dancing sword chi caused her to be vigilant. Then there was the fact that he wasn't affected by the immortal demon curse. That had filled her with suspicion and caused her to change her plans. But now, in the short time in which she had known Meng Hao, everything she had seen and experienced, including Meng Hao's scheming and his fighting, caused him to occupy a place of extreme importance in her heart. Blood continued to spray from her mouth as she shot backward involuntarily. The attack just now caused her to lose her grip on the butterfly. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed brightly as he shot forward, flicked his sleeve and collected up the butterfly. Subai's face flickered as he tried to retreat. However, the power of the attack caught him up too, and he was sent tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut. He ended up several hundred kilometers away, where he coughed up 8 mouthfuls of blood. Chun-mo met a similar fate. Despite retreating and trying to use a magical technique to protect himself, he ended up several hundred kilometers away, coughing up blood. Considering that this happened to the 2 of them, there is no need to go into detail regarding the other 10 people present. All of them felt rumbling throughout their entire bodies. The bodies of 3 or 4 directly exploded and their nascent souls fled. The others sustained severe internal injuries. All of them immediately pulled out the immortality bridgestones that had brought them to this place and crushed them. As they did, their bodies began to disappear. This was not a minor teleportation, but rather greater teleportation. It was a way of leaving this place, the only method of returning to the Western Desert. Any cultivator in the realm of the bridge ruins could use this method to escape at any time. However, once they left, they could not return. In essence, it was a way of giving up. As soon as Meng Hao laid hands on the demon spirit, he placed it into his bag of holding. Then he turned, transforming into a beam of colorful light. Moving as fast as lightning, he shot past the group of people who had been forced to fall back by the Agarwood attack. There were only 3 people present who could pose a threat to Meng Hao: Zhixiang, Su Bai, and Chen Mo. At the moment, though, Su Bai and Chen Mo were coughing up blood. Their retreat had momentarily cost them the chance to give chase. However, considering they had cultivation bases at the late nascent soul, it wouldn't be long before they could collect themselves and begin to pursue him. As for Zhixiang, she was definitely a most formidable adversary, difficult to contend with and worthy of being called demoness by others. If all 3 of them worked together, he would be forced to use the Agarwood and the dancing sword chi. Otherwise, it would be difficult to escape with his life. Even still, in Meng Hao's analysis, the end result of such a situation would be mutual loss for everyone. At the moment, there seemed to be one more possible choice in front of him. That was to take out his immortality bridgestone and use it to teleport out of this place. That option, though, was something he would pick only as a last resort. He had obtained a lot of celestial soil, but right now it was impossible to tell if he had enough to create his Earth-type totem. Once he opted to leave, there would be no way to return, and he would have lost this fortunate chance. Therefore, he whistled off into the distance at top speed, brow furrowed. Behind him, the eyes of Su Bai and Chen Mo glittered as they took in deep breaths. After the Agarwood attack and Meng Hao's sudden departure, they had no time or inclination to heal their wounds. Instead, they unleashed minor teleportation as they began to chase Meng Hao. They were determined to acquire that demon spirit. As the 2 of them began to give chase, Zhixiang transformed into a beam of light. 3 people, 1 in the lead, and 2 bringing up the rear, all shot off with incredible speed in the direction of Meng Hao. Meng Hao frowned. Right now he had to decide what to do. He could keep a hold of the demon spirit for the sake of the Crow divinity tribes. The price he would pay would be that he might not have enough celestial soil. His other choice would be to think about himself first and abandon the demon spirit. After the space of a few breaths passed, his eyes began to shine with determination. To make his Earth-type totem become a reality didn't necessarily require the use of celestial soil. A multitude of different types of soil existed in heaven and earth. However, right now there was only one demon spirit. The instant he made his decision, he slapped his bag of holding. Immediately, the immortality bridgestone appeared. He was just about to crush it when, suddenly, Zhixiang's voice transmitted into his head. Meng Hao, even if you have some more clever moves, considering you're being pursued by me and 2 late nascent soul stage cultivators, then the only way to keep your hands on that demon spirit is to leave the realm of the bridge ruins. You have no other options. However, I can tell that you have some other reasons for coming here. That's why you don't want to leave, right? Therefore, I have a proposal. Why don't we team up? I know that our last cooperation didn't go very well, and that no matter what I say to you right now, you won't trust me. Therefore, let me present you with a show of good faith. The instant Zhixiang finished transmitting her words, her body suddenly stopped. She spun in place and then began to perform an incantation with both hands. 2 red flowers instantly materialized in front of her. The 2 flowers floated toward Su Bai and Chen Mo. The petals of these 2 flowers resembled the faces of none other than those 2 men. Then, the flowers began to collapse into pieces. In the space of a single breath, the pieces transformed into gray ashes. Immediately, blood sprayed from Su Bai's mouth, and his body sagged. Next to him, Chen Mo trembled and coughed up blood. The 2 of them immediately stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with both viciousness and astonishment. Xiang wasn't finished. Her phoenix-like eyes glittered as the two men stopped in place. She lifted her right hand and pointed toward them. Immediately, both Subai and Chinemo coughed up blood. Looking even more flabbergasted, they began to retreat. They had realized that even as she had raised her hand, they had already been injured. It was as if they had fallen into a bizarre reality with a new set of rules. Injure first, attack second? Everything's been turned around. Is a divine ability that bends the rules of reality? That's a spirit-severing technique. Their faces immediately filled with shock, and their minds spun. Without hesitation, they fled at top speed. Xiang lowered her hand and watched indifferently as the two left. Then she turned and shot back toward Meng Hao. With his spiritual sense, Meng Hao could detect some of the things that had just happened. However, he did not stop moving, and kept his immortality bridgestone held tightly in hand, ready to crush it at any moment. "That was my show of good faith," said Xiang. "They won't be able to heal their wounds in a short period of time, and surely won't have the gall to continue to pursue further. Meng Hao, this time, I sincerely wish to cooperate you. Last time, I truly made some mistakes. This time, why don't we truly work together in the spirit of cooperation? You don't need to respond, nor tell me your decision. In the easternmost region of this landmass is a mountain crag that juts out. I will wait for you there for 1 month. If you come, then we can work together and you can acquire a lot more celestial soil. If you don't wish to come, then I won't force the matter." Xiang didn't pursue him. Having finished her transmission, she stopped and watched Meng Hao shoot off into the distance. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. After a long moment passed, she turned and headed toward the east. Meng Hao frowned. He was having a hard time analyzing demoness Xiang's words and actions. She was just too changeable. 1 minute they were fighting each other, the next she was acting like this. Although he was hesitating, he didn't reduce his speed at all. He proceeded onward for 8 days, until he was absolutely certain that no one was pursuing him. It was only then that he stopped to rest. 3 more days passed, and then he proceeded onward. 6 days later, he stopped again. By this point, he was about 80% certain that Xiang was in fact not following him. Could it be that she really changed her mind? He thought with a cold laugh. He was currently sitting cross-legged in an Immortal's cave that he had carved out. As far as leaving the realm of the bridge ruins, he really wasn't willing to do so. Eyes glittering thoughtfully, he produced some celestial soil and sent his consciousness into it, slowly attempting to gain enlightenment. He used the same method he had used to study the fire. He closed his eyes, and the structure of the celestial soil appeared in his mind. When the structure was complete, he would be able to use the Earth-type totem seed given to him by the Crow divinity tribes to fully congeal his Earth-type totem tattoo. That was the method he planned to use. Time passed. During the following 10 days, everything around Meng Hao was quiet and peaceful. No one disturbed him. On the outside, many of the other Western desert cultivators had already left this place. Finally, Meng Hao opened his eyes, and they shone with a bright light. In his mind, he had already completely outlined the basic structure of what could be referred to as a grit formed from celestial soil. Not bad, he thought, taking in a deep breath. From within his bag of holding, he produced the weak Earth-type totem seed that he had acquired from the Crow divinity tribes. It was flickering and about to fade away. He had been carefully protecting it this entire time. Clenching his teeth, he branded it onto his right arm. The instant the Earth-type totem seed was branded onto his arm, Meng Hao's will caused the celestial soil grit in his mind to merge with the 5 Crow divinity tribes' Earth-type totem seed. All of this was controlled by Meng Hao's will, but even he wasn't sure if he would succeed. All he knew was that he had used this method with the Fire-type totem, and based on his analysis it should work similarly with the celestial soil. The merging process took a few days. Shockingly, when it was complete, something that looked like an indistinct vortex appeared on his right arm. It was yellowish-brown in color, and as soon as it appeared, an incredible gravitational force emanated out from it. This gravitational force didn't attract spiritual energy, but rather, the celestial soil in front of Meng Hao. Instantly, the celestial soil was sucked into the vortex and consumed. Meng Hao's mind shook. He immediately began to produce more clumps and chunks of celestial soil. As soon as they appeared, they were sucked into the vortex. A few more days passed. Meng Hao had produced every bit of celestial soil in his bag of holding, and all of it had been sucked into the vortex. Afterwards, the gravitational force was still there. Furthermore, the force had not lessened, but rather become stronger, as if it were transmogrifying. Meng Hao had the intense feeling that if he'd had enough celestial soil, he could cause this vortex to transmogrify into a totem tattoo. It would be the fourth of the 5 elements totem tattoos, the earth type. When that happened, his cultivation base would shoot up again, allowing him to easily crush the early nascent soul stage, and surely defeat the mid-nascent soul stage. As for the late nascent soul stage, he would at least be able to hold his own in a fight. As of now, he was a truly powerful expert of the gold core stage. He was absolutely powerful enough to ignore the divide between the stages. From ancient times until now, he was the only core formation cultivator who could ever do something so shocking. In order to reach this point, a perfect gold core was required, and the 5 elements needed to be refined to their ultimate form. Enlightenment based on being a grandmaster of the Tao of alchemy was also required, not to mention that being a demon sealer was a prerequisite. The only person who could possibly tread this path was Meng Hao. He now had a peak-perfect gold core that could battle the nascent soul stage. One could imagine that one day, when he possessed all 5 elements, and his cultivation base was at the perfect 5-colored nascent soul stage, he would be in a realm that completely defied the heavens. He would absolutely be the most powerful person on South Heaven who was underneath the spirit-severing stage. Chosen from all the great sects, and all the clans, could be crushed beneath his feet. Meng Hao's nascent soul path was that of the 5-colored nascent soul, a path forged by himself, a path of perfection. I need more celestial soil, he thought. He covered the vortex with his sleeve, but the gravitational force was still there, and growing stronger. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he walked out of his Immortal's cave and transformed into a colorful beam of light that shot through midair. Several days later, he returned to the basin. He stood on the edge, frowning. There was no longer any mist there. All of the palace buildings below had been reduced to ash and wreckage. Frowning, he walked down into the wreckage, whereupon bits of celestial soil floated up into the air and then shot toward Meng Hao's arm. However, the place had been destroyed, and there was not much celestial soil remaining. After the vortex sucked it all up, its gravitational force grew even more terrifying. He stood there silently, his face filling with determination. When practicing cultivation, cultivators must not allow dread into their hearts. They must always proceed forward. That demoness Xianxia is an immortal, but for the moment, she's fallen into the mortal world. There's no reason not to cooperate with her one more time. Days later, in the eastern part of this landmass, was an area with a mountain crag that jutted out, forming a platform. The long, thin platform stretched out past the border of the landmass into the void beyond. When you stood on this platform, you were surrounded on all sides by blackness. A woman sat cross-legged at the far end of the platform. She was beautiful and had a look of indifference on her face. This was none other than Xianxia, who had been sitting here meditating for more than a month. After ceasing her pursuit of Meng Hao, she'd come here to wait in the peace and quiet. After an entire month passed, she'd continued to wait, confident that Meng Hao would come. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Meng Hao had left an incredibly deep impression on her. Suddenly, Xianxia opened her eyes and looked off into the distant sky. A slight smile appeared on her mouth when she saw a beam of colorful light shooting toward her. Within the beam was Meng Hao. His green robe and long black hair danced about in the wind as he flew, making him look less like a cultivator and more like a scholar. However, his grave, stern face and cold eyes also made Meng Hao seem as if he were like a sharp, unsheathed sword. She saw him and he saw her. It must be said that Zhao Yulan had been beautiful, but not consummately beautiful. However, after being possessed for a while, Xianxia's immortal divinity began to meld more firmly with her. Slight changes could be seen within Zhao Yulan's body. Most were changes in disposition. In any case, these changes made this mixture of Zhao Yulan and Xiang show signs that in the future, she might reach that level of consummate beauty that Zhao Yulan never had. One could imagine that, in the future, this combination of Xiang and Zhao Yulan would change and become completely different. Meng Hao looked at Xiang and thought about Zhao Yulan and the ruthlessness that existed in the cultivation world. Zhao Yulan had tried to get him to save her. However, their relationship was not such that Meng Hao would risk death to attempt to rescue her. It was out of the question. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevails. Meng Hao would do nothing. Looking around, his expression was the same as ever. He strode forward across the jutting platform, nearing the Xiang-possessed Zhao Yulan. "I knew you would come," said Xiang with a slight smile that contained a mysterious allure. Meng Hao came to a stop next to her. His expression cool, he calmly said, "How could you be so sure?" "Because you and me, we're the same type of person," she said, turning to look at him. Within her eyes could be seen a rare gleam of admiration. "When people try to kill us, we run. When facing death, we possess the will to live. In the midst of our struggles, we seize good fortune. In order to further our cultivation, we charge into the most dangerous of situations. We achieve our goals by fair means or foul." Meng Hao declined to comment. Xiang spoke again, her voice soft and pleasant like a beautiful bird. "I know that you need vast quantities of celestial soil. Unfortunately, the records maintained by you Planet South Heaven cultivators only have information about a few of the Immortality Bridgestone worlds. The Bridge of Immortal treading contains tens of thousands of worlds. Comparatively speaking, what you know of counts for little. Even the expression, 'a single hair out of 9 ox hides,' does not suffice to describe it. Throughout all the years that the Western Desert cultivators from South Heaven have been exploring the realm of the bridge ruins, they have only been to those few places. The celestial soil that remains is negligible. The only way to get your hands on the amount that you need is to leave this landmass. Don't confine yourself to this one area. Go to places further away, places that the Planet South Heaven cultivators have never been to. That is where you will find great quantities of celestial soil. In fact, there is one landmass which is completely constructed entirely of celestial soil." When Xiang spoke, her expression was not one of flattery. Instead, her eyes were bright and glittering, like deep impenetrable pools of limpid autumn waters. "It's not that the Planet South Heaven cultivators who have come to this place do not wish to explore more regions. Rather, those areas unknown to them are full of danger and peril. That, coupled with the fact that they are unaware of the paths leading to them, ensure that they never go there." Xiang smiled faintly. She couldn't actually see Meng Hao from where she was sitting, nor could she see that he was listening intently. The breeze caught her hair, causing it to dance about. She reached up and twirled a strand of hair around her fingers. Other strands of hair fell to partially cover her face, making her look even more charming than before. Meng Hao glanced over at her, but said nothing. The correct paths cannot be traveled by riding randomly on the dust rocks that flit about the void. That is because the dust rocks which lead to those worlds do not appear in a set place or time. They can only be located by means of a special augury technique. That special technique requires constant adjustments, and is something that Planet South Heaven cultivators have no ability to master. Luckily, I happen to know of one such path. Although it does not lead to the deepest areas of the Bridge of Immortality, it does go 20,000 worlds deep. This is my second expression of good faith, and proves that I don't care about you acquiring that particular demon spirit. Actually, I hope that you can help me to get a second one. In return, I'll take you into the depths of the realm of the bridge ruins to get more celestial soil." She turned and looked at Meng Hao, her expression one of sincerity. It seemed as if this partnership was, as she said, very different than the first. Meng Hao smiled slightly. How could he possibly trust this demoness Xiang at the drop of a hat? Trust was a difficult thing to exist between cultivators. Most of the time, partnerships were forged out of necessity. "What good is a demon spirit to you?" asked Meng Hao suddenly. Xiang hesitated, then looked at him one more time. Finally, she seemed to reach a decision. This partnership will be a manifestation of our mutual goodwill. If it ends happily, then we can enter into yet another partnership, and I can once again manifest my goodwill. Very well, I will tell you why I need the demon spirit. Demon spirits are good for only one thing. They are keys which can be used to enter the primordial immortal demon plane. Anyone who possesses a true demon spirit is qualified to return 200 years after the opening of the realm of the bridge ruins. At that time, the truly blessed location can be entered, the primordial immortal demon plane. The primordial immortal demon plane, said Meng Hao thoughtfully. Her words seemed quite plausible, and would also explain why the Heavenly Court Alliance of the Blacklands wanted demon spirits. The Bridge of Immortal Treading was created many years ago by the ancient immortal demon sect. The purpose was to lead the branches of the sect which existed on the 4 great planets toward immortal ascension. However, in the war with the G-clan, the bridge was destroyed. Members of the ancient immortal demon sect set up an all-powerful spell formation, sacrificing their own lives to ensure that the bridge of immortality would manifest once every 1,000 years. It also ensured that the primordial immortal demon plane would remain intact. After the war, the surviving cultivators, after experiencing the vicissitudes of time, founded a new immortal demon sect. I am disciple of that sect. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and his expression flickered slightly. Because of the life sacrifices made for the primordial immortal demon plane, a curse was left behind. Any cultivator who touches items from the primordial immortal demon plane would die a horrible death. However, you dismantled a spell locus on the 3rd level of the bridge. Unexpectedly, the curse did nothing to you. That is why I think we should work together. Even the G-clan fears the curse, and as such, permits the realm of the bridge ruins to exist, and to manifest every 1,000 years. Having said all this, Xiang looked over at Meng Hao. Meng Hao kept silent for a moment, then indifferently said, "It opens once every 1,000 years. Countless years have passed. I wonder, how many times has it manifested so far? The primordial immortal demon plane truly does only open every 1,000 years," Xiang explained slowly, "and can only be entered with a demon spirit. However, a demon spirit is born only once every 30,000 years. So, for all intents and purposes, this is actually only the 3rd time it has opened. As for demon spirits, they don't exist only within the realm of the bridge ruins. They can also be born on the outside. It is possible for them to appear in any place that contains vestiges of the ancient immortal demon sect. Therefore, in 200 years, there will no doubt be quite a few people who go to the primordial immortal demon plane. In fact, people will most likely come from all the 4 great planets. Even some of the secretive great sects from the 9th mountain and sea will probably appear. After all, long ago, the ancient immortal demon sect was the number 1 sect of the 9th mountain and sea. One of its members was the Lord of the 9th mountain. At that time, the G-clan was under its command. Later, the Lord of the 9th mountain and sea went missing. That was when the Li clan was covered over by the heavens. The G-clan occupied the mountain, seized its essence, and forged the immortality bestowal dais. Within the 9th mountain and sea, anyone who wishes to practice cultivation must tread the path of the G and become an immortal of the G-clan. Anyone who refuses to follow their path is a renegade immortal. Such matters do not have much to do with you. That you are aware of them is enough. If you ever have the chance to reach immortal ascension, then you will be forced to make a choice at that time. However, based on my observations, sooner or later, you will be an immortal among these stars." She concluded her speech very calmly. However, Meng Hao's heart and mind were trembling. As he thoughtfully considered everything she said, he realized that it didn't matter whether or not he believed her. He had put a lot of thought into the matter before making the decision to come here. He turned to look at Xiang. "When do we set out?" Xiang's eyes filled with a bright light. She realized that for some reason, her admiration for Meng Hao only continued to grow. Such decisiveness and lack of hesitation was only possible for people who were extremely stupid and narcissistic, or extremely confident in their path of cultivation. So, she said to herself smiling, he's not afraid of schemes and intrigues. In any case, I'm an immortal. This arrangement is good. We'll work together, and I won't hide anything more from him. Our partnership should work well this time. I'd planned to wait for you for 3 more days before leaving. 3 more days? He said, looking at her. Very well. With that, he walked off to the side and sat down cross-legged to meditate, declining to comment further. 3 days passed in a flash. It was at this point that far off in the sky, a meteor could be seen. It moved with incredible speed toward them. That's the rock, said Xianxia as it neared. She suddenly sprang into action, shooting toward the giant rock. Almost at the same time, Meng Hao teleported. The two of them appeared on the rock and exchanged a glance. Immediately, the rock tore a hole into the border of the world and shot out into the void. Out in the boundless blackness, 1 man and 1 woman rode the huge rock off into the distance. Meanwhile, far out ahead of Meng Hao and Xianxia, an azure-robed cultivator with a sword strapped to his back strode out through the void. He held an alcohol flagon in his hand from which he occasionally drank. He looked lonely and bleak. You ask when you will gaze upon me again? I've been looking for you for 3,000 years. Where are you? 30,000 worlds, countless bridge slaves. I've already been to 20,000 worlds, and I've encountered countless bridge slaves. But you, where are you? Schwer, answer me. I will take you away from this place. It doesn't matter who tries to stop me. It doesn't matter if I die the cruelest death. It doesn't matter if my body and spirit are annihilated. I will take you away. In the blackness of the void, there exists an indescribable coldness. This was a coldness that could, in the briefest of moments, freeze the body of a nascent soul cultivator until it cracked into pieces. Anyone who possessed a physical body but no cold-resisting treasures would be destroyed. Only someone who cultivated a divine ability related to fire and also had a fitting magical item would be able to survive for long here. At the moment, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged on the large rock. She looked over at Meng Hao with her phoenix-like eyes. This was their 10th day traveling through the void. During that entire time, they hadn't spoken to each other at all. Each sat on one end of the rock, some distance away from each other. A glittering shield surrounded Meng Hao, preventing the cold on the outside from entering. At first, it had been quite stable, but as the rock continued further into the depths of the void, the shield formed by the 5 small white stones was gradually beginning to flicker. The further they went, the more it seemed as if it might collapse. On previous occasions in which Meng Hao had ventured into the void, he had always spent more than 10 days in the darkness. This time, however, was different than those previous times. The cold here was many times stronger than before. Furthermore, the deeper they traveled into the void, the more shocking the cold became. It was so fearsome that even with the protective treasures, it was getting to the point that it was becoming unbearable. Meng Hao had long since noticed that the rock he was sitting on had actually turned white. The frost which covered everything was growing thicker and had turned into thick ice. Xianxia didn't seem to be having any problems dealing with the cold. She was sitting there cross-legged, surrounded by the freezing cold, looking the same as ever. She had nothing to protect her. She simply rotated her cultivation base, seemingly sucking in and absorbing any of the coldness that neared her. This caused Meng Hao to feel even more vigilance than before regarding her. He could sense that she had looked at him just now. His eyes opened and their gazes met. Cracking sounds could suddenly be heard from Meng Hao's protective shield. Fissures appeared on its surface, spreading out and growing in quantity. Soon they covered the entire thing. The shield did not collapse, but it obviously would in a short period of time. Once it shattered, the coldness would instantly rush in toward Meng Hao. A contemplative look appeared in Xianxia's eyes as she thought to herself, "Perhaps I thought too much of him. I overlooked the problem of the cold. If he can't get across the void on his own power, then I guess we'll need to change the terms of our partnership. After all, Power is the foundation of any cooperation, and also the basis of respect. Despite this, she smiled. Zhixiang's eyes glittered as she looked at Meng Hao and his shield, which was clearly about to shatter. It really had never occurred to her that he might not be equipped to cross the void in this way. Fellow Taoist Meng, the coldness here is not something that ordinary nascent soul cultivators can resist. You may have a strange cultivation base, but I'm afraid you won't be able to survive either. Why don't you come over here by me? Anything within 10 meters of me will be kept safe. Even as the words came out of her mouth, cracks spread out like a spiderweb over his shield. It didn't seem as if it would last much longer. It was at this point that Meng Hao spoke coldly. There's no need. His voice was calm and yet powerfully shocking. It seemed to carry an unspeakable confidence as well as grim feeling. When Zhixiang heard his response, her eyes filled with a look of concentration. She watched as Meng Hao slowly reached his hand out and pushed against the shield. A boom could be heard as the shield trembled and then collapsed. As it did, the 5 white rocks around Meng Hao all exploded. The shield disappeared, causing Zhixiang's eyes to go wide. Meng Hao's actions completely exceeded her powers of anticipation. How could she have guessed that Meng Hao would dare to personally destroy his own protective shield in such a way? The instant that the shield collapsed, the surrounding cold from the void rushed in toward Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered him. However, he continued to sit there cross-legged just as before, his expression placid. He lowered his right hand and closed his eyes to meditate quietly. It was as if he didn't feel the surrounding cold whatsoever. Zhixiang looked at him for a long time, having been completely shaken by Meng Hao. She was an immortal, so she could ignore the cold. But Meng Hao had decisively destroyed his own useless shield, and then relied on only himself to fight back against the cold. She looked over at him, once again filled with the same admiration as before, if not more. Ordinary cultivators, faced with a disintegrating shield, would all take the chance and hope that the shield held. However, this guy did no such thing. He is thoroughly decisive. She took him even more seriously now that she could see how he resisted the cold. It seemed that at the moment he was not out of sorts in any way. As she sat there thoughtfully, Meng Hao closed his eyes. They didn't speak anymore, but rather sat in silence as the rock continued to fly onward. Half a month passed, and the fearsomeness of the cold continued to grow. At one point, Zhixiang opened her eyes and performed an incantation with her right hand. As she did, Meng Hao looked over and watched. In recent days, Meng Hao looked the same as he usually did, but actually, being in this cold was like training in a type of cultivation. His fire-type totem tattoo was fused with his ever-burning flame. The words ever-burning represented life. In the icy cold of this void, an eternal fire burned inside of him, igniting his spirit, making his own will ever-burning. Although the cold pressed down upon him, his spirit burned with eternal flame. All he had to do was exercise a thought, and his body would restore itself. This was what qualified him to cross this void. He continued to watch Zhixiang's fingers flash in an incantation. Her eyes shone with a glimmer that indicated she was performing augury. Suddenly, she stretched out her left hand and then pushed it down toward the rock. Before it could touch the surface, Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Immediately, alcohol qi spread out through his body, and the shocking dancing sword qi appeared. It seemed that if Zhixiang touched the rock, then the dancing sword qi would explode out. Seeing this caused Zhixiang to pause and turn her beautiful head to look at him. Fellow Taoist Meng, what is the meaning of this? Why don't you tell me, fellow Taoist Zhixiang? After thinking for a moment, Zhixiang slowly replied, based on my augury, I can tell that we have arrived at an unfixed intersection node. I must cause this 1,000-meter dust rock to stop temporarily. Then we will wait in this position for 7 days. How exactly can you persuade me to trust you about this? Said Meng Hao coolly, his expression the same as ever. Zhixiang frowned, then gave him a deep, thoughtful look. Finally she laughed. Fellow Taoist Meng, if you want to learn my augury technique, you can just say so. There's no need to go about it this way. Despite her words, she still sat there thoughtfully for a moment. She knew that Meng Hao was endlessly crafty and viciously decisive. He was not a person who could be easily fooled. After a bit of thought, Xianxia decided that what was most important was that their partnership proceed smoothly. The fact that he was not affected by the curse was something that would prove very helpful to her later. She clenched her jaw and then made a grasping motion toward the void. Immediately, the coldness in the area rushed toward her palm, then coagulated into a crystalline jade slip. She branded it with some information, then tossed it over toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao grabbed it and scanned it with spiritual sense. It contained information about how to use augury to find one's position within the void. It also contained a large map which now floated in his mind. His expression was the same as ever as he crushed the jade slip, then performed an augury incantation, which gave him the same information Xianxia had just referred to. After this, he closed his eyes. He looks young, thought Xianxia, but is astute and acts with foresight. He's as wise as a demon. A person like this who reaches immortal ascension will be completely inhuman. Resigning herself to this fact, she snorted internally and then pressed her right hand down onto the big rock. A rumbling sound could be heard. The ice on the rock shattered as layers of power surrounded the rock, causing its speed to suddenly reduce. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, it was completely motionless within the void. 7 days later, a white beam of light approached from off within the distance. Another dust rock was now shooting toward them. When it neared, both Meng Hao and Xianxia performed minor teleportations. After they appeared on the surface of the new dust rock, it changed directions and headed off into the distance. It was in this manner that the following 5 months passed. The two of them switched rocks at least 10 times, proceeding through void. Unfortunately, at one point they failed to encounter a passing dust rock at an intersection, and as such were unable to proceed along in the way they had originally intended. After performing various auguries, Xianxia and Meng Hao changed their path. Eventually, an enormous land mass appeared in front of them. The borders of this land mass were red, like some bizarre shield. It was huge, containing mountains and ruins. The whole place was very peaceful. It seemed to have been a very long time since anyone had been here. The paths of the dust rocks of the realm of the bridge ruins are not eternally fixed, said Xianxia calmly. Even though we suffered a setback, with both of us performing augury, I'm 80% confident that we can find a dust rock in this place that will allow us to proceed. I've never been to this particular land mass before, but from the look of it, few people have been here in the past tens of thousands of years. After all, we are now approaching the 20,000 worlds area. Meng Hao nodded. They stood on their rock, allowing it to shoot toward the red shield. In the instant it passed through, a rumbling filled the sky. The echoing sound caused Meng Hao's expression to suddenly change. It wasn't just him. Upon entering this strange new world, Xianxia's eyes went wide with astonishment. This chapter was sponsored by Jerry Bartlett, Ramprakash Madnini, and CB. Do you wish to attain eternal life? Are you qualified to defy the heavens and live forever? Do you want to have a type of life that is unique in all heaven? Meng Hao's mind buzzed. As soon as he entered this world, 3 sentences entered his ears. They were not spoken by the same person, and they resounded like thunder into his mind and heart. At the same time, he saw that the sky of this world was a familiar gray color. No gray mist covered the ground, but Meng Hao could see hundreds of thousands of figures, all of them bridge slaves, moving at high speed in the direction that he and Xianxia were standing in. They moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, these hundreds of thousands of bridge slaves neared. However, they did not even glance at Meng Hao and Xianxia. Their expressions were frustrated, even anxious, as if they had just received a summons. They charged past Meng Hao and Xianxia, pouring out through the border of the world and into the void. In the space of about 10 breaths, hundreds of thousands of bridge slaves had all charged out into the void. After they were gone, the only thing that remained were the faint echoes of their voices. When will the bridge of immortality reappear like new? Sir, on what day will we again lay eyes on you? To have so many bridge slaves whistling through the air directly next to him caused Meng Hao's scalp to go numb. He panted as the rock he stood on suddenly stopped moving. Xiang looked over at Meng Hao, obviously shaken by the huge number of bridge slaves in this world. Both Meng Hao and Xiang heard the voices of the bridge slaves, although the voices didn't seem to be directed just toward the two of them. The words uttered by the hundreds of thousands of bridge slaves seemed to be a collective expression of their heartfelt wishes. Meng Hao and Xiang remained motionless as the bridge slaves swept past them like specters. As they left, the world returned to normal. The grayness disappeared, and normal color returned. Meng Hao found that he was completely soaked with cold sweat. As for Xiang, her expression was still one of fear. Even for her, her first thing she thought upon seeing so many bridge slaves was that she was going to die. According to my understanding, she said, it is only because of their hellish destiny that the bridge slaves of the realm of the bridge ruins instinctively gather together in groups of a few hundred. But there were so many just now. Could it be that this place is some immense historical remnant of the ancient immortal demon sect? Is that why there were so many of them gathered here? If my speculations are correct, then why would they all leave so suddenly? Their expressions looked anxious. Such emotion should be impossible. Unless... Suddenly, her eyes filled with terror. Unless they were summoned? Said Meng Hao slowly, his eyes glittering as he gave voice to his own speculation. The two of them stood there silently. As they did, the restored world around them all of a sudden began to tremble violently. Everything shook as the previously clear sky suddenly filled with fissures. The fissures grew bright as a piercing shriek suddenly filled the air. The ground was quaking so hard that it seemed it might collapse. This entire immortality bridgestone landmass seemed to be emitting a shocking howl which echoed into Meng Hao's ears, shaking him and causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. He lost control of his body. It felt as if some incredibly powerful force had slammed into his face. He was tossed backward with a bang, slamming into the border of the void with a bang. Fortunately, this part of the border had been ripped open and wasn't completely restored. Meng Hao flew like a kite with its string cut, directly out into the void. Simultaneously, blood also sprayed from Xiang's mouth. Several tremors ran through her and it seemed she was incapable of standing up to the force. However, she was apparently still in control of her body as she tumbled backward out through the gap into the void. Meng Hao's face was pale and his mind spun. The coldness of the void surrounded him completely, and his body instantly began to grow stiff. Even worse, his torso was mangled bloodily. Numerous bones were broken. Blood spurted out of countless wounds. It was a critical moment. As for Xiang, she was tumbling backward, but clearly wasn't seriously injured. A violet light appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as the violet pupil transformation took effect. By sacrificing some of his life force, he was able to heal some of his serious injuries. The faster the healing went, the more life force was drained away. Meng Hao's chest quickly recovered, and all of his injuries vanished. Even his cultivation base was at the peak of its power. However, the price had paid was the loss of a 60-year cycle's worth of life. Meng Hao's instant recovery caused Xiang's eyes to flicker. She could tell that whatever technique he had used to force such a quick recovery would have come at some great cost. As the two of them continued to fall back, they exchanged a glance and then looked back toward the enormous, trembling landmass. The only thing they could see was the gigantic landmass shaking. Occasional roars could be heard, which grew stronger and stronger until finally, a gray mist rose up from within the landmass. The gray mist looked like a gigantic mushroom cloud. As it exploded out, it churned and seethed, transforming into an enormous beast. It looked like a qilin, completely formed out of mist. However, if you looked closely, it was clearly a bridge slave. Except, this enormous qilin was vastly more powerful than an ordinary bridge slave. After it appeared, the mist qilin lifted its head up and roared. It suddenly charged forward, its expression anxious, as though it had been summoned. Meng Hao and Xiang were extremely close. Even if they used minor teleportation, even if Xiang relied on her incredible speed, there was no time to evade. They could only stare blankly as the gigantic qilin beast shot toward them. In the blink of an eye, Its mist had enveloped them. Roaring sounds filled the air. More blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth. He quickly summoned the lotus sword formation to rotate around him rapidly. The power of time radiated out in waves. By the time Meng Hao had coughed up 4 mouthfuls of blood, the lotus sword formation radiated the fearsome power of 1,000 years of time, which managed to melt all the mist its range, 30 meters in every direction. Of course, compared to the entire massive frame of the Qilin beast, that was a paltry size. The result was that Meng Hao was carried along with the beast as it shot forward. At the same time, Xianxia coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Then, she employed one of her own immortal divinity techniques to resist the mist. Just like Meng Hao, she cut out a space for herself within the body of the enormous Qilin beast. They exchanged a mutual glance, and could see the somber look in each other's eyes. They had been put into this situation involuntarily. However, there was no need to discuss how to extricate themselves. At the moment, that would leave them out in the void, directionless, exiled. If that happened, it would mean being lost forever, with no choice but to use an immortality bridgestone to give up and leave. Why do that when I can just hitch a ride on this Qilin beast? Thought Meng Hao, his eyes glittering. Let's see what sort of thing it is that can summon bridge slaves. Although the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse, he didn't really have any other options. Since he still had his immortality bridgestone, if anything went truly bad, he could leave in an instant. It was impossible to say what Xianxia was planning. Most likely, after possessing Zhao Yulan, she too could use the immortality bridgestone to leave. The two exchanged no words, but simply went along with the roaring Qilin beast as it flew onward. The coldness of the void was incapable of penetrating the mist. The blackness outside almost seemed like black waters as the Qilin shot forward with fearsome speed. The Qilin beast moved far, far faster than the dust rocks. It was incredibly huge in size, making Xianxia and Meng Hao seem like nothing more than mosquitoes within it. It carried Meng Hao and Xianxia with it as it sped deeper and deeper into the realm of the bridge ruins. Time passed. After 7 days, they had traveled further than they could have traveled in a month on a dust rock. A month later, Meng Hao's mind trembled. Up ahead in the void, he had just caught sight of a matchlessly huge giant waving its arms. Its body was made of mist, and it bore the semblance of a bridge slave. Furthermore, it was charging in the exact same direction as the Qilin. At the same time, Meng Hao saw a vast army of specter-like bridge slaves, hundreds of thousands of them, all flying at top speed in the same direction. As they continued to travel, he saw more and more scenes like this. It seemed almost as if all the bridge slaves in the entire realm of the bridge ruins, big ones, small ones, were all appearing and heading toward the same place. Meng Hao wasn't the only one who was shocked by this. Xianxia was panting. Her understanding of this place was even greater, and her speculations gave rise to a gripping fear inside her heart. Don't tell me that they're going to Bridge Soul Mountain? Even as Xianxia's heart trembled, a mountain appeared off in the distance. The mountain let off a mysterious glow as it hung there in the middle of the void. There were no immortality bridgestones near it. There was only the gigantic, enormous mountain. Countless names were written onto the mountain, each one of which let out a mysterious glow. They looked like magical symbols, covering the entire mountain. It was hard to say, but it appeared as if there were several million names written there. Every time the names pulsed with light, the faces of the bridge slaves who were nearing the mountain would grow more anxious, and they would fly forward with greater speed. At the top of the mountain was a palace that brimmed with an aura of archaic rot. Within the palace was blackness and silence. In another location near the mountain was a person. He stood there, an azure sword swirling through the air around his body, an alcohol flagon in his hand. He wore a long, azure robe, and his hair danced in the air. His eyes gleamed with a fierce glow. This was none other than Han Shan. He suddenly spoke, his voice filled with an icy cold that made the coldness of the void seem warm. I'll say it one more time. I want my wife. Return to me this instant. His voice echoed out within the void, slamming into the incoming millions of bridge slaves. However, it didn't hurt them, but rather bounced off of them, turning into countless echoes. It was as if millions upon millions of voices were responding to Han Shan. Because of the way he spoke, his aura exploded out in a way that the word monstrous couldn't even begin to describe. Even the greatest heroes could only accomplish half of what was currently occurring. Meng Hao's mind reeled when he saw Han Shan and the result of his one sentence. He also saw that the bridge slaves were not capable of defending themselves against the power of Han Shan. Rather, Han Shan wasn't willing to hurt them, or you might even say that he feared accidentally injuring them. He feared accidentally injuring the person he sought. Meng Hao thought back to when he had first caught sight of Han Shan, and the expression in the man's eyes when he looked at the bridge slaves. It was a searching look, a disconsolate look. It seemed as if he was seeking for the only woman in his life. It was a woman named Shuer, his wife. His lonely search had lasted for 3,000 years. Even as Han Shan's voice echoed about, he suddenly lifted his hand. A grim glow appeared in his eyes as he suddenly made a chopping motion toward the mountain. Instantly, alcohol chi roared up. Meng Hao also had dancing sword chi, but if you compared it to the amount Han Shan wielded, it was like comparing a firefly to the brilliant moon. Alcohol chi spread out, filling heaven and earth. Inside, figures could be seen, all of them resembling Han Shan. As the chi continued to multiply, more and more figures appeared, until there were no less than 100,000. These 100,000 figures of Han Shan all began to spit out alcohol chi. As they did, a vague image started to become visible. The vague image was a depiction of a world. It was a complete world with a sky, land, living people. All of it was very realistic, as if this world belonged to Han Shan. An azure sword suddenly appeared in Han Shan's hand. It chopped down, emitting a monstrous sword chi, which spread out and transformed into the image of an azure dragon. Its roar ripped into the void, and it began to congeal the alcohol chi and absorb the image of Han Shan's world. Then, it shot urgently toward the palace at the top of the mountain. Deadly ripples spread out as it moved. It focused its power, something that far exceeded the divine abilities of normal cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the roaring azure dragon shot through the void, shattering everything. At the same time, a cold snort could be heard from within the palace. The instant the snort echoed, the coldness out in the void increased to a terrifying level. The azure dragon stopped in midair, its body already pure white. In the space of a single breath, it was turned into a statue of ice. Next, the void began to fill with a sheet of whiteness. The whiteness was frost which appeared out of nowhere. The frost began to merge together into a shapeless mass which spread out in the void. It seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see, with no end, filling the void to create a huge landmass. A landmass of frost soil. The landmass of frost soil was not ice, but rather a specific type of soil. It contained dense immortal chi, several times more so than celestial soil. "Frost soil demon emperor," said Xianxia, her voice hoarse, her face filled with shock and disbelief. She immediately produced an immortality bridgestone and crushed it. However, once she did, her face immediately fell. The teleportation power of the immortality bridgestone did not manifest. Xianxia's face drained of blood. The frost soil demon emperor could not possibly be alive. Didn't he die in battle against the Ji ancestor? His corpse was taken away and transformed into one of the immortality bestowal daisies on one of the 4 great planets, planet South Heaven. His immortal divinity was ripped out and refined into one of the Ji clan's 9 treasures, the Frost Lamp. All of his disciples and his entire bloodline were taken by the Ji clan and refined into the Frigid River, which flows through the main gate of the Ji clan and can never freeze over. Xianxia's face grew even paler as she murmured these words. Even though her words were soft, they echoed out within the misty body of the Qilin beast and drifted over to Meng Hao, who was relatively close to her. At the same time, a voice echoed out from within the palace. When it did, the frost soil landmass quaked, and the faces of the surrounding bridge slaves were no longer filled with frustration. Instead, they brimmed with viciousness. Their eyes turned red and began to emanate crazed killing intent. A cold voice could be heard. Enter my immortal demon world, and life or death no longer rests in the hands of the heavens. With eternal life, what is the point of fate? As it stopped speaking, it gave a light sigh. Next, the masses of bridge slaves in the area began to charge toward Han Shan. The Qilin beast in which Meng Hao and Zhixiang sat roared, along with the dozens of other beasts similar to it that were present, and charged toward Han Shan. Han Shan gave a dour, bitter laugh filled with grief. It grew louder and louder until it seemed to be the only sound in heaven and earth. Enter the celestial demon world and sever all mortal fate. I have no such faith. Han Shan lifted his flagon up to take a drink of alcohol, then turned and shot toward the mountain. As he did, he made another chopping motion. The movement of his hand caused everything to shake. A massive fissure opened up ahead of him, which then transformed into a sword aura that shot toward the mountaintop. As it got closer, it transformed from something amorphous into something with a shape. However, it quickly became white and, like the azure dragon, exploded into pieces. At this moment, the bridge slaves were closing in on Han Shan, millions of them. Han Shan's eyes were red as he turned to face them. He waved his arm, causing a blast of alcohol wind to sweep out across them. I don't want to hurt you. Just bring out my wife. All of you, don't force my hand. He turned and sent more prismatic bands of sword chi flying out. In quick succession, 9 swords appeared. The first band of sword chi was 3,000 meters long. The second band of sword chi was 30,000. By the time the 9th sword appeared, the vast, boundless sword chi permeated the entire world of the void. The 9 bands of sword chi then combined, transferring into an enormous azure sword soul which stabbed toward the mountain. As the sword soul neared, it began to turn white. Cracking sounds could be heard as it got closer and closer. It began to turn dim, and frost appeared on its surface, which cracked and collapsed. This exterminated 8 bands of sword chi, leaving only one behind. This one slashed down toward the palace. Roaring sounds filled the sky. Everything shook, and the palace twisted as an ancient hand appeared from within its depths. The forefinger of the hand pointed out, and the sword chi collapsed. Han Shan coughed up some blood. He looked up toward the palace, a savage look on his face as he roared, "Bring her out!" Meng Hao's mind was reeling, and his breath came in ragged pants. He could only watch the scene, his face blank. Everything that was happening far exceeded the comprehension level of a gold core stage cultivator. Even Zhixiang was like a cicada in winter, cautious and solemn. She did understand what was happening, but this only served to fill her with more fear. Sword Immortal Han Shan, a new almighty force who rose up in the 9th mountain during the past several thousand years. And that old man. He looks like the image which hangs in the ancestral shrine of the sect. He looks exactly like the frost-soil demon emperor. It was an old man who had shattered the sword chi. He now stood there outside of the palace, wearing a white robe, looking like a transcendent being. His expression was cold, and a mysterious fire burned within his eyes. He gazed coolly down at Han Shan. I will give you a single chance. If you can kill all the bridge slaves in the space of 100 breaths, then your wife will appear for you to see. Furthermore, I can guarantee that your wife is not among the bridge slaves outside this mountain. Han Shan glared up at the old man. It was in this moment that the eyes of the bridge slaves grew bright red and their faces filled with madness, as if they wished to devour Han Shan alive. It was also in this moment that the first of the bridge slaves actually reached him. "Screw off!" cried Han Shan, his killing intent billowing up to the heavens. The sword in his hand swept out, causing a prismatic sword chi to appear, along with billowing alcohol chi. Everywhere it passed, thousands of bridge slaves would explode. His killing will had erupted, and Han Shan was going mad. His guilt, his 3,000 years of torment, overwhelmed him with madness. He shot toward the bridge slaves. At some point, a boy had appeared next to the old man. He stood there, smiling and counting aloud. 1, 2, 3. Booms echoed out as Han Shan's slaughter reached a pinnacle. It was as if he possessed no powers of reasoning. Everywhere he went, the only thing that existed was a man and a sword. Vast quantities of bridge slaves were being slaughtered. Sword chi rocketed up, and a gigantic python was slashed. Mist collapsed, dispersing everywhere. However, no matter how Han Shan went about the killing, exterminating millions of bridge slaves was not easy to do in the space of 100 breaths. By the time the boy had counted to 37, there were still many more left. Han Shan roared as he lifted up his right hand and tilted the alcohol flagon over. Alcohol flew out, transforming in mid-air into multiple flying swords. Apparently, this alcohol flagon did not contain alcohol, but rather, a sword. 100,000 swords appeared. Behind each of these swords was a figure that looked exactly like Han Shan. Each and every one lifted up their swords, and their eyes filled with madness. They scattered 100,000 people, slaughtering millions of bridge slaves. Roaring filled the air as massive numbers of bridge slaves died. Gigantic beasts were felled and collapsed into pieces. Eventually, the giant Qilin beast that Meng Hao was in was slain by one of Han Shan's clones. It was at this point that Meng Hao personally experienced the fearsomeness of the sword chi. It instantly cut the Qilin into 2 pieces. A boom resounded out and blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth. He watched as the sword chi neared him. He immediately lost all power to fight or struggle. However, just before the sword chi hit him, it stopped for a moment, then went around him. Meng Hao's face was pale. Although the sword chi was gone, he was now surrounded by bitter cold. It enveloped him in an instant, and he lost control of his own movements. He fell down onto the surface of the frost soil landmass. In that instant, his body was instantly covered in frost. A sense of deadly crisis swept over him. He didn't have any time to think. He immediately ignited the ever-burning flame. The power of his fire-type totem set his wood-type totem ablaze, adding to the conflagration. However, even as the ever-burning flame roared into being, the earth-type totem vortex on his arm suddenly began to suck in the frost soil. Despite that, Meng Hao's body was still transformed into a statue of ice. He stood there motionless within the layers of ice. The only thing he was capable of focusing on was ensuring that his mind was not exterminated. However, the vortex on his right arm suddenly exploded with intensity. Meng Hao could feel the force of the earth-type power rising up within the vortex. The gravitational force seemed inexhaustible. In fact, you could even say that it approached the point where it could exterminate the power of the frost soil. As for Xianxia, she was an immortal divinity who had possessed a physical body. However, at this moment her level of weakness was not much different than Meng Hao's. The sword chi avoided her, but she too fell down and instantly became an ice statue. The main difference was that she could hold out for much longer than Meng Hao. Up above, the boy standing next to the old man smiled and said, 100. In the exact instant that his voice rang out, Han Shan's 100,000 clones finished exterminating all the bridge slaves in the area. However, it was at this moment that suddenly, within the aura of bitter cold, one figure after another began to appear. These figures were none other than the bridge slaves that Han Shan had just slain. They reappeared with no injuries at all. Not a single was dead. In fact, when Meng Hao looked out from within the ice statue at the bridge slaves, there was one girl who looked familiar. "So, do you understand?" said the old man coolly. Han Shan stood there, taciturn. With a bitter look on his face, he lifted up the alcohol flagon and took a drink. The next person to speak was not the old man, but rather the boy. "In my world, if you exercise faith in me, you will never die, can never be slain. Isn't that a good thing? Eternal life, indestructibility. The only requirement is that you rebuild me." More voices rang out, not those of the boy, but rather, from the surrounding bridge slaves, all in unison. It was almost as if all of these bridge slaves were one person. "Exercise faith in me, and you can life forever. Exercise faith in me, and you can never be destroyed. Exercise faith in me, and you can exist with heaven and earth. Exercise faith in me, understand my Tao. My Tao is your Tao. Next, the old man, the boy, and the bridge slaves all spoke together. I am the spirit of the bridge of immortal treading. You came here 3,000 years ago to prostrate yourself before me. You made a promise to me. You wanted everlasting life, limitless life force so that you could cultivate your solitary sword song. At that time, you had only 10 years of longevity left. My response to you was that you should exercise faith in me. However, you went back on your word. The last 3 words came out in a roar of endless fury, filled with madness. You clearly consented, then went back on your word, all because of the woman who was with you. She begged and pleaded with you to change your mind. Her persuasion distracted you, and then what she did made you go back on your promise. I never imagined that in order to ensure that you would never exercise faith in me, she suddenly would shout out those very words, right in front of you. She became a bridge slave. That was what woke you up. The voice thundered up to the heavens, roaring and echoing out in all directions. Han Shan's face was pale and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This blood was not because of an injury he received. Rather, it was from the intense, violent pain he felt in his heart. His memories suddenly opened up. He saw an image of his wife at his side, begging and pleading, grabbing a hold of his robe as she tried to persuade him. But he was obsessed. He wanted eternal life. It wasn't until he saw her walking away in front of him that he became clear-headed. I've thought about it a lot for the past 3,000 years, sighed Han Shan. He lifted his head, and his eyes were filled with decisiveness and determination. He began to walk forward. The instant he began to walk, the bridge slaves around him began to roar, and once again charged toward him. As they did, Han Shan took a deep breath. His azure sword roared, and of the 100,000 clones around him, 10,000 disappeared. His sword swept about, causing the frost aura in the area to rise up. In an instant, millions of bridge slaves were frozen in place. When this happened, much of Han Shan's hair suddenly turned white and he grew older. This sword move was the solitary sword song which he had created himself. This song was not something that anyone except him could hear. It was sung in his heart, something only he could enjoy, only he could hear. The song could only be sung once in a lifetime. That one song did not burn of life force, but rather took life force and merged it into the song, creating a solo of life. My choice that year was a complicated one, and in many ways irrational. It was as if I was bedeviled. As he strode forward, Han Shan waved his sword again. 10,000 more clones disappeared and more bridge slaves became statues of ice. As of now, his hair was completely white. At the same time, Han Shan's aura exploded up. Because of his solo of life, his cultivation base and his life force, all exploded up. Meng Hao had no idea what realm Han Shan's cultivation base was in, but as of this moment, his level of power completely exceeded anything that Meng Hao could comprehend. Life is simply about how time flows. Life is summed up in 10 sword blows. Later, I wanted to understand if it was really because of your summons. Han Shan said lightly, walking toward the mountain. He waved his sword a third time. It whistled out, and the frost was unable to block it. It slammed into the mountain, causing the entire thing to shake. The faces of the old man and the boy suddenly flickered. As for Han Shan, his hair was beginning to fall out, and his body was old and decrepit. He was now far from being middle-aged. He was an old man, his skin sagging and covered with wrinkles. He was no longer majestic and heroic in appearance. However, his eyes and his will were more resolute than ever. They were filled with stubbornness and a lack of regrets. Even if it meant walking to his death, he would rescue his wife. I regret ever bringing Shuer here. I originally came with her so that both of us could acquire everlasting life. His voice was soft as a fourth sword swept out. The names on the mountain were growing dim. The palace on the mountain top was quaking, and cracks appeared on its surface. Han Shan, what are you doing? Cried the old man, his expression bursting with fury and viciousness. Next to him, the boy also wore a savage expression as he glared at Han Shan. Meng Hao watched on silently from within the ice statue. The vortex on his right arm was madly sucking in the frost soil. His majestic cultivation base was slowly beginning to rise up. As this happened, he looked at Han Shan and saw what could only be described as a persistence that would shock heaven and earth. Such persistence was like faith. "What is my persistence like?" thought Meng Hao. "I will never forget what happened that day," said Han Shan. His fifth sword swept out with power to rend the earth. When it landed on the peak of the mountain, a roar filled the air and the boy was slain. The boy was filled with disbelief as he transformed into ice. The last thing he heard before his consciousness disappeared was a voice that, despite seeming on the verge of death, was calm and terrifying. "I also pondered why you called me here," said Han Shan. "Back when I completed my solitary sword song, it started to snow. My whole world was frozen over. Everywhere my sword touched became ice. Then I understood. Then, some old memories came to me. I am the Frost Soil Demon Emperor." A sixth sword blasted out. The boy's head was completely lopped off, and the palace exploded. Cracks appeared on the mountain top. By now, Han Shan looked ancient. He was surrounded by a thick death aura, and his entire body was withered. More accurately, I am his clone. Countless years ago, I was able to evade the pursuit of the Ji ancestor. I lived in the world of mortals for countless generations until I finally understood it. His seventh sword descended and the mountain's peak began to shatter into pieces. The old man was shaking, and his eyes filled with dread. It was at this moment, when the mountaintop shattered, that two butterfly demon spirits flew out from within, seemingly birthed from the destruction of the mountain. They fluttered in the air as they shot off into the distance. No one paid any attention to the butterfly demon spirits. Han Shan didn't, the old man didn't. Not even Meng Hao paid them any attention. Only Xianxia noticed, but she was locked in ice, and could do nothing but watch as they sped off into the distance. "I don't care what your goal is. I only want my wife back." An eighth sword descended, chopping into the mountain, slashing toward the old man's body. The old man seemed to have no inclination to block or fight back against the sword. However, as the sword neared him, the space in front of him suddenly began to grow blurry, and a woman appeared to stand in front of him. She looked up at the sword and then at Han Shan. Han Shan suddenly stopped in his tracks. The sword ceased moving. Everything seemed to disappear. The only thing he was looking at was this woman. She was not consummately beautiful, but rather exceedingly gentle. She gazed down at Han Shan. "I won't go with you," she said softly. "Nor can I go. I am a bridge slave. Starting that year, I became a bridge slave for all eternity." She looked somewhat confused. "When will the bridge of immortality reappear like new? Sir, on what day will we again lay eyes on you?" As the woman's murmuring voice echoed out, the old man began to vanish. As he did, he looked calmly at Han Shan. "I am the soul of the bridge of immortality," he said. "All of the bridge slaves are a part of me. If I give up my memories of this time, then when I die, your wife will become the new bridge soul. There is no enmity between me and you. All of this was part of our mission, to restore the bridge of immortal treading. Originally, you should have been the bridge soul. That is why the esteemed demon emperor hid you all those years ago. Now, however, the task will fall to your wife. My mission is complete, although not perfectly. My task was to find you and bring you back." This was the final command of the esteemed demon emperor before his death. "Find you, and make you a bridge slave." With that, he faded away. The instant he disappeared, the confusion in the woman's eyes faded away. Her eyes were now clear. She saw Han Shan and recalled her old memories. This was perhaps the first time since she had chosen to become a bridge slave, the first time in her everlasting life, that she suddenly saw everything clearly. With a bitter smile, she looked at Han Shan. "Kill me. Allow me to be released." Her words echoed out. When Meng Hao heard them, and saw what was happening, he sighed. The clearness only lasted a moment. In the moment when a bridge slave becomes the bridge soul, the bridge slave would have one moment of clearness. After that moment, the bridge slave would be awake and conscious, but would no longer be the same person they were before. That person would be the new soul of the bridge of immortal treading. At the moment, the vortex on Meng Hao's right arm was absorbing the power of the frost soil in the area. This frost soil, which seemed to be filled with the power to exterminate anything, caused the vortex to gradually begin to coagulate. A glowing white character for Earth was now starting to appear. When the ancient character for Earth became clearer, Meng Hao's cultivation base began to roar as a new power began to make Meng Hao suddenly even stronger. Every beat of his heart sent blood coursing through his veins. A boundary had been reached, and now his cultivation base grew more powerful. His gold core was even stronger than before. It's still not enough. The aura of this frost soil is actually much more intense than that of the celestial soil. His eyes glittered with determination as he rotated his cultivation base. He focused all his energy on absorbing more power from the frost soil. I've really struck it lucky here to be able to absorb this frost soil. If I can use it to form my Earth-type totem tattoo, who knows how much more powerful it will be than a celestial soil totem? His eyes filled with anticipation. Roaring filled his body. Despite being stuck in the ice statue, the frost soil in the area continued to be sucked in, causing it to grow thinner and thinner. However, the effect wasn't too noticeable. After all, the landmass formed by the frost soil was enormous. Xianxia wasn't too far away in another ice statue. At this point, she couldn't help but look from Han Shan and the woman over toward Meng Hao. What's he doing? She thought. Because of the shocking scene that had been playing out just now, she hadn't noticed Meng Hao's aura earlier. However, now she did. She stared with wide, disbelieving eyes, shaken by Meng Hao's audacity. He's absorbing the frost soil. Frost soil is unique in all the Ninth Mountain. According to the legend, long ago, even before cultivators existed, a landmass was born that was completely white and infinitely cold. Eventually, countless years ago, when cultivators were just beginning to appear in the Ninth Mountain, it gained consciousness. However, as the land of frost soil expanded, it eventually turned into a person. He swept over the Ninth Mountain and sea for countless years, and was known as the Frost Soil Demon. Eventually, he came to be called an emperor. The Frost Soil Demon Emperor. Now, Meng Hao is actually absorbing the power of the frost soil. Although this particular area of frost soil was created by the bridge soul of the bridge of immortal treading, clearly, this whole area is the work of the Frost Soil Demon Emperor. If it wasn't, then the frost soil could not possibly appear. What Meng Hao is absorbing is not true frost soil, but rather an ornamental version of it. However, it still far exceeds celestial soil. There's really not even any way to compare the two. According to the ancient records in the sect, not including Lord Li, there were 3 greater demons in the ancient immortal demon sect. They were the ones who built the bridge of immortal treading. Isn't he worried he's going to take it too far and die? Xianxia had really never imagined that the day would come in which she would be envious of a mere core formation cultivator. True, he could slay nascent soul cultivators, but to see him absorbing frost soil was shockingly extraordinary, enough to arouse the jealousy of an immortal. Even as Meng Hao absorbed the power of the frost soil, Han Shan's soft sigh could be heard. He was looking at his wife, his expression one of warmth. He had heard her words just now, and could also see that her expression was no longer clear, but rather frustrated again. Deep in her eyes burned a mysterious fire, similar to that which had burned in the eyes of the old man. "Come be with me, okay?" said the woman softly. There was something very strange in her voice as she looked at Han Shan. Han Shan closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. Then he smiled, a smile filled with warmth. He knew that the person in front of him was no longer his wife. She had truly become the soul of the bridge of immortal treading. He knew that the only thing he could do was to kill his own wife. It would be a release. She would no longer be the bridge soul, and she would no longer have everlasting life. She would finally be herself. Han Shan sighed. He was old now, and his face was filled with wrinkles. His aura was no longer how it had been. He was an old man, seemingly on the verge of death. Perhaps his azure robe could conceal the loneliness he had felt for so long, but it could not conceal his ancientness, nor his exhaustion. He had searched for 3,000 years, had felt guilty for 3,000 years. However, when he finally found what he was looking for, it was like this. Shaking his head, Han Shan waved his hand. Instantly, the ice surrounding Meng Hao and Zhixiang shattered. Zhixiang immediately retreated backward, blood seeping out of her mouth. With each step she took, her face grew more pale. The coldness was once again pressing down oppressively onto her. The instant Meng Hao's ice statue shattered, the frost soil in the area began to shoot toward him. It transformed into an enormous white vortex that surrounded him. As the vortex spun, the frost soil in the area began to disappear as it was sucked into Meng Hao's body. The coldness was oppressive, and an earth-type aura rose up to the sky. The sight of this caused Han Shan's wife, the new bridge soul, to glance over at Meng Hao. Han Shan turned his head to look. When he saw Meng Hao, he suddenly laughed. "It is what it is," he said. "It seems the two of us are bound by karma. Let me bestow a bit more good fortune upon you." With that, he lifted his right hand and then pushed it down toward the frost soil landmass. Han Shan's body immediately began to tremble as a white and blue aura began to emanate out from his body and rush down toward the landmass. As the aura spread out, Han Shan weakened even further, as if his essence were being drained. He became even older. The blue and white aura merged into the landmass, and instantly, the frost soil began to change. It was no longer just white, but glowed with a blue light. Its aura was completely shocking, and the coldness of it exploded up. The entire landmass began to tremble because of this ancient, archaic aura. It seemed to have existed for a very, very long time. It had seen countless forms of life, and knew the warmth and coldness of the world. It had experienced life and death, and had existed throughout the ages. It seemed as if this frost soil landmass, which had previously not been true frost soil, suddenly had transformed into that unique, true frost soil which had once existed in the 9th mountain. The white and blue aura was none other than the true power of the essence of frost soil demon emperor's clone. Now that he had sent out this power, the land mass below truly was the real frost soil. The land shook as it suddenly began to crumble in on itself and grow smaller. As it did, it quickly became more refined and pure. If you were able to stand far up above the bridge of immortal treading, you would be able to see this process happening. The frost soil, which had once stretched out to cover the entirety of the bridge of immortal treading, shrank down in the space of a few breaths. In one moment, Meng Hao could see the edges of the land mass. After the space of a single breath passed, it shrank down to a mass of blue soil only 300 meters wide. The whiteness was gone. It was now pure blue. This was the true frost soil which had given birth to the demon emperor in the 9th mountain. In the blink of an eye, 300 meters became 30 meters. 30 meters became 3 meters. Finally, the 3-meter-wide clump of dark blue frost soil shot directly toward the vortex on Meng Hao's right arm, merging into it. Roaring filled Meng Hao's mind as his body slowly floated up into the air. His hair whipped about, and an increasingly intense aura rose up from him. Zhixiang backed up, her expression one of shock. Considering that she knew Meng Hao was now absorbing true frost soil, she was thoroughly astonished. It was at this point that the vortex on Meng Hao's arm completely solidified into a blue earth character. As soon as it appeared, an enormous land mass of frost soil magically appeared behind Meng Hao. Upon the land mass was a huge tree, which blazed with raging fire. Above the tree was a great metallic, golden river. This was a depiction of metal, wood, earth and fire. Meng Hao's cultivation base sword. By now, it had completely sloughed off the gold core. Meng Hao's aura merged with the magical image behind him as immense power roared through him. As of now, if Su Bai and Chen Mo, those two late nascent soul cultivators, battled Meng Hao, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to determine who would live and who would die. "Take my legacy, take my sword, and take my flagon," said Han Shan. "Leave this place. If ever the day comes in which you can shake this bridge with your cultivation base, then don't forget to repay my kindness. If my wife and I are still here when you return, then I hope you can rescue us." With that, Han Shan laughed. He was aged and decrepit now, but his will once again surged, a will which despised heaven and earth. He flicked his sleeve, causing an azure sword to appear. This sword had never left his side during the past 3,000 years. But now, it turned into an azure beam of light that shot toward Meng Hao. He flicked his sleeve again, and the alcohol flagon, seemingly filled with boundless sword will, also flew into Meng Hao's hands. Meng Hao felt his heart stirring. He looked up at Han Shan, somewhat in a daze. What he saw was Han Shan's back. It looked very much the way it had when Meng Hao first saw him. Lonely, bleak, and desolate. Han Shan waved his hand, and a cold wind sprang into being, picked up Meng Hao and the shocked Xianxia, and carried them off into the distance. The cold wind was incredibly strong. Neither Meng Hao nor Xianxia could do anything to resist the power of the wind as it began to carry them off into the distance. Despite the force of the wind, Meng Hao managed to turn his head around for one last look. Han Shan's gentle voice could just barely be heard. 3,000 years ago, it was because of you that I refused to become a bridge slave. 3,000 years later, it is because of you that I make the opposite choice. I will accompany you in such a life. What harm is there in that? I will lose my consciousness. I will lose any chance to return. However, as long as I can be with you, neither life nor death are of any consequence. During these 3,000 years, I thought a lot. Legacies and cultivation bases don't really matter. What matters are dreams. Without you by my side, I have no world. You are my everything. I'm willing. I am perfectly happy to exercise faith. When Han Shan opened his eyes, they shone only with confusion. All of his loneliness and bleakness were gone. His wife stood next to him. The two of them turned and made their way off into the distance. They were followed by millions of bridge slaves, an army of specters, moving further and further away. When will the bridge of immortality reappear like new? Sir, on what day will we again lay eyes on you? Senior Han Shan, murmured Meng Hao. He had Han Shan's sword, Han Shan's flagon, and on his right arm was a totem tattoo made from Han Shan's frigid soil. These were all physical things. However, deep in Meng Hao's heart existed the image of Han Shan and his wife. That image was not desolate or lonely. There was no confusion, only a husband and a wife, accompanying each other as they walked off into the distance. I, Meng Hao, solemnly swear a vow here in the realm of the bridge ruins. If in this life the day arrives in which I can shake this bridge of immortal treading, then I will without fail repay this kindness. Within the bitterly cold wind, Meng Hao clasped hands, looked back toward the bridge slave specters, and bowed deeply. To Meng Hao, his principles demanded that he repay kindness. Kindnesses shown could never be forgotten. Meng Hao continued to meet people who showed kindness to him in life. If he forgot them, then he did not deserve to be a cultivator. It was the same with enmities. Enmities must be repaid many times over. I will do everything in my power to repay my benefactors. I will bring tenfold vengeance upon my enemies. If people do not attack me, I will not attack them. But if someone does attack me, that person shall die. This was Meng Hao. In Confucianism, there is a concept of a path of justice that contains two parts. One part involves being kind and tolerating others. The other involves taking action when necessary. After entering the cultivation world, Meng Hao also had his own path. This path had nothing to do with cultivation, but rather personal principles. Meng Hao's principles also contained the concept of justice, a justice with two parts. One was the law of repaying kindnesses. The other was bringing death in response to attacks. Cultivation is about developing confidence. Cultivation is about learning how to conduct oneself. Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed for a long, long moment. Next to him, Xianxia suddenly flew away at top speed, emerging from the cold wind and moving off into the distance. She lifted her right hand, causing a red flower to suddenly appear. She was not attacking Meng Hao. Instead, her flower transformed into a sea of flowers that enveloped a butterfly demon spirit that happened to be flying in this area. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. She laughed as she collected up the butterfly demon spirit, her eyes filled with excitement. Suddenly, another butterfly demon spirit appeared not too far off in the distance. As soon as it realized it had been noticed, it seemed to suddenly be frightened. It flitted its wings and flew off. Xianxia's eyes glittered as she shot pursuit for a moment, but then stopped. This was because Meng Hao had suddenly exploded with dancing sword qi. The threat of the sword qi caused Xiang to feel quite annoyed. She looked over at Meng Hao. This was not the first time he had done something like this. She frowned, then suddenly laughed and sped off into the distance away from the butterfly. As she did, her voice drifted back to Meng Hao. Meng Hao, although our cooperation has come to an end, based on what you now know, if you're interested, then we can come back to this place in 200 years to enter the primordial immortal demon plane. Perhaps you might even learn of a way to rescue Senior Han Shan while you're there. As for that demon spirit, if you want it, I won't fight you over it. Her body flickered and then transformed into a red beam of light that disappeared off into the void. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he watched Xiang leave. He did nothing to stop her, nor did he respond. Instead, he himself shot out into the void toward the demon spirit. Far off in the distance, Xiang performed a minor teleportation, reappearing in the void far away from Meng Hao's location. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her body began to tremble slightly, and suddenly a ghost image of her own face appeared. Shockingly, this image was Zhao Yolan's soul, struggling to get free. I have no intention of merging with your soul, precious darling. However, you need to abide by our agreement. I'll borrow your body for only 200 years. 200 years later, I'll give it back to you. Furthermore, I won't borrow your body without offering repayment. I will ensure that you stay at the great circle of the nascent soul stage. With that, she jabbed her finger down onto her forehead. This movement caused Zhao Yolan's soul to suddenly grow weaker. A look of fear appeared, and it began to shrink back. Eventually it disappeared. There was no ghost image anymore. I was injured by frost soil, and twice had bitter cold enter my body. Just now, I even circulated quite a bit of my immortal essence in my attempt to get that demon spirit. This Meng Hao is as crafty as a fox and diabolically cruel. If I didn't get out of there, there's no saying that the kid wouldn't actually attack. Xiang's eyes glittered. She wasn't sure when, but at some point she had actually come to view Meng Hao as a worthy opponent. However, the fact that the curse doesn't affect him will be a great advantage if he helps in the primordial demon immortal plane 200 years from now. My plan to acquire a demon immortal body will be much more likely to succeed. With that, Xiang slapped her bag of holding to produce the 5 Poisons Tribe Immortality Bridgestone. She crushed it, and instantly her body began to grow blurry. Before long, she was completely gone. Further back in the void, Meng Hao proceeded along alone. The frigid wind had disappeared completely, and the coldness of the void crushed down onto him. However, to Meng Hao, that coldness actually felt warm. His earth-type totem was the unparalleled frost soil. Compared to that, the surrounding coldness could be regarded as boiling hot. After his huge success in acquiring the earth-type totem tattoo, Meng Hao's cultivation base had skyrocketed. His speed was now much faster than before. Furthermore, the void could do nothing to impede him. He was quite used to it now. He chased the butterfly for about an hour before catching it and putting it into his bag of holding. With that, he stopped and began to think. 2 demon spirits. One can be used to get the Crow divinity tribes into the Black Lands. As for the second, I can decide what to do with that one in 200 years when the primordial demon immortal plane opens. With that, his eyes filled with determination, and he proceeded onward. As he moved, he pulled out Han Shan's sword. The sword seemed commonplace, completely ordinary. But Meng Hao had seen this sword slice open heaven and earth, chop through the void, and unleash the shocking aura of the spirit of a mountain. This is an immortal sword. He ran his left hand across the smooth blade, causing a drone to echo out. The drone contained feelings of grief, farewell, and the hope to reunite. Hearing the drone caused Meng Hao to think about Han Shan. He sighed. Compared to Senior Han Shan, I am tiny and weak. Right now I can't wield you. However, you were gifted to me by him. From now on you are my sword. I promised Senior Han Shan that I would save him in the future. Now I promise you that when I do save him, I will bring you with me. The day that I succeed in rescuing him, I will return you to Senior Han Shan. The droning faded away. The azure sword slowly grew quiet. Then, it transformed into an azure beam of light that flew into the air and shot back toward Meng Hao. He did nothing to stop it. The azure glow hit him, causing a drop of blood to appear on his forehead. The drop of blood touched the azure sword, and instantly Meng Hao could sense a clear connection between the two of them. His eyes glittered and he extended his right hand. Instantly, the azure sword's aura rose up to the heavens as it shot off into the distance. It moved so quickly that Meng Hao couldn't see it clearly. It shot directly toward a 3,000-meter wide rock that was approaching. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the rock into pieces. A boom echoed out, and even before the shattered pieces could explode outward, the sword shot back to hover in front of Meng Hao. Meng Hao stared in shock and extended his right hand. The sword slowly began to shrink down until it was about the size of a fingernail. Meng Hao swallowed it, causing the sword to merge into him. This was now one of Meng Hao's trump cards, something that, if kept in his bag of holding, would strip it of the element of surprise when being used. Even as the shattered remnants of the 1,000-meter rock shot toward him, Meng Hao pulled out his chunk of immortality bridgestone, the one that had transported him here to the realm of the bridge ruins. He crushed it in his hand, and instantly he faded and disappeared. The north region of the great lands of the western desert were rapidly turning into a vast body of water. In the most low-lying of the areas, violet lakes could be seen. The violet rain continued to pour down in buckets. It only continued to grow heavier. The sky was dark, and no sunlight was visible whatsoever, making it seem like dusk. The whole scene turned into an oppressive weight. A coldness spread out everywhere, a coldness that could exterminate life. The mountains were all deathly silent. No signs of life could be seen anywhere. The entire western desert north region was now devoid of spiritual energy. Rotting corpses of beasts could be seen scattered about in the rainwater. Off in the distance, a group of people could be seen moving rapidly through the air. This was a group of about 4,000 or 5,000 people, all in the process of migration. They were silent, their faces sallow. In recent days, migrating groups like this were a common sight in the western desert north region. However, it was at this moment that a bright beam of light could be seen off in the distance, along with an oppressive aura. It moved at high speed through the air, causing a loud booming sound. It seemed matchless aggressive. The beam moved with incredible speed toward the group of migrating tribe members, instantly catching their attention. All of them looked up toward the figure within the beam. The 5 nascent soul cultivators of the tribe instantly looked shocked. Xianxia. He completely slaughtered 7 or 8 tribes in the area recently. He uses the people he kills as blood sacrifices to further his cultivation. If heaven wishes to exterminate our tribe, then all we can do is be cautious. How come we have to run into this damned Xianxia? This approaching beam of light was none other than Xianxia, who Meng Hao had chased in the realm of the bridge ruins. In the midst of the chase, the bridge slaves showed up, giving rise to a huge tempest. Otherwise, the man would have been killed by Meng Hao. His head was very small, but he was quite tall and looked like a rat. His appearance made it so that others could recognize him instantly. He flew through mid-air, a vicious expression on his face. Half a month earlier, he had returned from the realm of the bridge ruins. When he reappeared, he found himself in the same place where he had left, which was on the border of the western desert north region. He was not pleased with his journey into the realm of the bridge ruins, and had been left with a thorough fear of Meng Hao. That was actually the reason he'd come back so early. He could only sigh at his misfortune in running into Meng Hao. Back in the western desert, he kept trying to figure out where Meng Hao came from, fearful of running into him again. After much thought, he came to the conclusion that there was no way Meng Hao could possibly be from the North region. After all, the cultivation base of the tribes in the North region was the weakest of all. It had been years since someone had appeared who could be considered chosen of heaven. Xianxia also figured that the North region would be most severely affected by the apocalypse, and would have the greatest collection of migrating tribes. It was quite suitable for him. Therefore, he came to the north. Booming sounds echoed out as the group scattered. It took only about 2 hours for vicious-looking Xianxia to hold up 5 severed heads, and then begin his blood sacrifice of the rest of the tribe down below. The blood sacrifice lasted for 2 days, after which Xianxia waved his hand to collect up all the spoils. After performing the blood sacrifice, his cultivation base was creeping toward a breakthrough. All I have to do is kill a couple dozen thousand more people, and I can have my breakthrough and reach the late nascent soul stage. I don't know the name of this particular tribe, but they sure were vicious. Of the 4,000 or 5,000 people, all of them turned out to have cultivation bases. They must have left the ordinary tribe members behind to let nature run its course. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he pulled out a jade slip. Inside was a map which depicted the Western Desert North region and described it in detail. I can't afford to provoke the Great Five Poisons tribe, or the Great Scorching Ice tribe. Without a late nascent soul cultivation base, gaining a victory against them would waste too much of my cultivation base. Damn this violet rain. If it weren't for the blood sacrifices combined with a bit of celestial soil, I would have run out of spiritual energy and then died. Mumbling to himself, Xianxia licked his lips and then looked over the jade slip again. 5 Crow Divinity Tribes? They used to be the Great Crow Divinity Tribe, which means they should have sent a representative to the realm of the Bridge Ruins. They just went to war against the Great Five Poisons tribe. This is the tribe. It's hard to say how many people they have left, but they used to be a great tribe. And since they were able to fight back against the Five Poisons tribe, they must have a lot of resources at their disposal. Most important is that if their representative to the realm of the Bridge Ruins didn't die there, then he probably came back with some celestial soil. Maybe I can get a bit more celestial soil for myself. Eyes glittering with a ruthless glow, he was just about to go through with his plan to travel to the 5 Crow Divinity Tribes when a tremor ran through his body. The person the 5 Crow Divinity Tribes sent to the realm of the Bridge Ruins couldn't possibly be that damnable bastard Meng Hao, could it? I couldn't possibly be that unlucky, could I? After thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly laughed at how overly cautious he was being. 23 people went to the realm of the Bridge Ruins. Not counting himself, there were 22, all scattered about throughout the whole of the Western Desert. The chances of running into Meng Hao again were extremely small. Having reaching this point in his train of thought, Xianxia's eyes filled with cruelty. His body flickered as he shot off into the distance. During his traveling, he would occasionally run into other tribes which he instantly slaughtered. His entire path was one of blood sacrifices. Along the way, his cultivation base grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, his temperament grew more and more ruthless. This was even more the case as he felt himself getting closer to the point of breakthrough. His massacres grew even more savage. He also moved with greater and greater speed. Soon, he was getting very close to the 5 Crow Divinity Tribes. I can already smell the odor of flesh and blood, said Xianxia, licking his lips as he whistled through the air. Suddenly, a mountain appeared up ahead. The mountain was bare, and beneath it could be seen a body of water. It wasn't extremely large, more a large lake than a sea. The mountain stuck up out of the middle of the huge lake. At its peaks, a large group of huts had been erected to provide protection against the rainwater. This was the location of the Crow Divinity Tribes. It was now a full 5 months since Meng Hao had left. Of the 2,000 tribe members, there were only a bit more than 1,000 left. Several hundred tribe members had died in the past 5 months. Their life forces exterminated. They had been buried in the mountain, accompanied by weeping, and the funeral dirges of their fellow clan members. Everyone knew that it wouldn't be long before the entire mountain existed at the bottom of the sea. Every day, a tribe member was sent down the mountain with the specific task of measuring how much the water had risen. This way, they could calculate roughly how much time was left. "The water has risen less than a meter since yesterday," said the Crow Gloom Tribe Grand Elder. He sat in a hut next to the Crow Soldier Tribe Greatfather. The Crow Soldier Tribe Greatfather's hair was gray, his face sallow, and his body emaciated. He sat there silently, looking out at the seemingly endless violet rain. When he spoke, his voice was bitter but low, in order to prevent many people from hearing his words. 5 months. Perhaps the exalted sacred ancient has already left us. The power of the thorn rampart vine is fading. If he left, that's fine. However, he promised he would return to us with hope. The man's voice was hoarse, and his expression blank. "Hope," said the Crow Gloom Tribe Grand Elder. He looked around at the other tribe members in the huts. They were silent and gloomy. Their eyes were open, but didn't seem to look very different than if they were closed. Many of them had bodies as thin as firewood. None of them had any hope at all. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth faded, as the violet rain fell harder, life was exterminated. This made it difficult for the ordinary tribe members to survive. Even the cultivators felt their cultivation bases withering, making it difficult to maintain their place in their current stage. "He'll come back," said the Crow Soldier Tribe Greatfather softly. He didn't speak very loudly, but his voice was filled with passion. He believed what Meng Hao said, and he trusted that Meng Hao would definitely return. The Crow Gloom Tribe Grand Elder let out a soft sigh and was about to say something more when suddenly his expression flickered. He looked up into the air. At almost the exact same moment, the Crow Soldier Tribe Greatfather suddenly lifted his head up. Within his withered body, his cultivation base once again began to rotate. His dismal eyes suddenly began to shine with an aggressive glow. It wasn't just these two. Behind them were 2 other tribe members whose cultivation bases exploded out threateningly as they looked up into the sky. During these 5 months, they were always on guard, always filled with extreme vigilance. 3 groups of people had come to attack them, and 2 had been repelled by the thorn rampart vine. As time passed, though, the thorn rampart vine began to weaken. In the end, it was submerged by the lake and disappeared. By the time the 3rd group came, the Crow divinity tribes were forced to fight. During the battle, the Crow Soldier Tribe Greatfather wasted much of his cultivation base to kill an opponent of the early nascent soul stage. His action had ended the conflict. After all, in this apocalypse of heaven and earth, mutual loss and death were equivalent. In the blink of an eye, it seemed, a 4th group had come against them. This time, it was only 1 person. However, in the current circumstances, 1 person was even more dangerous. This 1 person approached in a beam of light, emanating a shocking aura. Booming sounds echoed out which carried the power of the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. Obviously, this person was just a hair away from the late nascent soul stage. When the Crow Soldier Tribe Greatfather sensed this cultivation base, his face flickered with shock. Next to him, the Crow Gloom Tribe Grand Elder was even more astonished. The faces of the 2 behind them instantly turned ashen. Considering their level of power, even if the 5 Crow divinity tribes went all out, they would still be unable to protect themselves. When Xianxia saw the more than 1,000 remaining members of the 5 Crow divinity tribes on the mountain peak, he frowned. "How could there be so few?" he said with a cold harumph. Such a small number of people left him feeling that this trip had been somewhat of a waste. Nonetheless, he continued on toward the tribes. "Not many people, but there's no need to waste," he said, his eyes glinting with cruelty. As he neared, he stretched out his hand and pointed a finger. Immediately, ripples spread out, transforming into a gigantic hand made of black mist. It shot directly toward the mountain. Seeing the black hand approaching, the Crow Soldier Tribe Greatfather immediately shot forward at top speed. In the blink of an eye, he was up in mid-air. Roaring, he waved his right hand, causing explosive totemic power to explode out. His metal-type totem roared with power as it shot toward the black mist. A boom rattled out, and the black mist hand collapsed. The Crow Soldier Tribe Greatfather coughed up a mouthful of blood as he tumbled backward. When he reached the mountain peak, more blood came out of his mouth, and his body withered. His spiritual energy was almost completely dried up. As he laughed bitterly, the rest of the members of the Crow divinity tribes rose to their feet, looks of despair filling their eyes. "Don't tell me your cultivation bases are all withered?" said Xianxia arrogantly. "Well, even if they were normal, killing you would be a simple thing for me. I can't believe the great Crow divinity tribe is so weak. Where are your totemic sacred ancients? Where are your magical weapons? You're so weak you can't even handle a single blow. A tribe like this doesn't even deserve to exist. However, dying in the apocalypse isn't as good as being a blood sacrifice to advance my cultivation." Xianxia actually had a special method for dealing with totemic sacred ancients, which was one reason he had been able to sweep across the western desert and exterminate so many tribes. Wuxia stood among the crowds. His body trembling, he shouted, "When the exalted sacred ancient returns, he will definitely not let you go. If you dare to raise a hand against the Crow divinity tribes, then you will face the wrath of the sacred ancient." His echoing words immediately caused the fire of hope to burn within the eyes of the members of the Crow divinity tribes. The sacred ancient will definitely return. The sacred ancient will come back carrying hope. Xianxia laughed scornfully. "Your sacred ancient is going to come back? So, even your sacred ancient abandoned you. Even if it does come back, I can seal it and make it watch as I sacrifice all of you." He raised his hand again. This time, ripples spread out in 4 directions to transform into 4 black mist hands. They linked together into something that looked like a black dragon bursting with killing intent. They immediately shot toward Crow Divinity Mountain. Just as despair filled the faces of the members of the Crow Divinity tribes, just when the hand was almost upon them, 4 tentacles suddenly erupted out from the water below. They moved with incredible speed toward the 4 hands. At the same time, thorns suddenly spread out around the mountain, completely encircling it. Unfortunately, the weakness and exhaustion of the vines and the thorns was readily apparent. It was at this moment that, about 400 kilometers away from the 5 Crow Divinity Tribes mountain, up above a rushing river, an area of distortion suddenly appeared. It was like a tear in the very air that opened up into a hole. From within the hole, a figure emerged. He wore a green robe and had long black hair that whipped about in the wind. He was handsome and had an energetic demeanor. This was Meng Hao. He had returned in much the same manner as he had left, having been teleported back some distance from where he left. Generally speaking, this was normal. The return spot was usually within about 500 kilometers of the point of departure. Meng Hao rubbed the bridge of his nose as he looked around. Having confirmed his position, he sent his spiritual sense out. He immediately sensed the vine, and through it, could see an image of what was happening currently in the Crow Divinity tribes. Meng Hao's eyes immediately filled with an unspeakable, raging anger. When he spoke, his voice was like a freezing wind. His cultivation base exploded out, immediately causing much of the rain in the vicinity to turn into ice. Xianxia. Outside of the Crow Divinity Tribe's mountain, explosions filled the air. The thorn rampart spread around the mountain, forming a protective layer. Vines shot out to fight against Xianxia. Amidst the booms, the 4 black mist hands collapsed. Xianxia's eyes suddenly glittered, filling with ruthlessness. "So, you have a protective treasure like this. You're truly worthy of being a former great tribe," he said with a laugh. "Unfortunately, in this violet rain, your vines are like a lamp that's running low on oil. If I add it to the blood sacrifice, the results will be even better." It was at this point that a black moon suddenly appeared behind him. This moon radiated darkness, and was instantly surrounded by a seething mist. The sight of it made Xianxia seem like some sort of devil. His aura roared up into the sky as he shot at high speed toward one of the vines. As the vine swept toward him, Xianxia licked his lips and then pointed out with his finger. Suddenly, a black moon magically appeared on his fingertip. When it touched the vine, a roaring sound filled heaven and earth. The vine trembled and then exploded. Massive amounts of viscous fluid sprayed about in all directions. The rest of the vines let out sad and shrill calls. Xianxia laughed aloud, arrogant laugh, emanating potency, his expression one of contempt. He neared the mountain's peak. As he closed in, the other vines, ignoring their injured state, once again moved to defend. The vine was a simple life form. Even after fusing with the thorn rampart, it was not very intelligent. However, it never forgot the mission assigned to it by Meng Hao before he left. Protect the Crow divinity tribes. In its primitive mind, it knew that it would accomplish its mission even if it meant dying the cruelest death in the process. Several vines whistled through the air toward Xianxia, who let out a cold snort and flicked his sleeve. The black moon appeared in front of him, emanating a black glow which spread out rapidly in all directions. As soon as the vines touched the black glow, they began to melt. Anguished screams could be heard, causing the more than 1,000 remaining members of the Crow divinity tribes to clench their fists tightly. Grief and indignation filled their eyes. They knew that the only reason the vines were dying in battle was to protect them. As the vines were melted by the black glow, and the miserable shrieks echoed out, suddenly, a black beam of light shot out from the violet lake beneath the mountain. It moved with such incredible speed that, in the blink of an eye, it pierced through Xianxia's black glow and shot directly toward his forehead. Xianxia's expression flickered as a profound sense of deadly crisis filled him. Eyes wide, he let out a roar, the waves of which turned into an attack that battered against the beam. Then, the black moon once again magically appeared in front of Xianxia. It shot toward the black beam of light, and when they hit each other, a huge boom filled the air. The black moon collapsed, and the black beam of light continued on toward Xianxia. This black beam was a sharp thorn. This thorn was different from the others. It emanated a strong life force. Actually, this was the main life force essence formed by the amalgamation of the vine and the thorn rampart. Unfortunately, the exterminating power of the violet rain had weakened the vines to a tremendous degree. The same was true of this life force thorn. The fact that it had been blocked twice gave Xianxia enough time to prepare. Even as the thorn shot toward him, he dodged to the side. The sharp thorn cut his cheek as it shot past. Xianxia suffered a flesh wound, but nothing serious. His eyes turned red as a savagery appeared that hadn't been present before. A bloodthirsty glow radiated out as he licked some blood out of the corner of his mouth. His entire expression radiated killing intent. Any living thing that harms me gets turned into a blood sacrifice. His eyes flickered with a cold glow as he waved his hand toward the violet lake below. A booming sound could be heard as water exploded up. Ripples radiated out as a 30-meter-long vine trunk was wrenched up out of the water by Xianxia. So it's you. Well, time to die. He licked his lips, and cruelty glowed in his eyes. He raised his left hand, causing a black moon to magically appear. He was just about to send it chopping down toward the vine trunk when the Crow Soldier Tribe Greatfather and the other powerful experts of the Crow Divinity Tribes teleported out to block Xianxia. "Screw off!" cried Xianxia haughtily. He waved his right hand, immediately causing the Greatfather and the others to tumble backward, blood spraying from their mouths, bodies shaking. Just when the looks of despair appeared on their faces as they realized that they were powerless to fight back, the howl of a wolf rose up. Big Harry, Harry number 2, and the rest of the Greenwood wolves shot out from a cave in the mountain. Their expressions were listless, but they flew through the air toward Xianxia. There was also a red, winged crocodile and an enormous lizard, joined by a flock of black crows and a cloud of green mosquitoes. All of them looked downcast and their auras were weak. Under the continuous onslaught of the violet rain, with its life force of extermination and weakening of spiritual energy, they had been quite seriously injured. Even still, it was without hesitation that they shot out, filling the sky. The sight was shocking, even to Xianxia, whose pupils constricted. However, it only took a moment for him to sense the aura of the neodemons. Then, his expression filled with scorn and cruelty. "Shrimp soldiers and crab generals," he said. "Useless troops, filled with haughtiness and cruelty." Xianxia waved his left hand to pull the vine trunk up into the air. Then he shot forward, flashing an incantation with his right hand. Multiple black moons magically appeared and shot forward. Roaring filled the air, echoing out. Blood sprayed out of Big Harry's mouth, and his body was sent tumbling backward. Harry number 2 and the other Greenwood wolves let out miserable cries as they shot backward like kites with their strings cut. The black crows and the mosquitoes were instantly sealed by a misty wind. Were they at their peak, it might have been a different story. Now, however, no matter how they struggled, they weren't able to free themselves from the mist wind. The winged crocodile and the lizard also let out mournful cries. The power of this black moon divine ability sent them tumbling backward, their bodies on the verge of falling apart. Xianxia's laughter filled the air. None of the neo-demons, none of the cultivators, were capable of resisting him even the slightest bit. They couldn't even get close to him. The vine trunk, which was floating there in mid-air, was snatched up by Xianxia. It was now only a hair's breadth away from death. All of the members of the Crow Divinity tribes up on the mountaintop had looks of despair and misery on their faces. The Crow Soldier Tribe Great Father wiped the blood off of his mouth and gave long, bitter sigh. His expression filled with arrogance. Xianxia said, "When Xianxia wants to exterminate a tribe, no one can escape being part of the blood sacrifice." Looking scornfully at the neo-demons and the tribe members, his mouth twisted into a cruel smile. He lifted his left hand up and slowly clenched it into a fist. The vine trunk struggled, but as Xianxia clenched his fist, all it could do was writhe. It was clearly moments away from exploding. "Die!" cried Xianxia, laughing heartily. However, it was at this moment that a piercing sound suddenly could be heard from off in the distance. "You die, bitch! You little rat! Are you trying to get me in trouble with Meng Hao? Bitch? Damn it! Lord Fifth just went out to get some lunch. You think that means you can wipe this place out?" As the shrill cry echoed in the air, a multicolored streak whistled through the air toward Xianxia's rear end. As it neared, the sound of a ringing bell also could be heard. Xianxia at first stared in shock. Then his face fell. Having no time to continue to crush the vine, he dropped it, allowing it to fly away. An incredible sense of deadly crisis appeared once again. Xianxia's body flickered as he fell back. As he did, a multicolored blur shot through the air in the position he had occupied moments before. Cold sweat broke out on Xianxia's forehead and his heart filled with doubt and dread. He could clearly see that if he hadn't dodged away, the multicolored streak would have charged directly into where his rear end had just been. Thinking about what the horrific result would have been caused even ruthless Xianxia to gasp. "Damn it! What is that thing?" The multicolored glow materialized into the parrot, who glared threateningly at Xianxia. "Bitch! You dare to try to get me in trouble? I'll screw you. Screw you to death." A bizarre glow appeared in the parrot's eyes as it squawked at Xianxia. Its expression and its voice, coupled with its actions moments before, caused Xianxia's scalp to grow numb. Shouting, the parrot charged forward at incredible speed toward Xianxia. Xianxia gasped and fell back in retreat, flashing an incantation gesture with both hands. Immediately, a black moon magically appeared in front of him as he attempted to defend himself. A boom filled the air as the parrot slammed through the black moon. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Xianxia. As it neared, Xianxia could see that it was actually turning through the air to shoot directly toward his rear end. What is it trying to do? Xianxia was scared witless. At this critical juncture, his body suddenly transformed into a mist that shot off to reappear 3,000 meters away in the distance. Once again, the parrot's attack met with no results. Immediately, it grew furious. "Hi-ya! You dare to dodge me? Lord Fifth is definitely going to screw you." The parrot's appearance and its actions caused all of the members of the Crow Divinity tribes to stare up in shock. Xianxia wiped the sweat from his brow. As of this point, he realized that there was more to this tribe than met the eye. It seemed weak, but it had vines and neo-demons and then this fearsome thing that apparently liked to attack rear ends. Even as Xianxia was filled with shock, the parrot, enraged by its two fruitless attacks, suddenly let out a mighty squawking howl. "Beloved concubine!" As soon as the two words rang out, A cloud mass shot toward them from the sky off in the distance. It moved with incredible speed as it neared. Within this cloud mass was none other than the enormous Outlander beast. Outlander! The roar of the Outlander beast shook heaven and earth. Xianxia's eyes went wide, filling with astonishment and fear. He was instantly sent tumbling backward, his eyes shining with disbelief. Damn it, there's an Outlander beast here. Just what tribe is this? They even raise Outlander beasts. I can't stay here. Damn it. If I had known about all of this, I would never have come here. They don't have many people, but they're incredibly difficult to exterminate. Xianxia's scalp was numb as he unhesitatingly fell back. He immediately transformed into a wisp of green smoke as he utilized his escape art to shot thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. The instant his body reappeared, a cold snort could be heard off to the side. It was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly appeared, having just employed minor teleportation. When Xianxia saw Meng Hao, his face immediately filled with shock, and then he screamed. Since returning from the realm of the bridge ruins, he had never screamed like this. It was filled with terror and dread, fueled by the massive trembling of his own soul. You! How could you be here? The instant Meng Hao appeared, everyone on the mountain saw him. Immediately, the Crow Soldier Greatfather began to tremble, and a look of excitement shone in his eyes. The other powerful experts next to him were the same. To them, Meng Hao's appearance finally gave them some bit of hope. If these men acted in such a way, there is no need to even describe how the despair in the hearts of the other tribe members was suddenly swept away by excitement. Sacred Ancient! The exalted Sacred Ancient has returned. Exalted Sacred Ancient, we offer you respect upon your safe return. The voices of more than 1,000 people called out, seemingly unburdening themselves of the great pressure that had been weighing down on them. It turned into a huge roar like that which you might hear coming from a crowd of 10,000. They were joined by Big Harry and all the other neo-demons, who after seeing Meng Hao lifted their heads up to the sky and howled with excitement. The sound of it all shook heaven and earth. Xianxia's face was instantly devoid of color. He stared blankly at Meng Hao, his mind buzzing. Then he screamed as he backed up. He didn't even notice the parrot approaching with a look of disdain. When the parrot slammed into his rear end, a blood-curdling shriek filled the air. He felt pain, intense pain that he had never experienced before in his life. Unspeakable, unforgettable. In addition to the pain was a feeling of humiliation that caused Xianxia to lift his head up and shriek. Even as his voice echoed out, the parrot excitedly shot back for another round. Scared out of his mind, Xianxia immediately transformed into a green smoke as he prepared to flee at top speed. It was impossible to describe how much he regretted having come to this place. It was a deep, utter regret. How could he have ever imagined that a tiny tribe like this would actually be full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons? Damn it! Damn it! This place has a wicked vine, tons of neo-demons, a perverted parrot, that shocking Outlander beast, and most ridiculous of all, that patriarch Bloodface. His heart was filled with sorrow to the point that he was about to cry. He had already decided that he would flee this place and never again in his life ever step even half a pace into the Western Desert North region. However, even as his body turned into the green smoke, just when he was about to flee, Meng Hao lifted his right hand. Instantly, a freezing wind blew out which contained the power of frigid soil. In that instant, Xianxia in his green smoke was instantly frozen in place in midair. His body was then forced out of the smoke. The astonishment and disbelief on his face was apparent as he wondered how his opponent could have become so much more powerful in such a short time. He could even nullify the effects of his escape art. As his body was forced out of the smoke, Meng Hao's cold face radiated icy killing intent. He shot forward, clenched his hand into a fist and punched Xianxia directly in the chest. Xianxia had no way to avoid the blow. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and the sound of cracking bones could be heard coming from his chest. With a miserable shriek, he was sent tumbling backward. How could he be so powerful? Xianxia was scared out of his mind. A droning sound filled his body as Meng Hao's cold voice suddenly rang out. Before, you dared to steal things that belonged to me. I let you get away once. How could I possibly let you do so again today? He immediately charged Xianxia again and punched him a second time. A boom could be heard. Xianxia coughed up more blood, and his face went pale. Before he could even say anything, Meng Hao's fist once again slammed into him, injuring not just his physical body, but also his nascent soul. Even his totem tattoos seemed on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment, Xianxia let out a piercing howl. His spiritual sense suddenly emanated out, and the evil magic in his body began to circulate. Suddenly, a black moon appeared on his forehead. As soon as this happened, all of his spiritual sense converged onto the black moon, causing it to begin to rotate. Shockingly, a reflection of the black moon appeared on Meng Hao's forehead as well. Xianxia coughed some blood out of his mouth, then shouted, "Sense slaying!" The moment the words left his mouth, the inverted image of the moon on Meng Hao's forehead shattered, and an intense power surged into Meng Hao's mind. In response, Meng Hao let out a cold snort. The power was fierce, and was obviously Xianxia's trump card. If Meng Hao hadn't already formed his Earth-type totem tattoo, then his mind would be reeling right now. Instead, he quickly recovered. His own spiritual sense was far more powerful than Xianxia's. Backed by the power of 4 of the 5 elements, the effect of Xianxia's attack was easy to dispel. Another fist descended, and Xianxia's body exploded with blood and gore. His shocked nascent soul flew out, surrounded by the protection of the black moon. How could he be so powerful? Why? Damn it. He must have seized some blessing in the realm of the bridge ruins. Even as his terrified nascent soul tried to retreat at top speed, Meng Hao snatched Xianxia's corpse and put it into his bag of holding. As Xianxia's nascent soul tried to flee, suddenly, the Outlander beast arrived. A boom filled the air as it struck out. Xianxia's nascent soul screamed and then spit out a mouthful of nascent soul life chi. The nascent soul itself grew fuzzy and extremely weak. The black moon shield collapsed, and the other protective treasures that he had pulled out moments ago also were destroyed. "Despicable!" shrieked Xianxia. "You people are despicable. I demand a one-on-one duel." His face twisted with fear as he was surrounded on 3 sides by the Outlander beast, the Parrot and Meng Hao. "One-on-one duel? Yeah right, bitch. Lord Fifth always wins by outnumbering the enemy. Who's gonna duel you? Bitch, how could you be so naive?" The Parrot squawked as it charged once again in attack. The Outlander beast roared and struck out. As for Meng Hao, he did nothing except for seal off Xianxia's escape route with freezing wind every time he tried to flee. It was at this point that the meat jelly suddenly let out an excited shout. "Don't kill him. I have to convert him. I've been looking for someone as evil as this for years. I've always wanted a challenge like this." The meat jelly's eyes glowed and filled with excitement. "What's your name? Fear not. Come. Tell Lord Third your name." A boom filled the air as the Outlander beast struck out again. Xianxia's nascent soul was injured again. More life chi sprayed from his mouth. The nascent soul was incredibly weak at this point, and his eyes were filled with desperation. With an angry cry, he tried to perform a minor teleportation, but even as he did, the air around him froze like ice, blocking the minor teleportation. Next, the Parrot charged toward him. A miserable scream rose up into the sky. The scene was tragic beyond compare. Even the members of the Crow divinity tribes were shocked. "Let me go. I was in the wrong. Let me go." Boom! The Outlander slapped out playfully. "Give me a chance. I will. I. The Parrot, manly and vigorous, pierced him through. What's your name? You're not answering me. So you look down on me, despise me? You are simply too evil. You are too immoral. I must convert you. I will convert you. Why won't you say anything?" The meat jelly continued to blabber on continuously. Within the space of about 10 breaths, Xianxia's nascent soul continuously let out miserable shrieks of despair. The Parrot and its concubine, and the meat jelly were tormenting him until he was about to collapse. In the end, Xianxia let out a furious roar and chose to self-detonate. However, in the moment before he did, the Outlander beast opened its mouth and swallowed him down. A faint explosion could be heard, after which the Outlander beast opened its mouth and burped out some mist. This was the way in which Xianxia was ultimately killed. He was not cut down by Meng Hao, but rather toyed to death by the Parrot, Outlander beast, and meat jelly. Ah, he died. The Parrot seemed to think that it was a pity. I can't believe he died before I was able to convert him. The meat jelly had a pained expression on its face as it sighed. The Outlander beast wore a strange expression as it looked back and forth between the meat jelly and the Parrot. Said nothing. Meng Hao turned and headed back toward the mountain, surrounded by his neo-demon horde. He waved his hand and instantly, totemic life force flowed out in all directions, fusing into the neo-beasts as well as the vine trunk. They immediately began to recover. As they did, Meng Hao produced a large collection of medicinal pills to treat not only the wounds of the neo-demons, but also strengthen the weakened Crow Divinity tribe members, who instantly looked much more energetic. Greetings, exalted sacred ancient. The more than 1,000 tribe members all began to kneel and kowtow to Meng Hao. Even the Crow soldier tribe great father got to his knees to kowtow. When they lifted their heads back up, their faces were filled with anticipation. They were aware of Meng Hao's goal in going to the realm of the bridge ruins, and now, they all looked at him with anxiety. "I've brought back hope," he said, looking around at them. "We will migrate to the Black Lands." The surrounding tribe members gasped and began to tremble. Tears streamed down their faces, and they cried out in joy from the bottoms of their hearts. A few days later, the Crow Divinity tribe's life-saving migration began. With the fall of the Violet Rain, life force was exterminated and teleportation portals stopped working. Spiritual energy was scant, which made it so that the Crow Divinity tribes had to travel on foot. There was no way for them to fly through the air. Furthermore, there were still ordinary tribe members with no cultivation bases. That made it impossible to travel at any high rate of speed. For a cultivator to fly from the Western Desert North region to the Black Lands in the South region would take many years. To walk would take 1,000. There was no time for that. The only way migrate successfully would be to acquire a flying machine that could carry 1,000 people. They needed a flying machine that could be powered by spirit stones, not the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Only a large flying machine like that could facilitate their migration and make it a reality. Before departing, Meng Hao looked back at the mountains. After having returned, he hadn't seen the black bat. From what Gula had told him, it had disappeared only a few days after he left for the realm of the bridge ruins. As to where it went, nobody knew. "You fled without my permission. Well, I can find you if I wish." Meng Hao looked at the mountains, his eyes glittering. Then he turned and walked off into the distance with the Crow Divinity tribes. Most rogue cultivators would not have a large reserve of spirit stones. But to the 5 tribes that once made up the Great Crow Divinity tribe, a tribe which had passed down legacies for many years while spirit stones were something they had a lot of, they might not have enough to keep a large flying machine going for many years, but it would at least get them halfway. After the arrival of the Violet Rain, the spiritual energy grew scarce to the point where it virtually didn't exist. Therefore, spirit stones, which were in fact an expendable resources, became the only way to replenish spiritual energy. Therefore, some were wasted in this way. Thankfully, the fact that there were not many cultivators in the Crow Divinity tribes meant that the consumption was reduced by quite a bit. At the moment, there were plenty remaining. Currently, the main problem was how to acquire a large flying machine that wasn't powered by the spiritual energy of cultivators. Meng Hao looked around thoughtfully at members of the Crow Divinity tribes as they trudged along. Right now, many tribes are migrating through the Western Desert North region. A treasure like that would certainly be incredibly expensive if it were to be purchased. It was already the 10th day of the Crow Divinity tribe's migration. These mountains were where the tribes had lived from generation to generation. Other than occasional tribe members who went out to travel in the great lands of the Western Desert and never came back, or a few random other members, most members of the Crow divinity tribes never left the mountains. The rain continued to fall heavily. Everyone, both cultivator and ordinary tribe member alike, had to do everything possible to prevent the rainwater from touching them. Otherwise, their life force would slowly be burned away. Even the neodemons were the same, although they were able to hold out much longer. Anything that was alive, though, would slowly die if exposed to the rain. When the thorns were broken off of the vines, they became something like bark, which were then used to make articles of clothing that resembled woven, rush raincoats. These coats became an essential item to the tribe members. The migration included not just the 1,000 members of the Crow divinity tribes, but also Meng Hao's neo-demon horde. Thankfully, the neo-demons could survive inside Meng Hao's bag of holding, which made things much easier. That was a special trait of neo-demons. Unfortunately, cultivators could not survive inside of a bag of holding. Therefore, the road they had to travel along during the migration was difficult and packed with frustrations. The sky above was dark and filled with the sound of falling rain. They moved in silence along a road that seemed to have no end. A month later, they entered the borders of the mountains. Meng Hao led the way, wearing a woven rush raincoat like everyone else. It draped about him like a cloak, covering his entire body. He also wore a wide, conical hat, which made his appearance very bleak. The wild giant panted as it walked along behind Meng Hao. Its massive frame was too big to fit inside a bag of holding, so it was forced to walk along in the outside world. Gula walked next to the wild giant, coughing, his face pale. His life force was dimming, but luckily, it showed no signs that it would sputter out. However, in this violet rain, he, like the other cultivators, were gradually becoming like mortals. One could imagine that before too long, they would be cultivators who could not perform any magic whatsoever. At that time, they truly would be mortals. A black crow suddenly appeared. It flew through the air, shrinking in size until it was small enough to land on Gu La's shoulder. Gula looked at the bird for a moment, and then said, "There's a tribe that's been following us for 3 days." The Crow Scout tribe greatfather turned to look behind them. Frowning, he said, "It's most likely a local tribe called the Grand Fusion Tribe. They are a mid-sized tribe. The Outlander beast, the Parrot, and the meat jelly had once again fused into one body." At the moment, it was the voice of the Parrot which said, "Do you want Lord Fifth to go screw them?" Meng Hao didn't reply. He continued to walk, pulling out a jade slip. The jade slip was simple and unsophisticated. It was something he had acquired from Chunzi's bag of holding, a description of the blood sacrifice magic that Chunzi had cultivated. It also described the method to cultivate the Black Moon Totem, as well as his escape art. In addition, it detailed a vicious magic known as the Blood Sacrifice Soul Search, a brutal and ruthless technique that left the victim alive but crippled. Meng Hao had been studying it thoughtfully during the traveling, and now understood it quite well. When the others saw Meng Hao acting like this, they didn't say anything more. The group of 1,000 continued to walk for 7 or 8 days until they reached what looked like a sea. More precisely, it was an enormous lake. This was the very edge of the mountains, and before the rain had come, was actually an enormous basin that led out of the mountains. Before, it had been filled with neodemons as well as lush vegetation. Now, it was nothing more than waters stretching out as far as the eye could see. Meng Hao looked out at the lake for a moment, then turned. "They're here," he said coolly. The other turned with vigilant eyes to stare back in the direction they had just come from. The members of the Crow divinity tribes scattered out, creating a wide, open space. Their eyes flickered with displeasure, especially the members of the Crow fighter tribe. After Meng Hao's return, he had branded them with his frost soil totem, causing their cultivation bases to advance, returning them to where they had been before. Not too much time passed before footsteps could be heard, mixed with the sound of grunts and growls. A tribe of roughly 3,000 people appeared, many of whom were mounted on fierce beasts that looked somewhat like lions. They charged across the ground as they approached. Among their numbers were 5 nascent soul cultivators, one of whom was in the mid-nascent soul stage. All 5 of them were covered with totem tattoos, although their faces were somewhat wan and thin. Nonetheless, they radiated fierceness as they approached. The thousands of cultivators all came to a stop about 300 meters away to stare darkly at the Crow divinity tribes. The Crow soldier tribe Great Father stepped forward, his eyes gleaming coldly. He had been nearing death before, but after returning, Meng Hao would give him some medicinal pills to restore his life force. His voice was cold as he said, "You must be the Grand Fusion tribe. We are the Crow divinity tribe. You've been following us for some time. If you just happen to be traveling in the same direction, then please be on your way." Given that his cultivation base was at the mid-nascent soul stage, the sound of it echoed out completely clearly. No one responded to the Crow soldier tribe Greatfather's words. Of their 5 nascent soul cultivators, the one with the mid-nascent soul stage cultivation base was an old man wearing a black robe, who carried a feng shui compass in his hand. After glancing at the compass, he suddenly looked up at the crowd of people in front of him. Eventually, his gaze came to rest on Meng Hao, whose cultivation base was obscured. In this man's estimation, the person who was the greatest threat to him personally was the Crow soldier tribe Greatfather. After a moment's thought, he clenched his jaw. Killing intent and greed instantly shone in his eyes. That guy has it. As for everyone else, do not leave a single one alive. In conjunction with his words, the tribe members at his side roared as they pulled out spirit stones from which they quickly absorbed spiritual energy. The neo-demons they rode also roared, and then the entire group of 3,000 people charged toward Meng Hao. The 5 nascent soul cultivators flew forward, using power from their cultivation bases that they were normally reluctant to part with. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he gave a cold snort. He waved his right hand, instantly causing the power of frost soil to magically appear. A frigid wind blasted out along with frost soil. He instantly moved forward with a minor teleportation, reappearing directly next to one of the early nascent soul stage cultivators. He waved a hand, causing the power of his fire-type totem tattoo to boil out. Attacked with both freezing cold and burning hot, the early nascent soul stage cultivator's body instantly exploded. The sight immediately shocked the entire Grand Fusion tribe, causing their expressions to fill with astonishment. This was something that they couldn't possibly have predicted would happen. Meng Hao's attack had exterminated one of their priests. The black-robed old man gasped, and his heart started to pound. However, he had little time for consideration. He burst into action, heading directly toward Meng Hao. The cultivators of the Crow divinity tribes chose this moment to launch their assault. Meng Hao attacked swiftly and violently. He teleported, reappearing directly in front of the black-robed old man. His right hand lifted up, and a flame sea roared up. Then he lowered his hand, and the golden rain of this metal-type tattoo appeared. As it shot forward, the black-robed old man performed an incantation with 2 hands. Shockingly, a 9-headed liger suddenly appeared in front of him, roaring as it shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao gave another cold snort and punched out with his right hand. A boom echoed through the air as the 9-headed liger exploded into pieces. A cold wind gusted out as Meng Hao appeared again in front of the black-robed old man. The old man's face immediately fell. He pulled out a spirit stone to replenish his spiritual energy, shooting backward at the same time. Meng Hao's eyes flickered and he pointed out with his finger. The black-robed man's face filled with astonishment as he realized that his body and even his cultivation base had been sealed. Meng Hao approached calmly and took the feng shui compass out of the man's hand. He looked it over, whereupon his face grew dark. On the feng shui compass was a bright dot, indicating Meng Hao's location. "Where did you get this thing?" asked Meng Hao coolly. The black-robed old man had recovered control of his body. Panting but not speaking a word, he backed up. "Not going to tell me? Well, I'll just keep it." With that, he slapped his bag of holding. Instantly, his neo-demon horde emerged. Other than the neo-demons, leave none of them alive. Thousands of neo-demons blotted out the sky and shot forward, whereupon miserable shrieks began to fill the air. During this great migration in the western desert, it was a situation of, if you don't die, then I don't live. There was no room for benevolence. If they showed mercy, the Crow divinity tribes would be destroyed. In the moment when Meng Hao had decided to protect the Crow divinity tribes, his heart had grown cold regarding any enemy who attacked them. Since they had chosen to attack, they would die. As he strode forward, his body suddenly turned into a green smoke as he used Xianxia's escape art. He immediately appeared in front of the black-robed old man. He lifted his hand and the lotus sword formation appeared. After returning from the realm of the bridge ruins, the power of time had returned to its normal level. However, the world was now one in which the power of extermination and the lack of spiritual energy were constantly making almost undetectable attacks on the life force of cultivators. The power of the lotus sword formation spread out, instantly causing a 60-year cycle worth of time to fade away from the black-robed old man. This is... His face immediately fell, and his mind reeled. His life force was already weak enough as it was. For a 60-year cycle worth of time to vanish made him even older than he had been before. He was also shocked to discover that while the amount of spiritual energy he consumed when employing divine abilities could not be replenished fast enough via spirit stones, this young man against whom he was matched hadn't used even a single spirit stone at all. It was with incredible speed that Meng Hao neared him. His right hand lifted up and suddenly a strange, mysterious glow appeared that resembled a black moon. Even as the old man's life force was vanishing, the moon came to rest on the top of his head. Soul search. A blood-curdling scream could be heard coming from the old man's mouth. His body shook violently, and just as he was trying to struggle, the lotus sword formation once again spun, sucking away yet another 60-year cycle of life. The old man's eyes went wide as he felt his memories slipping away like flowing water as Meng Hao looked them over. Meng Hao's face suddenly grew dark and icy. Within the memories of the black-robed old man, Meng Hao saw many complicated things. They were his recollections of his life. Even as the man screamed and trembled, a death aura slowly spreading out from him, Meng Hao found what he was looking for. The Feng Shui compass was one of many distributed throughout the Western Desert by the Heavenly Court Alliance. Because the Crow divinity tribes had not left their mountains during the apocalypse, they were not up to date on everything that was happening in the outside world, and were unaware of this aspect. Actually, more than half of the tribes in the Western Desert had such a Feng Shui compass. It served only one purpose. It would reveal the location of any demon spirits within the area. Because Meng Hao had 2 demon spirits in his bag of holding, his position was visible on the compass. Having detected a demon spirit, the Grand Fusion tribe came with killing intent, hoping to slaughter them and take the demon spirit. Meng Hao's face was grim. He flicked his sleeve, and the lotus sword formation rotated. A shrill scream could be heard as the old man's body grew ancient. He wanted to evade, but after the soul searching, his mind had been severely damaged. Even his nascent soul was weak and on the verge of collapse. As Meng Hao turned to walk off, a banging sound could be heard as the man's body turned directly into ash. Body and spirit were destroyed underneath the time power of the lotus sword formation. The battle didn't last for very long. With Meng Hao's powerful cultivation base, it didn't matter that the Grand Fusion tribe had spirit stones to counter the effects of the waning spiritual energy. Their 3,000 tribe members quickly turned the ground into a river of blood. Meng Hao felt no sympathy for them whatsoever. He knew that if his own cultivation base were not strong enough, then the members of the Crow divinity tribes, including himself, would be the ones to form a river of blood. The bags of holding and other resources of the Grand Fusion tribe became fuel to keep the Crow divinity tribes going for longer. As for the thousands of neo-demons, thanks to Meng Hao's demonic qi, they capitulated and became part of his neo-demon horde. After assigning more than 1,000 of the neo-demons to be mounts for the tribe members, they crossed the huge lake and once again continued with their migration. However, dark clouds filled Meng Hao's heart. Because of the matter of the Feng Shui compasses, he knew that their migration would now be even more difficult. No matter how he tried to hide or seal the demon spirits, he was incapable of preventing the compass from detecting them. Thankfully, the memories of the black-robed old man had revealed to Meng Hao the various announcements made by the Blackland's Heavenly Court Alliance during the time that he was in the realm of the bridge ruins. For example, he knew that as for the great tribes with spirit-severing experts, they were welcomed into the Black Lands with no stipulations whatsoever. Because of that, most great tribes naturally didn't care too much about demon spirits. Even those that did care somewhat, did not care so much that they would spare no price to get one. The tribes that need the demon spirits the most are the mid-sized tribes, or tribes like the Five Poisons tribe who don't have a spirit-severing expert. Meng Hao was lost in thought regarding these matters as they crossed the lake and then continued onward. Time flowed by. 3 months later, the Crow divinity tribes were now far from the mountains that had been their home. Meng Hao's neo-demon horde once again numbered 20,000. In Meng Hao's estimation, the neo-demon horde was one of the biggest factors in his ability to protect the Crow divinity tribes. Right now, the Crow divinity tribes were not capable of engaging in battle with the powerful mid-sized tribes on their own. When it came to dealing with the great tribes, their biggest advantage was that Meng Hao was a demon sealer, a status which placed him above even a Grand Dragoner. Demonic Qi allowed him to attract and control more neo-demons. This often made his ability to change the course of a battle even stronger. The 3 months of travel were anything but peaceful. After the Grand Fusion tribe, they encountered 3 more mid-sized tribes. Without exception, all of those tribes came after them with bloodshot eyes and killing intent, determined to seize a demon spirit. After 3 battles, 3 tribes were exterminated. Meng Hao's neo-demon horde reached 20,000 in number, and the Crow divinity tribes did not lose a single member. In each of the 3 battles, it was Meng Hao and the neo-demons who did the fighting. "Grow strong through battle," said Meng Hao, looking back at the mountains far behind. They were now in a wide plain. "By continuous battle, we acquire more resources and more neo-demons. If one day I can build my horde up to 100,000 neo-demons, then we would be able to shake even great tribes." His eyes glittered with determination. The Crow Soldier Tribe Great Father, the Crow Gloom Grand Elder, Gula, and the others all saw Meng Hao's decisiveness, and it caused them to sigh with relief. To them, Meng Hao was not just a sacred ancient, but also the sole hope of the Crow divinity tribes. "Esteemed sacred ancient," said the Crow Soldier Tribe Great Father with an anxious frown, "if we continue on this path, it will only be a few months before we reach the lands of the mid-sized Eternal Universe tribe. Their totem is a blue-faced ghoul, and their tribe members are cruel and savage. There is no way to know if they are still there. If we want to avoid them, we can make a detour, but that will take us into the lands of the Five Poisons tribe." "There's no need for detours," said Meng Hao coolly. His eyes shone with killing intent. "If the Eternal Universe tribe is still there and has malicious intentions, well, I still need more neo-demons, and can use them to bolster my horde." On this road of migration, Meng Hao had long since grown used to killing. "So," said the Crow Gloom Grand Elder, his eyes shining with a fierce glow. "Proceed onward," replied Meng Hao calmly. His decisions were the decisions of the tribe. Originally, there had been more than 1,000 members of the 5 Crow divinity tribes. However, during recent battles, hundreds of enemies had surrendered, opting to become slaves in order to save their own lives. The tribe, which now numbered nearly 2,000 members, continued onward in formation. Time passed. 2 months later, they faced a river of violet rainwater. Further off, in what had once been a flat plain, was a crudely constructed city. The city wasn't extremely large, but seemed capable of housing over 10,000 people. It was made from rocks and dirt which were covered with fading magical symbols. In the very middle of the city were 9 enormous statues. The statues, all clustered together, had vicious-looking faces, like ghouls. This was none other than the Eternal Universe tribe. They were a mid-sized tribe, but this was the Western Desert North region. The tribe had experienced quite a few internal conflicts as they tried to decide whether or not to migrate. In the end, they had chosen to send a vanguard up ahead, leaving some members of the tribe behind to decide later whether or not to migrate. At the moment, the Eternal Universe tribe's Great Father, High Priest, Grand Elder, and other important members were standing on the city wall, staring excitedly off into the distance. "Are you sure?" growled the Great Father. "Absolutely sure," replied the High Priest, who held a feng shui compass in his hand. A bright dot could be seen on its surface. They're very close. This migrating tribe is most likely the Crow Divinity tribe, and they have a demon spirit. According to the scouts, they are about 2,000 strong. Some of that number includes ordinary tribe members. They also have about 1,000 neo-demons. They have one mid-nascent soul cultivator and 2 of the early nascent soul stage. The rest are core formation or lower. According to the intelligence we gathered regarding their war with the Five Poisons tribe, they lost all of their totemic sacred ancients, which is why they are in such a state of deep decline. Considering that the spiritual energy has become so scarce, their road will end here in death. The Great Father's eyes shone with a bright light. Heaven will not exterminate our eternal universe tribe. Such a fine gift has been delivered right up to us. Notify the rest of the tribe. We attack in full force. After we get that demon spirit, we will leave this place no matter the cost. We will meet up with the vanguard force and go to the Black Lands. The priest and the others around him all looked very excited. The nearly 10,000 members of the Eternal Universe tribe emerged out onto the plain, filled with the desire to slay Meng Hao and the Crow Divinity tribes and take their demon spirit. Meanwhile, across the plain was a bleak area which at one time had been filled with poison. These were the lands of the Five Poisons tribe, a place where outsiders never entered. The Five Poisons tribe had long since chosen to migrate. However, it was not the entire tribe that did so. Only 4 of the branches of the tribe had left. The Scorpion branch had chosen to stay behind. At this moment, the Scorpion branch's high priest held a feng shui compass in his hand. For a long moment, he silently looked at the dot representing a demon spirit. We need to think of a way to notify the migrating branches that a demon spirit has appeared. If they can come up with a way to rob it, excellent. Unfortunately, our Scorpion branch. He shook his head. So, the Crow Divinity tribes left their mountains after the war, and even managed to get a demon spirit. It doesn't matter who chooses to tangle with them. Our Scorpion branch has already decided to die here in their ancestral land. There's no need to step into turbid waters. Meng Hao and the Crow Divinity tribes traveled on for 7 days. Suddenly, Meng Hao's eyes glittered. His expression was calm as he slapped his bag of holding. Immediately, the vine trunk appeared and burrowed down into the ground. Moments later, thorns shot up from the soil, completely encircling the 2,000 members of the Crow Divinity tribes. They spread out to connect up above, forming a dome. It was like an upside-down bowl, completely protecting the tribe inside. All of it took only a moment to accomplish as, up ahead, a black cloud mass could be seen. Within the cloud were tens of thousands of neo-demons. Bright beams of light were thousands of cultivators. The ground shook as thousands of cultivators rode neo-demons to follow. Everything trembled and the sky grew dark. The whole time, the violet rain continued to fall. No words were exchanged. The incoming 8,000 cultivators whistled through the air. The tens of thousands of neo-demons let out roars that spread out in all directions. He thinks he alone can hinder our army of tens of thousands? He overestimates his power. Eternal Universe tribe cultivators, hear my command. Slaughter all of these people. Do not leave a single one alive. Roaring filled the sky as the army charged into battle. For nascent soul cultivators shot toward Meng Hao at top speed, filled with killing intent. Meng Hao's expression was as calm as ever as he faced up against nearly 10,000 cultivators and tens of thousands of neo-demons. Behind him, the thorn rampart covered the 2,000 members of the Crow Divinity tribes like a dome. He took a deep breath and then pointed his hand toward the ground. I've been waiting for you for a while now, he said coolly. Righteous bestowal. Instantly, this land which was cut off from spiritual energy, suddenly seethed with demonic chi. As Meng Hao waved his hand, the demonic chi exploded out. The demonic chi instantly caused the approaching neo-demons to begin to tremble. Their expressions were that of fear as they suddenly stopped moving and began to emit plaintive shrieks. The sudden change caused the expressions of the aggressive, violent members of the Eternal Universe tribe to immediately change. This was the first time that Meng Hao had unhesitatingly unleashed all the power of the demonic qi he had at his disposal. This was a power that did not belong to Grand Dragoners, but to demon sealers. This was a truly momentous heavenly power. Cultivators could not sense this qi, but to the neo-demons it couldn't be clearer. What they saw was Meng Hao, seething with shocking demonic qi. The qi soared up into the sky. Even the violet rain seemed to be distorted by it. Meng Hao was the center of a storm of demonic qi that burst out in all directions. In the world that only the neo-demons could see, demonic qi roared up from Meng Hao, transforming into a massive figure. This was a figure composed completely of demonic qi, and it looked like Meng Hao. As of this moment, Meng Hao did not appear to them to be a cultivator, but rather a greater demon of heaven and earth. This demon could shake the world, and had monstrous demonic qi. It was like a king who arrived and made any land he stepped on part of his domain. The neo-demons in the horde were shaking so badly that even their souls trembled. Suddenly, memories within their blood were awakened. The neo-demons suddenly began to cry out. The sounds of their cries were filled with reverence and allegiance. They submitted before the master of the neo-demons, before an aura of a greater demon, an aura that was just like that of their own ancestors. The tens of thousands of neo-demons of the Eternal Universe tribe, regardless of their level, were all roaring continuously, their expressions filled with veneration and respect. They were no longer charging across the ground, but rather prostrating themselves on it. The neo-demons who had been flying in the sky also fell to the ground. Regardless of how their masters tried to control them, they all acknowledged their allegiance to Meng Hao without exception. This scene caused the members of the Eternal Universe tribe to pant with shock. Before they even had time to react, Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the shocking demonic qi to surge toward each and every one of the neo-demons. As the demonic qi entered their bodies, their roars grew frenzied and their bodies grew larger and fiercer. Their auras were now many times more powerful than before. All of them even began to show signs of ancestral awakening. One of the neo-demons in the horde was a blue-faced ghoul neo-demon. It lifted its head to the sky to roar. As of this moment, it no longer walked along on all fours, but rather stood up on two legs. Its blue, hairless body emanated shocking ripples. Its eyes became bright red, and it grew nearly 10 meters taller. Even more shocking, a horn suddenly grew out of its forehead. The spiraling horn crackled with arcing sparks of lightning, and it emanated an astonishing aura. The appearance of this neo-demon very closely resembled the 9 statues back in the Eternal Universe tribe city. Its appearance immediately caused the members of the Eternal Universe tribe to be filled with shock. Their hearts trembled and cries of astonishment filled the air. Sacred Ancient! It looks exactly like the Sacred Ancient. Who is this person? He causes our neo-demons to mutate and go out of control. Amidst the commotion, Meng Hao's calm, bizarre voice echoed out. From now on, you follow me. To battle. In response, the tens of thousands of neo-demons roared, shaking themselves loose from their masters and turning on them with vicious expressions. It seemed they really were switching sides. At the same time, Meng Hao waved his arm, causing his own 20,000 neo-demons to suddenly appear, howling to the sky. They instantly shot toward the Eternal Universe tribe members. Nearly 60,000 neo-demons all absorbed demonic qi, which caused a variety of mutations. They quickly surrounded the 8,000 trembling cultivators, all of whom had completely lost their will to fight. One can well imagine the end result of the battle. Meng Hao's face was calm as he watched the savage slaughter erupt. Booms and screams filled the air. At the same time, the 5 nascent soul cultivators shot toward him, emanating killing intent. These people were all of the early nascent soul stage. To deal with people like that, Meng Hao didn't even need to don the blood immortal mask anymore. His hand flashed with an incantation gesture and he pointed forward. Instantly, the power of frost soil shot out, followed by a raging sea of flames, a gigantic tree and a golden rain. Totems of 4 of the 5 elements exploded out as he pointed. Before the 5 approaching nascent soul cultivators could even get near to Meng Hao, their bodies trembled under the attack of his 4 great totems. Blood sprayed from their mouths and their faces filled with astonishment. It was at this point that 2 roaring figures suddenly shot through the air toward Meng Hao, sending out ripples in all directions. Any neo-demon that got in their way was transformed into a cloud of blood. None were capable of even causing pause for these 2 figures. It was 2 old men, filled with intense killing intent as they closed in on Meng Hao. He's a grand dragoner. Kill him and the neo-demon horde will disperse. As they neared, Meng Hao slipped on the blood immortal mask. Instantly, blood chi exploded up, completely changing his aura. Radiating killing intent, his body flickered as he turned into a black moon. A wisp of smoke could be seen as he suddenly appeared directly in front of the 2 old men. For him to appear in this way was bizarre and shocking. They almost couldn't believe what they were seeing with their own eyes, and their hearts filled with foreboding. As the faces of the old men fell, Meng Hao casually clenched his right hand into a fist and then launched a blow. Boom! One of the old men was sent tumbling backward. He quickly summoned 7 or 8 magical treasures to try to defend himself, but they were crushed, the fragments of which slammed into his chest. Blood sprayed from his mouth and the totem tattoos on his body flickered. At the same time, Meng Hao turned. Black moons flashed within his eyes and suddenly, a black moon like an eye magically appeared on his forehead as he looked at the other old man. This old man urgently employed divine abilities and was instantly surrounded by ghouls. This was actually the great father of the Eternal Universe tribe. The man Meng Hao had struck moments ago was the high priest. When the Great Father's eyes met Meng Hao's, his expression flickered and his mind filled with roaring as suddenly, the reflection of a black moon appeared on his own face. He felt stabbing pain in his sea of perception, as if a great invisible blade were stabbing into it. He let out a miserable scream. Unable to attack, mind filled with buzzing as he shot backward in retreat. This black moon eye was none other than Xianxia's life-saving treasure. However, in Meng Hao's hands its might far exceeded what it had in the hands of Xianxia. Although Meng Hao did not cultivate the blood sacrifice magic, after putting on the blood immortal mask, the power of his blood chi far exceeded that of Xianxia's. He needed no blood sacrifices. Every time he killed a person, the redness of the mask would grow deeper. Blood-curdling screams could be heard continuously as 60,000 neo-demons ruthlessly attacked and killed the besieged Eternal Universe tribe. What shocked the Eternal Universe tribe most was that within the neo-demon horde was a flock of extremely bizarre black crows. They didn't attack anyone, but rather flew around, seemingly absorbing something. However, it didn't take long before the corpses on the ground began to twitch and rise to their feet. The dead came back to life and stood up. Within the eyes of each corpse could be seen the image of a crow. Immediately, the corpses charged toward their former tribe members in attack. Most astonishing of all was that these corpses still had cultivation bases. Although they could only use their cultivation bases instinctively, these corpses did not fear death. Even if all they had left was a head, they would still try to bite their opponent. The battlefield instantly grew even more brutal. The situation quickly grew hopeless, causing some of the Eternal Universe tribe members to bite their tongues and spit out blood. After performing quick incantations, they pointed up to the sky. Exalted Sacred Ancient, help us! The High Priest, the 5 nascent soul cultivators, and the rest of the tribe members all bit their tongues and spit out blood. One by one they roared up into the sky. Exalted Sacred Ancient, help us! The voices of thousands of tribe members joined together, transforming into a thunderous sound that rolled out in waves, shaking heaven and earth. Suddenly, a roar could be heard from the sky off in the distance. It was a black cloud, within which was a living ghoul. Its skin was blue, and it was fully 300 meters in length. It had a spiraling horn, and its body was covered with scales. This neo-demon's Sacred Ancient's aura shot out explosively, and when it appeared, it stared toward Meng Hao with its red eyes. "You, an aura similar to mine," the creature roared, and then shot its claw-like hand directly toward Meng Hao. At the same time that the ghoul roared, Another roar could be heard. Outlander! It was none other than the Outlander beast. It suddenly shot through the air to slam into the ghoul. Amidst the resulting boom, the parrot flapped its wings and let out a shriek. Its eyes glowed with a look of disgust and detestation. Damn it! No fur or feathers. You. Why don't you have any fur or feathers? Beloved concubine, put it to death. This damned bastard has no fur or feathers. That's the most heinous of crimes. Show no mercy. Ah! You dare to not have fur or feathers. In response to being slammed into by the Outlander beast, the ghoul roared and fell back. The Outlander beast whistled through the air to slam into it again. The parrot was off to the side, continuing to call out excitedly. On the ground, Meng Hao chuckled. He had been waiting for quite some time for the Eternal Universe tribe to come. How could he not have made certain preparations? He lifted his right hand to perform an incantation gesture, and suddenly, a blood-colored face magically appeared around him. It spread out and then shot forward in attack. The attack instantly slammed into the several nascent soul cultivators, causing blood to spray from their mouths. They retreated, faces filled with astonishment. It was at this point that the thorns suddenly began to spread apart. From within, the members of the Crow divinity tribes, as well as the several hundred slaves, all emerged shouting battle cries. At this point, Meng Hao knew that the Eternal Universe tribe was completely defeated.